Eliana was the noble daughter of a duke in the Biontech Empire, a descendant of a noble family whose roots go back to the empire's origins and whose history is closely intertwined with that of the empire. Being the daughter of an influential father, she became the most desirable flower of high society. However, her father held her fate in his hands, and her choice of husband was just another confirmation of this power. When Eliana was in tears of despair, he did not say a single kind word to her. He merely condemned her in a displeased tone for her indecent behavior. Dmitri Rosano pierced her with an empty, soulless gaze, waiting for an answer. Her legs gave way, and Eliana sank to her knees, ready to beg her father. The nanny told him everything. She is worried that his fiancée will have another woman. The girl burst into tears again. They say that Emperor Zakador has 5 more wives, besides the Empress, and also a lot of concubines. The man rudely shut her up. This is nonsense. How can some 7th prince afford several wives? Her fiancé is just a loafer, although it is obvious. But he is as far from the throne as the moon is from him. Perhaps the next emperor will kill him. The imperial family of Zakador has a short lifespan. The prince dies if he does not become emperor, but he can survive if he supports his brother. It is said that the ladies of the Zakador Empire take risks by marrying into the imperial family, and when discussing the latest news, everyone sincerely regretted the duke's daughter. Eliana did not want to put up with such a terrible fate. She was scared. She frantically repeated, "If only they would not send her to Zakador." Her father rolled his eyes in irritation. No one would harm the prince and his wife, whose union symbolized peace and tranquility. Besides, the contract stated that he could only have one wife. The tears did not stop for a moment, continuing to flow down Elian's face, convulsive sobs causing her small body to tremble. She was about to protest again when her father raised his voice again, telling him to stop making that face. She was living in clover only because she was Eliana Rosano, the duke's daughter. The Duke of Poison laughed. It was time to repay his father, wasn't it? The girl had no choice but to accept her fate. A month later, Eliana arrived in the capital, accompanied by a whole procession, sparkling with pomp. The carriage was accompanied by a young man. Judging by the conversations of the servants, it was one of the young junior princes. The future emperor awaited her with impatience. The girl's heart began to beat faster at the sight of his silhouette, not from delight, but from fear. Eliana Rosano kept telling herself she shouldn't cry, but her lower lip began to tremble. The guests whispered enthusiastically, watching her with admiring eyes. In person, she looked very dignified and graceful. Inside her, she was gripped by fear and the pain of betrayal, and hot tears burned her face. With every step she took, she was getting closer to her fiancé, whose face she was about to see for the first time in her life. How she wished that this moment would never come. A light breeze played with the young man's golden hair. The emperor's sun slowly turned in her direction. Eliana felt nausea rising in her throat. She involuntarily recoiled, barely suppressing the desire to run away anywhere, just not to be here. The prince beamed at her with a tender smile, her tears like precious stones. His eyes were alluring with their depth. His golden hair glinted in the sun. It was impossible to take your eyes off him. It was this man who told her that he fell in love with her at first sight. Marcel Zakador, the 7th prince of the Zakador Empire, reached forward and gently squeezed her palm. Eliana was so captivated by his beauty and charm that for a moment she forgot why her face was wet with tears. Despite arriving in a foreign land for an unwanted marriage, Eliana's heart was touched by her husband, who showered her with passionate love. She fell in love with him, and they spent a fabulous honeymoon in Reenskin, during which time Eliana was no different from a naive child. She only began to grow up when her powerless husband entered the struggle for the imperial throne. The empress, who had lost her child, adopted the 7th prince of the emperor's late 5th wife, and the rapidly changing situations began to lean toward the 7th prince. Many shouted that they would support him on his way to the throne and be useful in his future reign. Who else is worthy of the throne if not His Highness the 7th prince? His Highness returned victorious, where the 1st prince and his brothers had sent him to certain death. His Highness received the support of the saint and saved the people of the empire from the plague. But that's not all. The bishop himself blessed His Highness. Marcel brushed it off. He wasn't really that great. He just had luck on his side. Although he expressed concern about his excessive luck, there was ambition in his eyes. He was not taken seriously in the imperial palace, but he became a real His Highness the Prince, Couldn't he dream of being addressed as His Majesty? When he looked at Leah, his gaze no longer seemed so familiar. He wants to become an emperor, the whole world will be at her feet. But the young empress did not need this. His love was enough for her. And suddenly, she began to put her husband's ambitions above her own safety. She wanted him to achieve what he wanted, even at the cost of his own luck. The Duchy of Rosano supported the seventh prince with enormous sums of money, and Eliana sacrificed a lot to be by her husband's side. Marcel managed to overcome everything and become emperor, and for his boundless support, Eliana became empress. However, her disadvantage was her origin. She was from the hostile country of Biantech. In the years before the powerless seventh prince became crown prince and then emperor, the peace between the empires of Biantech and Zakador was shattered, and Eliana's situation became more complicated due to a series of wars and disputes that broke out. The council was divided into two camps. Some proposed making Archduke Vane's daughter empress, while others were outraged. They had Her Highness the Crown Princess. But the anger grew stronger. The blood of Bianteca could not be mixed with the imperial family of Zakadora. Grabbing her hand, Marcel no longer spoke about his love for her, but about his dreams of ascending the throne and becoming emperor. There was no longer any tenderness in his eyes. They burned with greed for power, wondering if she wanted to become empress. Of course, she is his wife. This is her rightful place. The prince raised an inquisitive gaze at her. Why? Such a rude question outraged Eliana. Her heart was breaking with jealousy. She loves His Highness. Does he really want her to be his concubine and not empress? The second wife is not a concubine. She is also recognized by the temple as the emperor's wife, and has all legal rights. The tone in which he said this was irritating. She won't be the emperor's first wife anyway. If he wants to make her a concubine, he should just send her back to Biantech. Tears streamed down the girl's face. She realized that the last time she cried like this was on their wedding day. Her voice broke. She asked in a whisper if His Highness really didn't love her anymore. Marcel pressed her to his strong chest, stroking her long hair. Don't say that. He loves only her. Ultimately, Eliana achieved her goal and became the Empress of Zakador. He who wears the crown must bear all its burdens. Eliana has finally grown up, living like an empress. But the happiness did not last long. Marcel declared that he needed a second wife who would give him strength. He would marry the daughter of Archduke Vane. Now that her husband had become emperor, he could no longer observe the ban on polygamy, and she had to accept his wishes, which was achieved through humility. Archduke Vane's daughter, Elizabeth, arrived at the palace as soon as possible. She was very grateful for the invitation. Eliana was not at all happy about her arrival, but she was forced to put on a slight smile and lie. It was nice to meet her. Let her be a role model for the entire palace. Now Marcel, who was concerned about Eliana's feelings, began to boldly invite women to the imperial palace. Doesn't the emperor need as many wives as possible? Since the empress is barren, the girls came to the palace one after another. The struggle between the concubines was heating up, as the emperor had many women. And now, in order to survive, Eliana had to destroy the love that she carefully kept in her heart. And the irony was that her husband himself contributed to this. He brazenly showed up in her chambers, continuing to chat about his concubines, completely disregarding her feelings. The third wife was unable to attend the prayer meeting due to illness, which is why these cruel punishments. The empress raised her eyebrows, wondering why the copying of sacred books was suddenly a cruel punishment. This was not a simple prayer meeting. The bishop himself was present. Marcel continued to shout at her. The third wife was in poor health. Has she really forgotten that recently a girl was almost poisoned? He is very disappointed in her. Eliana really wanted to believe that Marcel loved her, like in the old days. But the now cooled love could not warm up again. At least this was the case with Marcel. Her Majesty should know that this is how men's love is. They always swear to love forever, but sooner or later the feelings fade. At tea gatherings, other duchesses gave her advice, but it did not work, and the emperor no longer visited her. The girls were outraged. Then she should personally visit his chambers. No man would refuse a woman who came to his bedroom. Eliana was very embarrassed. She was an empress. How could she do such obscene things? The ladies convinced her. A son is the foundation of the future. Noble people give birth to heirs in order to rely on them for the rest of their lives. The imperial family has the same principles. She just needs to get pregnant. She can take advantage of it, even if it's a momentary whim. The ladies eagerly advised her to bear an heir as if it were a panacea for everything, but the thought of it was repulsive. In the face of harsh reality, Eliana's noble pride was finally broken. The emperor was pleased with this turn of events and became a frequent guest at the empress's palace. However, he showed aggression when he quarreled with Eliana, or was simply upset. He enjoyed her fear. She could scream louder. He would stop when the servants came, but then he would not come to her anymore. Everything inside Eliana went cold when he smirked contentedly, because she wanted his child. The empress tried to pull herself together. She felt uncomfortable here. She suggested going to the bedroom. Marcel should maintain at least a drop of dignity. But the man didn't care. He pressed himself against her dirty, leaving wet trails on her neck. It was like the touch of a slug. He pressed her harder and harder. She had to open her eyes or he would leave. Eliana is obliged to satisfy him if she wants to get what she wants. That day, something broke inside her. Putting all her strength into it, she pushed him away from herself. She didn't need this child. It would be better if she died after being overthrown for infertility. A sharp blow, a ringing in her ears, and she sprawled on the table. Her husband's distorted face appeared, and then dissolved into flickering spots of color. She could not believe that he had done this to her. Marcel clung to her with force. He knows that she doesn't love him anymore. He just wants to help her get pregnant. Leah must love him, even if her heart is empty. He left her in this place when everyone was longing for her to leave. Her eyes were protected, tears welled up, a muffled wheeze escaped her throat. At that very moment, her love died completely. Her dreams, goals, desires, everything was gone. She looked into his indifferent eyes. Once their blueness had attracted her, but now she hated it. Marcel pressed his cold lips to hers, her tears still like precious stones. Eliana felt that there was no trace left of the former love, but she had to put up with it and do what he wanted. She had to give birth in order to survive. Sometime later, she received an unexpected visit from Flint Howard, the northern Archduke of the Biantek Empire. The Empress looked at him with an irritated expression, her whole body tense. Does this Duke Howard really think this is a normal situation? Behind the man, her maid was fluttering, with a sharp knife pressed to her neck. The young man didn't answer, continuing to pierce her with a questioning gaze. Duke Rossano was angry that she had abandoned Bianteca, where she was born and raised, or said that Bianteca would deal with the traitors of her homeland. First of all, the Biantek Empire never wanted anything from Eliana. A contemptuous laugh escaped the girl's lips. The Empress had rejected her homeland, and had also turned out to be barren. All dreams of interfering in internal affairs had collapsed. She was not stupid. Biantek doesn't allow herself to do this. Thinking about her birth family, Archduke Howard explained that he had come here to bring her back to her homeland. A close friend of Crown Prince Karis, the one who was always by his side. A great warrior praised by all in the Biantek Empire, Flint Howard. Behind this glittering reputation hid a past tainted by misfortune. His grandfather, Crown Prince Alfonso, died at an early age before ascending the throne. The throne of Bianteca was inherited by his second son, Leopold. Emperor Leopold was defeated in the war against Zacador. He sent his deceased brother's son, Maximilian Howard, as a hostage. Flint, born in Zacador as the legitimate son of Maximilian Howard, soon lost his mother. He was abandoned in Rienskin, where he spent his entire teenage years. Archduke Howard is an unfortunate man who would have become the emperor's grandson if not for the sudden death of Prince Alfonso. In a country where a second child has no right to inherit the throne, why did Crown Prince Alfonso die? In Zacador, the old Emperor Bianteca was often ridiculed, and Flint was nicknamed the heir to failure. Now this young man bowed before her, brazenly declaring that he had come to return her to her homeland. Doesn't she want to spend the rest of her days in comfort? She can trust him, and then she can enjoy life in her homeland. Eliana froze in surprise. The words stuck in her throat. The man's eyes widened as he said, "This is Damian Rossano's wish." A wave of sparkling, blinding anger rose in her chest. How dare he mention the name Damian Rossano in front of her? Flint managed to dodge the cup flying in his direction, the tea splashing, burning the left side of his face. The girl jumped to her feet, spraying saliva. How dare he mock her? He wants to bring her back to her homeland and use her to conquer Zacador, which this scoundrel promised him, probably offering to show him a quick path to the throne. She would rather trust the emperor than Damian Rossano himself. Prince Howard suppressed his rising irritation, softening his voice. He expressed regret to Her Majesty. Marcel Zacador is a man who cannot be trusted. Her Majesty's words sounded as sharp as a slap. He should watch his words. He is the emperor of Zakadora and her husband. The young man's face remained unreadable. He continued to insist that he would guarantee her complete safety, but the girl refused to believe him. The prince's patience was running out. Well, let him think again. He would ensure her safety not in the name of Demian Rossano, but in the name of Flint Howard. They didn't have much time left. Flint glanced sideways at his comrade, signaling him to release the hostage. As soon as Eliana makes a decision, let him come to the greenhouse of her palace at the same time in 3 days. He will be waiting for her. The Empress shook her head in displeasure and rolled her eyes. No need. She wished him luck on his difficult path. The prince pierced her with a firm look of his gray eyes and repeated meaningfully, he promised her a quiet life. Knowing that there was no need to add anything else, that Her Majesty's thoughts would do their job themselves, he turned and headed for the exit. The Empress's maid threw herself at Her Majesty's feet, ready to beg. She must think about herself and make the right choice. She will definitely help her return to her homeland and will follow her until the end of her days. The head maid is a devoted woman, so the reasons why she gave in to Flint Howard's threats are obvious. A shudder ran through her body at the thought of her brother. She couldn't let Damian Rossano control her life. Damian Rossano, Empress Eliana's twin brother, asked his sister to support her husband and become Empress of Zakadora. She and her father will help him. Only in this way will she and her husband be able to survive. As promised, the Duchy of Rossano did not skimp on support for Eliana and her husband, but when Marcel became emperor, their attitude changed. In exchange for enormous financial support, she was expected to do whatever the family asked of her. Eliana could not resist such demands. Since her parents' home remained her only salvation, she stole confidential information from the emperor's office, rewrote military secrets, and passed them on to spies. However, the Duchy of Rossano turned its back on her. At the moment when she most needed her family, she wrote to her brother in tears about her suspicions that Marcel no longer loved her. He brought mistresses. He didn't care about her at all. She was already tired of trembling with fear that her food was poisoned. She was poisoned more than once. She felt ill. Once they said that she could not take the throne due to infertility. She was actually overthrown. She is terribly afraid and asks for help with a divorce. Demian responded with only contempt. Had she really gone mad? What divorce? Why would the Duchy of Rossano take such a risk for her? What's the point of spending all the family money and then getting divorced? If you're overthrown, then that's how it should be. Stop being a weakling. She might not even mention divorce. Her family has never been interested in Eliana's well-being. Eliana, betrayed by her family, could no longer trust her family. But Flint Howard, thoughts of his promise were running in circles, not allowing him to sleep. The penetrating look of this man was terribly irritating. A man with such eyes keeps his promises at any cost. Doubt gripped the girl's heart, even though Eliana tried to push it away, wondering if she would be able to live in peace. A maid quietly entered the room and secretly called Vivian, as Her Majesty had requested. 3 days later, Flint Howard stood in the garden, as he had promised the Empress. His partner was worried. He tried to persuade him to leave. A patrol would arrive soon. The man sighed sympathetically. Apparently she wouldn't come, as Flint's eyes widened in surprise. Contrary to his partner's words, a chiseled silhouette, hidden in several layers of dark fabric, was approaching them. The woman reached for the hood, intending to remove it, and the prince's heart began to beat faster. When the whitish crown appeared, his heart sank somewhere down. The senior servant reported the Empress's decision. She would not come. Prince Howard was silent, his frowning face showing how disappointed he was. Since yesterday, the palace patrol schedule has changed. The servants' passage is empty, so they had better use it. Luna told the girl to cross the border as quickly as possible. The prince should travel through Rienskin and use different identification cards in each region. Flint's subordinate was indignant. How could one believe such a thing? What if it was a trap? Vizian ignored him, and the last thing she was asked to tell the prince was that the little sun of Bianteca had lost its light. Eliana thanks him for his sincerity. She wishes him to return and become emperor, so that the fear of dishonor cannot overshadow his luck. Vivian turned away, pulling her hood back up. That was all Luna wanted to convey to him. The girl quickly left, leaving the prince alone in his thoughts. Sometimes the Empress could allow herself to dream about the days when everything was good. She remembered how fast her heart beat when the doctor took her pulse. A sweet feeling spread through her chest when he congratulated her. She was pregnant. She was breathing heavily, unable to believe that this was actually happening. tears of happiness rolling down her cheeks. Now she will be able to survive, and no one will overthrow her because of infertility. But this was a fleeting joy, and in the end, the child was not destined to be born. Pain and devastation gripped her in a vice. How much more suffering would befall her? The realization that she was back in her old position left her unconscious. After the miscarriage, Ileana locked herself in the palace and cried for several days. The emperor's hateful words continued to swirl in her head. He was always happy to spend the night with her, but for what purpose, since she couldn't bear his child? With what disgust he said this. Is he really demanding too much? A daughter would be enough for him. Let her just give birth to a child. The constant talk of Eliana's overthrow from the throne increasingly poisoned her life. She believed that the worst was behind her, but things worsened much more rapidly. Empress Zakadora has brought shame on the entire country. They only recognized her as empress because she is of noble blood, despite the fact that she has no place here. And besides, she is from an enemy country. The empress's place should not be taken by some girl born in an unofficial marriage. His Majesty must make a decision. In Zakador, illegitimate children were despised. A woman with such a background had no right to be empress. Eliana was convinced that she would not have any problems if she left the throne on her own. The girl felt as if the whole world had turned against her. This was all she had left. How could she do such a thing? Vivian's soul ached for her. Life was more important than honor. She needed to find a way to survive. She would have listened to them if she were from Zakador. Apparently the traditions of Bianteca, which put honor above all else, were too strong. And so she chose to be alone, asking not to come to the Empress's palace anymore, as this could have a bad effect on her entourage. The real end was approaching, so her intuition, which had helped her survive until now, told her. And just the other day they reported terrible news. The Duchy of Rossano, her home, was destroyed. It was the order of Archduke Howard, or rather, the current emperor of Bianteca. They say that all the direct descendants of the duchy were beheaded, and the rest of the family members also did not escape death. As the final act to cap it all, her own family was destroyed. The seemingly invincible power of the Duchy of Rossano fell, and it was wiped off the face of the earth. The Empress began to suspect that she might be next. Her life was ruined. Eliana's strength was running out. She refused to fight. Emperor Marcel, who came to Eliana's palace, was very kind, as if they had returned to the times before the month in Rensgen. They hadn't had such a nice conversation for a long time, and for a moment the Empress allowed herself to relax. Marcel even made the tea himself, and was so kind that Eliana's heart melted. The tea smelled of herbs, a pleasant warmth filling her from the inside as she took her first sip. At that very moment, everything shattered into pieces. There was poison in the tea. Marcel loomed over her, watching her suffering with an indifferent gaze. He would convey her last words to everyone. She would die as the Empress of Zakadora. His voice was filled with contempt. She believed that her enjoyment of wealth and fame would never end. Choking on her own blood, the Empress could hardly utter a word. Her heart blackened with hatred. Marcel admitted that he regretted having allowed her to take the place of the Empress when he ascended the throne. Even then, he was horrified by her ambition. Well, what a relief that at least she didn't give birth to his child. After all, if she had given birth to a son, he would have become his successor. The light in Ileana's eyes was fading. She was slowly dying in agony and suffering, suffocating. The last thing her ears heard was her husband's farewell. He caustically called her his love. When everything went wrong, from the moment she failed to protect the child, or when she did not give up her place as empress, she believed that her husband would love her forever. Maybe it was because she didn't trust that man. No, the realization was as sharp as a slap in the face. All the misfortunes began when she married Zakador. If she were to return to the past, Eliana would resist with all her might, even if her father beat her to death. How she wants to turn back time. A blinding light hit her eyes, tearing her from her sleep. The girl blinked several times, slowly coming to her senses. She woke up. It was spring outside. She was only 21 years old. The church was spacious. The cool air pleasantly cooled the skin, just right for calming the soul. A quiet call pulled Lady Rossano out of her thoughts. Now she so wanted to be in silence. Some girlfriends came up to chat. They heard that she received a marriage proposal from a prince. Did she really refuse and want to convert to religion? Eliana didn't answer, but merely meaningfully threw her veil over her head and looked away. The girls nodded understandingly and immediately fell silent. They left, periodically casting surprised glances at her. Everyone said that Eliana would live peacefully in the Duchy of Rossano, enjoying wealth and glory for the rest of her days. After all, no one is forcing her to get married. Everyone knows that the Duke listens to her opinion when it comes to finding a husband. They say that her younger brother loves her very much. Eliana bit her lip without answering. Perhaps someday someone would see through this performance. Her life was luxurious, with expensive dresses and dazzling jewels, but underneath lurked a subtle mockery. Duke Rossano, day and night, reminding her that it was he, her father, who made her who she is now, and it is up to him to decide who will dare to pick the flower of the Duchy of Rossano. If someone desecrates his honor, he will not forgive it. Her father raised her to be a conservative and noble girl. Although Eliana received an excellent education, in reality, her entire upbringing was limited to knowledge of etiquette and social manners. The order was given to limit knowledge to that which was sufficient to maintain a secular level. She was limited in her own thirst for knowledge that interested her. For example, she was forbidden to go to the library on her own. Why should a lady go to the library? It is much more important to take your things to a tailor and keep up with fashion. Little Eliana was naively happy, thinking that she was being cared for. Long lessons with the teacher were a separate problem. Eliana remembered one incident. When she didn't understand part of the assignment, the teacher allowed her to simply skip it. Animal fear instantly gripped the child's body. Then her father scolded her. But Mrs. Beatrice promised that the gentleman would not find out about this. She would say that the girl had coped with everything. The teacher's kind smile calmed her down a little. That evening, the Duke's daughter was beaten for displaying indecent behavior in the presence of a teacher. My legs, from my buttocks to my calves, were burning with intense pain, and even the fabric of my dress was soaked with blood. Her father did not express a drop of sympathy. She must remember this pain. Suffering awaits her if she ceases to correspond to her position. His looming figure, sparkling eyes, and the smell of shaving lotion haunted her dreams for a very long time. He often repeated. But she understood that he was not angry with her. Only then did she realize her mistake. Despite the fact that she still did not understand the reason for her beating, she had to ask her father for forgiveness. As soon as she fell at his feet, Duke Rossano's voice instantly became caring. Eliana must understand that he was doing this for her sake. Had her father ever led her astray? Everything was wrong. Everything. The cause of all her misfortunes was her father. She never forgot about it for a minute. Even now, living her life over again, she knew that this was a wonderful stroke of luck. She had a chance to fix everything, and she is grateful to God for him. She will never allow herself to live a life full of suffering and unhappiness again. A few days later, her father decided to take her out into society, and in the evening, Eliana went to the ball accompanied by him. In this life, she was going out into the world for the first time, but the knowledge and skills from her past life remained with her, so she did not feel any discomfort at all. Many ladies looked at her from head to toe with interest. She was too young to be a wife. Whispers were heard from all sides. Everyone should remember her name and face well. Eliana Rossano, the noblest flower of the Biantech society. Some people were interested in her marital status. It was strange that she was over 20 years old and still not married. But some knew that the father loved his daughter so much that he vowed to take care of her until the end of his days. He even rejected the offer of his emperor to increase his influence to marry the lady to the crown prince. However, some girls, not yet knowing Eliana, were already against her. What noble flower? Could it really be that capricious daughter of the Duke, whose only achievement is her last name? Such a weakling would never be able to get along with His Highness the heir apparent. Liliana Sanders couldn't help but interrupt their caustic nonsense. Why were they talking like that? Leah just hadn't grown up yet. Haven't they heard the story? They say that Lady Rossano kicked Count Hein's daughter out of the tea party. Many are familiar with these rumors, and they also say that at the banquet of Marquise Fersitin, she scolded a servant who spilled wine on her. But you wouldn't know it from looking at her. And that's not all. She managed to reprimand the daughter of Viscount Ritan, who was standing behind that servant. This girl was so timid that even if someone had put poison in her wine, she would not have said a word. The young gentleman rolled his eyes in displeasure. The poison would have been noticed immediately. It was just her whims. Eliana was slowly boiling. They just wanted to chatter, but they didn't know how it really happened. Yes, she was at the Marquise Fersitan's mansion for tea, but is she really to blame? That same Lady Hein sighed exaggeratedly loudly and complained that there were people here that she didn't like, so she felt uncomfortable. After that, she turned a meaningful glance to Eliana Rosano. The girl greeted her in a sickeningly sweet voice. The lady's face was completely unreadable, and in a flat voice she replied that she was glad that they understood each other, but she did not enjoy her presence either. Lady Heine's face twisted into a grimace of displeasure at what she had just said. Lady Rosano continued unscrupulously. She couldn't stand it any longer. Did she really need to explain to Lady Heine who should leave? The girl rose abruptly from the table, almost knocking over her cup of tea. She was so emotional that she couldn't utter a word, only continuing to stutter. The girl ignored the guests' indignant cries and turned to the owner of the mansion. Lady Fursetine's mother should have told her how to behave in such a situation so that she wouldn't be ashamed. Lady Fursetine closed her eyes in shame, but said nothing, and the tea party was ruined. But Eliana didn't care. She continued to enjoy the aromatic tea. After hearing this story from one of their acquaintances, the young people changed their position, blaming Lady Heine for everything. Eliana, who was indifferently watching this whole spectacle near the wall, found it all funny. It's hard to believe that secular society has been discussing such a trivial situation for several days now. She wasn't stupid before. It's commendable that she retained her position as Empress of Zakadora. In her past life, she was wondering whether she could have been more insightful and wise, or, on the contrary, an unimaginable fool. A melodious female voice pulled her out of her thoughts about why such a flower was standing in the country. In her past life, Liliana was her closest friend. Her father introduced them to each other when they were children. Whenever Eliana found herself in some kind of unpleasant situation, she was the first to defend it. Liliana's radiant smile warmed her heart as always. The Duke was now with her uncle. Lady Rosano smiled slightly in response. Just like that. The joy in her eyes was evident at seeing her old friend. Liliana finished in a feigned childish tone. She felt as if her friend had been taken by God. She goes to church more often than to her for tea. Liliana's face changed subtly. A small group of girls slowly gathered behind her, obviously eavesdropping on their conversation. The girl's eyes narrowed in a sly squint. Her lips stretched into a feigned smile. Could this really be true? Eliana's slight smile faded. What was she talking about? Is it true that she kicked Count Heine's daughter out of the tea party? Lady Rosano tried to squeeze out as much feigned sympathy as possible. Without actually throwing her out, Lady Heine was unhappy with her seat, and Lady Fursetiene showed her courtesy. No matter how hard Liliana tried to keep her face straight, she involuntarily frowned. Watching her expression was pure pleasure. The girl's voice became more ingratiating. Why was Leah talking to her like that? They were friends. If it was because of the other ladies, then she would leave here. Lady Rosano's piercing gaze pierced right through. No need. Once upon a time, Eliana really did consider her a true friend, although she was the only one who thought so. She knows that Liliana said she was tired of being her nanny. A disbelieving laugh escaped Liliana's lips. There had been a misunderstanding. She had never spoken like that. The girl's tone was saturated with sarcasm. She behaved like a child. Probably Liliana was tired of her eternal whims. She was right. So that's why she is still not married at her age. The young lady clutched her old friend's hand in despair. Everything was wrong. Liliana doesn't know what Lady Heine told her, but she hates her. How could anyone trust the words of some villager? Finally, Eliana remembered. It was Lady Heine. She was the one who told her the gossip about Lillian in the past. Having told all this, she muttered tensely that the girl should stay away from Lady Sanders. Eliana pulled her forearm out of the tight grip. Lady Heine doesn't hate her, rather she hates her. She can still just apologize, because she caused her trouble. And only after that, Lady Rosano will continue to be her sweet and kind friend. Lady Sanders was speechless and remained where she was, clutching the hem of her dress in anger. As she swam past, Eliana lightly nudged her with her shoulder. She would wait for Liliana's apology, as she, too, valued their 10-year friendship. Ashamed in front of everyone else, Lady Sanders remained motionless, her head bowed. Eliana stopped without turning around. She has one more thing. Friendly advice for her. Communicating with girls who are unfamiliar with etiquette harms her reputation. They don't even know how to greet the Duke's daughter. The world that surrounds Eliana is slowly changing, and this is just the beginning. She would no longer allow anyone to control her life. She was sure of that. What a pity victory in this verbal skirmish is not able to dull the pain from the storm of a past life. Eliana tried to maintain an indifferent appearance until the very end, but as she left the main hall, she felt her mask cracking. Right now, What she wanted most was to be alone to sort out her feelings. She turned to the first maid she saw and asked where the restroom was, and let the maid take her there. Walking a little further down the corridor, the girl helpfully pointed to the door where she could rest. However, when Lady Rosano opened the doors, she heard men's voices. They seemed to have taken over the women's space, and these words were accompanied by a light chuckle. For a moment, the girl's heart skipped a beat. Crown Prince Karras was resting on the sofa, his golden hair reminding her of her ex-husband, and Flint Howard was standing behind him. Noting to herself that the young men looked much younger than when she first met them in her past life, the girl greeted them and introduced herself. Eliana curtsied, mentally trying to calm her wildly beating heart. She felt deep blue eyes studying her intently, but due to etiquette, she could not look back. Karras remained silent, his interested gaze burning into her. Eliana felt like a fool, continuing to bow in greeting. Flint frowned in irritation and reminded His Highness that he must signal the girl to rise. Eliana slowly raised her green eyes to him, and only coldness and irritation were visible in them. Duke Howard couldn't stand it. He tried to smooth things over by apologizing for his master. If she wanted to rest, they would make room for her. Lady Rosano shook her hair haughtily. No need. She was sorry that she had taken up His Majesty's precious time. She had to go. The Crown Prince's expression took on a funny expression. His mouth opened in surprise, and he tried to stop the girl. But Eliana didn't want to listen. She couldn't wait to leave this room. Just think about it. The doors slammed shut with a deafening bang, which was a breach of etiquette, but the girl no longer cared. The young man turned a puzzled look to the Duke, wondering if the rumors that Lady Rosano had changed recently were true. He wanted his friend to share his opinion, but Flint Howard was nowhere to be found. The door creaked open, and when he managed to get out, Lady Rosano slowly floated down the corridor, her irritation never leaving her. Where could she find privacy? Crown Prince Heir, this is what he really is. All she knew about him was that he was the Emperor's favorite late son. He was the only heir to the Empire. When news came that 7 years ago, the precious Crown Prince, sent as ambassador to Zakador, was captured, then disappeared without a trace in Riensgen, and finally died. Emperor Leopold was mad with rage and declared war on Zakador. The war lasted 3 years, and was called the 3 Years' War. The Emperor wanted to start a war with Zakador and approve a new successor. At the same time, Duke Rosano took on the search for the illegitimate son of Emperor Leopold, but the new heir did not become Crown Prince and was expelled from the imperial palace. The Crown Prince, thought dead, returned alive and well, having won a 3-year war, along with his cousin, who was held hostage in Zakador, that is, Flint Howard. The very existence of another heir must irritate him. Even though he was expelled from the palace, it is quite natural that he dislikes her, the daughter of Duke Rosano. Wasn't it too petty of him to take out his anger on her, because he couldn't tell his father everything? Eliana felt a wild desire to break something. A low, insinuating voice penetrated her ears, causing her to come to her senses. Eliana expected to hear this voice, and it really did follow her. Duke Howard has asked for etiquette to be abandoned. He asks that this be accepted as compensation for the bad temper of His Highness the Crown Prince. Lady Rosano felt out of place. It seemed that this was not what he had come here for. The young Duke extended his hand forward and opened his palm, revealing a piece of jewelry. The girl gasped in surprise. Eliana touched her hair. The clip was indeed not there. She expected him to laugh at such an old-fashioned method. Flint remained calm. He knows she didn't do it on purpose. A slight smile involuntarily blossomed on Eliana's lips. She was touched by his kindness. However, she will only thank him, because a broken hairpin can be easily replaced. Still smiling, the girl asked His Majesty not to send the hairpin home if he did not want to embarrass her, believing he understood what it meant if he knew her father's disposition. Reticence was one of the young Duke's traits. He nodded and answered meekly. He heard her. Well, now that that was over, Eliana Rosano had nothing more to do here. She abruptly turned her back on him and continued her way down the corridor. Flint Howard remained in the corridor for a while, watching her retreating silhouette. That is, the prince chuckled in confusion. Eliana Rosano dropped her butterfly hairpin, and he went after her. Karras twitched his eyebrows, which was a warning sign, and he fell for the trick. But Flint was sure she hadn't done it on purpose, and he just wanted to return the precious thing to its owner. The young Duke sighed, his voice sounding a little upset, but she refused to accept. The crown prince narrowed his eyes slightly as he sipped his tea, an unusual reaction for his brother. Knowing what Flint was thinking, Karis immediately stopped him. It was better not to send this butterfly to the Duchy of Rossano. When asked why, he closed his eyes in irritation. Did his brother really want to do this? He doesn't want to see Duke Rossano turn Flint into a reward for his daughter, so let him forget about it. An old-fashioned method. If a lady expresses her feelings by dropping something in front of a man she likes, the gentleman will win her favor by returning the item. The Duke had already refused to discuss a political marriage, and Eliana Rossano had already been dubbed the woman who rejected the crown prince. Prince Biantek gesticulated angrily, feeling as if he had been abandoned. Flint chuckled, remembering the girl's words about her father's disposition. That seems to be what she meant. Duke Rossano will probably spread a rumor that young Duke Howard has fallen in love with his daughter and has started to weave intrigues. He better get rid of this butterfly. Duke Howard stared at the decoration splashing in his hand. For some reason, he didn't want to throw it away. The girl wandered through the corridors for a while, but finally decided to return to the main hall. The discordant noise was gradually causing her a headache. She soon found her father, and he noticed her tired appearance, so he ordered his daughter to return home. Eliana was only glad. She nodded obediently, anticipating the peace and quiet that awaited her. Accompanied by security, the girl went outside. A light breeze pleasantly cooled her skin, and the fresh air soothed her headache. Although the Duke appears to be a caring father on the outside, he is actually just afraid that she will do something stupid late at night. When the guard spoke to her, Lady Rossano's eyebrow twitched nervously, wondering if she had really had a fight with Miss Sanders. This man is her father's eyes, one of those who reports to her father about her every step. Eliana turned away sharply. Was she obliged to answer every question he asked? The man's curious tone quickly changed to aggressive at what she had just said. Eliana lifted her chin. She could no longer stand his rude behavior and how she had ever tolerated all of this in the past. But instead of climbing onto the cart, the man followed her into the carriage. He sprawled out in front of her, taking up almost all the space in the carriage, and Eliana felt uncomfortable. She clicked her tongue in irritation, wondering when they would finally leave her alone. In a commanding tone, she demanded that the man immediately get out of the carriage. The man chuckled cynically. It was his duty to protect her from danger. And what danger is he talking about? They are in the capital, the guard retorted smugly. They will have to drive through the slums. What is he talking about? Elian was seething with anger, but she tried not to show it. This carriage doesn't go through the slums, even if that were the case. Wouldn't it be better for him to ensure her safety outside the carriage, in case the poor people started throwing stones? These words instantly erased the guard's smug grin. He pierced her with a fierce gaze, but the girl did not react in any way. Slamming the carriage door, the man barked at the page, asking why he was standing there. It was time to get going. Lady Rossano exhaled, shaking off the tension, and finally, it disappeared from her eyes. She knows perfectly well what she needs to do to avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Under no circumstances should you marry the son of Emperor Zakador. To do this, she first needs to hide from her father's eyes and ears. A crisp, starched collar and clothes ironed to perfection, slight wrinkles, and a hard smile. And first and foremost, this is her nanny. Every time Eliana thought about this woman, she felt a chill, one of the reasons why her life was not destroyed. Finally, they drove up to the house, and the bad thoughts disappeared as if by magic. How nice it was to be at home after all these noisy meetings and unpleasant conversations. The calloused hands of the maid carefully and thoughtfully combed her hair, and the girl allowed herself to succumb to the pleasant sensations. It's time to stop going to tea parties and banquets. It's better not to show yourself unnecessarily. Luckily, Archduke Howard didn't return the pin, which is one less thing to worry about. Since her father plans to marry her off to the Zakador Empire, it is dangerous to get involved in rumors of an affair with another man. However, there was a reason why she dropped the hairpin. In a past life, Duke Howard came to help her return to her homeland, but she refused him then, the hand she didn't take in the past. Perhaps it was a mistake. Perhaps this hope, torn from the very depths of the heart and given to her, will finally be realized in this life. The comb slipped, pulling sharply at a strand of her hair. The leader of Rossano screamed and shook her head. The maid stepped back in fear under her furious gaze. Her scalp ached a little, and Eliana rubbed the bruised area with displeasure. Smiling nervously, the maid promised to be more careful. Eliana couldn't relax at all. She didn't know why. but the maid's presence now irritated her. She abruptly snatched the comb from the maid's hands and threw it on the floor. She doesn't need a maid who doesn't listen to her mistress's orders. Let her go. The young girl was no longer able to hide her anxiety. A frightened expression appeared on her face, and she stared questioningly at her mistress. Lady Rosano let out an irritated groan. And what was she worth? Did she really need to be forcibly thrown out? The other maids looked at each other uncertainly, not knowing what to do. Lately, the mistress often loses her temper. A face covered with wrinkles peered out from the doorway. Why was their angelic mistress screaming so loudly? Eliana rudely pointed her finger at the ashamed maid. She should take her away and not let her into her room anymore. With a knowing smile, the nanny picked up the comb. Ah! She made a mistake while combing her hair. Eliana's face turned slightly red with anger. And why did she freeze? She was waiting for an apology. The girl desperately babbled that she was sorry. The nanny smiled at her encouragingly. She could only hope that the lady would treat her with understanding. She need not worry. The noise of blood in her ears almost drowned out all extraneous sounds, and rage again gripped Lady Rossano, wondering why she wasn't listening to her. But the nanny was not at all afraid of her outburst of anger. She stood without moving. The girl suddenly rose from her chair. Who was their mistress? The nanny's lips stretched into the polite smile she had trained over all these years. They serve Mrs. Eliana Rosano. For some reason, this reaction irritated her even more. Eliana threatened her. She was not going to joke with her. The old woman continued to smile, but she was only telling the truth. The anger burning in her chest made Eliana rush around the room. She pointed her finger at the first maid she saw, telling her to call the butler immediately. The girl fidgeted awkwardly, like a frightened fawn. When she turned her gaze to the nanny, a question was read in it. The old lady's gaze was terrifying, and she understood without words that she had ordered her to stay put. The poor girl closed her eyes in fear, and yet she was more afraid of the old lady, so she remained where she was. With her head bowed, she avoided Lady Rossano's gaze. The young lady's voice trembled with anger. It seemed like they all didn't care about her orders. Well, then she will find a butler herself. But the servant blocked her way. The mistress must tell him what happened, and he will solve everything, Eliana said through her teeth. She said that she wanted to meet with the butler. The servant waved his hands in front of himself in fear. He was busy now. He begged Lady Rosano not to be stubborn when her hand grabbed a nearby flower pot. With all her might, the capricious lady threw it in front of her, the scattered earth staining the carpet and the hem of her dress. Apparently, no one understood her words. Eliana's eyes sparkled with rage, and the servant backed away in fear. In a commanding tone, the girl said again, dividing the words into syllables, "Let him take her to the butler immediately, right now." After the meeting with the butler, everything went smoothly and quickly, and the entire staff of servants was dismissed. No matter how the nanny tried to stop her, and Eliana had more power, each of them had to quickly leave the mansion. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked the nanny with displeasure what the problem was, since she was firing them for clumsiness and disloyalty. The head maid Milla supported her, despite the fact that the nanny had raised the mistress from infancy. After all, it was her order. The butler also supported the senior maid. That's right. They must follow Lady Eliana's orders. However, the young lady's fit of temper was not over yet. She barked out Milla's name, addressing her. Stop bringing her inexperienced maids, and she hates talkative people. Nanny Pamela, for violating discipline among the maids and disobeying her, she was placed under house arrest for an indefinite period. But Eliana knew that she would be released soon anyway, because Pamela was close to her father. In the meantime, Lady Rossano still has to figure out how to kick her out of the mansion. Before that, something else happened that she needed to think about. And why did she enter her room without permission? She probably had urgent business. Isabella giggled softly and smiled as she greeted her capricious sister. The younger sister laughed heartily, and her sister's manner of speech changed, reminiscent of her mother. Eliana looked away and frowned, not answering. The ashamed maids stood with their heads down, their cheeks burning from the slaps. The sister is not going to accuse her of touching the maid. If Eliana wants, she can hit her. Isabella's eyes sparkled, though she was unlikely to do so with her delicate hands. Lady Rossano rolled her eyes, choosing not to react to her jab at him, telling him to sit down. There was a deathly silence in the hall. The clink of dishes that the maid was laying out with trembling hands seemed deafening. As the eldest, Eliana helpfully poured tea into cups. Isabella, who couldn't stand the silence, was the first to break it. How could Eliana be so quiet? It seemed as if she had been learning this all her life. The lady took it as a compliment and smiled slightly. Isabella hasn't changed at all. The youngest laughed contentedly, but her father doesn't expect the same manners from her as from Eliana. She leaned forward with interest. Eliana knew she was about to make her debut, but she wouldn't be able to live like her older sister. She had a nasty character. Eliana carefully picked up the handle of the cup, anticipating the floral taste of the tea. Her sister hadn't called her for nothing. So let's get down to business. They are sisters. The smile on Isabella's face instantly faded, and she became serious after she brought up Pamela's house arrest, and Eliana also became serious. She was surprised that it was her order and not her father's. But she did the right thing. That damn old woman would only harm her if she wasn't kept under control. But maybe she wants to get rid of Pamela forever. Then she can help. Eliana didn't take her sister's offer. Pamela must sit under house arrest until her order. Here, Isabella did not agree. Her father was unlikely to turn a blind eye to this. He must already be aware of all the events. Pamela also warned her that she must accept it, because it was the master's desire. Well, it looks like she can't handle this situation alone. Okay, so how is Isabella going to help her? Finally, her youngest heard the expected answer, her lips stretching into a sly grin. A couple of days later, the long-awaited event took place. The debut of Isabella Rossano. Many ladies and dukes followed the floating figure with their eyes. She was so beautiful. The young lady was not nervous at all. She was more concerned about the plan that her sister had developed. Isabella will take care of everything, but Eliana will be in her debt. Tomorrow at the banquet in the Imperial Palace, she will deal with the son of the Marquis Alvise, whom her father chose as her groom. Eliana immediately thought of murder, and from her unreadable face, it was difficult to tell whether she was joking or not. Isabella waved her hands in the air desperately. That's not the point. She wants to ask Eliana to make him propose to her. The girl immediately turned away. She wouldn't get into such a mess. She would take care of Pamela herself. Isabella's voice was pleading. She didn't want to marry him. Please, just one dance. And then she can ask her for anything. Even though they're not close with Isabella, she's not one to throw words to the wind. Nothing will happen if she helps with just one dance. But could the son of the Marquis Alvise make her a simple proposal after some dance? Could he really be stupid? But when such an idiotic face appeared in front of her, all her doubts were dispelled. Marquis Alvise kept talking and talking, and it was as if he was out of breath. If he were a worthy man, Eliana would have married him before discussing marriage with Zacador. But it seems that nothing will work out now. Eliana was dying of boredom, twirling with him in a dance, when her eyes caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Their eyes met, Duke Howard standing nearby and watching her. And why is he looking at her like that? Lady Rossano mentally rolled her eyes. Oh, she will show how happy and good she is, how she enjoys dancing. Smile brighter, blush more, cuddle closer to your partner. The other guests were crazy. Miss Rossano willingly dances with men. Maybe she is looking for a groom. Dozens of hands instantly reached out to her, each begging her to dance with them. All evening, Eliana held a sweet smile, mentally scolding Isabella. She would have to pay dearly for this. Finally, the dinner party came to an end, and Eliana returned home joyfully. Her cheekbones were aching from hundreds of polite smiles. Her feet were aching from high heels and countless dances. She was so tired. The nanny met her in the room. She returned on time, right? Lady Rossano's face instantly darkened. It seemed like she hadn't lifted the house arrest, which meant it was her father's order. A sly smile added more wrinkles to Pamela's face. How could she leave her mistress? Who else but her could make her an ideal? Everything inside Eliana was seething, but she obediently sat down on the chair, and the nanny gently straightened her hair. She looked closer, and it seemed that her roots had grown a lot. Everyone will doubt its origin if this dull color is revealed. Eliana was seething inside more and more, but she remained silent. She would not let her get upset. As a child, she often asked her nanny why her hair was this color, and she shook her head sympathetically and felt sorry for her. She had been lacking pigment since birth. It was a kind of disease, and Eliana believed her words. At that time, her world was limited only to the hem of Pamela's dress. The secret of her hair color was revealed later, and it hit her hard. She received a letter, it said, to Her Majesty Empress Zacadora, from the Duchy of Rossano of the Biantech Empire. The duchy demanded the return of a magical instrument capable of changing hair color. It was the inheritance of the late Duchess, and the illegitimate Eliana Zacador had no right to its possession. At first, the Empress didn't take it seriously. She was shaking with anger. A magical instrument that changes hair color, what a lie! She waved the letter carelessly, ordering the headmaid to burn it. Ignoring the letter resulted in universal condemnation. She, an illegitimate child, must immediately return the Duchess's things. Had she forgotten her mother's kindness, even if not blood, but still the one who raised her? This was an order to immediately return the family heirloom and repent of their sins, and only then did Eliana remember. When she was a child, her nanny once took off her earrings, and then her hair color changed. Pamela ordered that this precious thing must not be lost under any circumstances. She would keep it with her. The mistress need not worry. She would take care of the hair color. The Empress sent a letter to the Biantech Empire to interrogate the nanny, but it was too late. Rumors had spread throughout the country. Her lovely hair is proof that she is an illegitimate child. It is not an illness. Even the identity of her mother is unknown. How dare she steal the Duchess's thing and marry him? Marcel's voice was full of disgust. Everything was hopeless. Eliana's heart was filled with despair. She was ready to endure anything, if only her beloved did not reject her. Her noble origins turned out to be a lie, and it was followed by an accusation of stealing a family heirloom. Shameless, not only illegitimate, but also a thief. Here and there, indignant cries were heard. An illegitimate child cannot occupy the Empress's throne. She must be overthrown. From the moment Eliana, a foreigner, desperately fought to maintain her position as Empress, her downfall began. The nanny washed off the dye and styled her hair. Everything was ready. Lady Rossano combed her fingers through them thoughtfully, wondering if Pamela would be able to dye her hair after retirement. The nanny laughed deep in her throat, and even if she ever retired, she would always be there for her. Eliana was often furious, because the nanny always talked to her like a child, whether she was 5 or 21. Now she was putting the girl to bed in the same feignedly affectionate tone. Lady Rossano lay motionless and tried to make her breathing measured. The nanny watched her for a while longer before leaving. Eliana rolled her eyes, acting like a leech. Her limbs were numb, and she awkwardly rose from the bed, trying to stretch. If you think about it, if the family heirloom had been returned in time, there would have been no revelation of her illegitimacy, nor any talk of deposing her from the throne. Where did Pamela hide the magical instrument? Perhaps she carries it with her, or is it somewhere in the room? Did she sell it as stolen goods? No. The girl shook her head. First, we need to deal with Pamela. She should probably check with Isabella to see how things were going, and with that thought, she went back to bed. The next morning, she personally visited her sister's room. Isabella was surprised and glad to see her. Eliana came to her room for the first time. Eliana's eyes were truly dazzled by how luxurious everything was. The first thing she did was send the maids away. They were having a private conversation and should keep an eye on everyone around them. Isabella insisted that Emily must make sure that no one heard them, especially Pamela. As soon as the servants left, Isabella began to chatter, and Marquis Alves had such an empty look. Apparently, he had definitely fallen in love with Eliana. She rubbed her hands contentedly. Well, now it's her turn to help Eliana as she plans to kick out the nanny. Isabella waved it off carelessly. She didn't have to worry, she had a way. After rummaging under the sofa, she pulled out a feather. It was time to throw this thief out of the house. Eliana's eyes widened in surprise. It was Demian's fountain pen. Eliana only had to wait a little while. Isabella would carefully arrange everything once her brother left. The girl's eyes lit up. An excellent plan, by the way. It was high time to kick her out. Maybe she has more serious things. Isabella chuckled in frustration. Her sister knew how hard it was to get her father's things. She barely managed to steal this pen from her brother. And with mother's things, things are even more complicated. Eliana narrowed her eyes slyly. And if she says that one thing has already been stolen? Isabella's mouth dropped open in surprise. She couldn't believe that this evil old woman was actually a thief. Eliana put her finger to her lips. Quieter. Someone might hear them. Isabella lowered her voice and awkwardly asked what she had stolen. Earrings with black obsidian, and also a magical instrument. It seems that Isabella was serious. She promised that she would search the old woman's room, but suddenly she sold everything. Eliana thought about it. She had considered this option herself, but she still doubted it. It was unlikely that the nanny would do that. She valued her life. Father won't turn a blind eye to this if he finds out about it. Eliana sneaked out of her sister's room when someone grabbed her by the shoulder. Pamela's strong grip made her shudder. His lordship was looking for her. The nanny would go with her as always. Lady Rossano cursed silently. This persistent old woman would get to her someday. Duke Rossano sat in the main hall, waiting for her. A herd of goosebumps ran down the girl's back. She couldn't believe she was coming here again. Memories from the past washed over her like an irreversible tsunami. The skin on her wrists itched involuntarily. She almost rubbed it until it bled, trying to get out. Eliana tried to keep an indifferent expression on her face, but she still broke out in a cold sweat and her mouth went dry. It seems that the father was angry. The son of the Marquis Alviz sent her a marriage proposal. Duke Rossano was cold and fierce. She seduced the man with her vulgar behavior. The girl's voice trembled with fear. No, it was not like that at all. The Duke's furious cry echoed off the walls. So why would he propose to her? Eliana took a frightened step back. They were just dancing. He knew there was nothing wrong with that. Pamela reported to him that Eliana was behaving strangely. How dare she contradict her father? The old woman smiled carnivorously. She thought the lady needed to be taught a lesson. Father stood up abruptly from the table. The creak of the chair legs on the floor cut into his ears. He also thinks so. Tie her up. Animal terror gripped the girl. When the nanny squeezed her wrist painfully, she screamed with all her might. Enough! She doesn't want it. Pamela pierced her with her glazed eyes. She pulled her hand back to strike. When her palm met the girl's cheek, a deafening ringing sound rang in Eliana's ears. For a moment, she lost her balance, trying to come to her senses, and the old woman took advantage of this by quickly tying her hands. The screeching sound of the leather whip made everything inside the girl go cold. Now, the Duke will show her how to talk to her father. On the other side of the door to her father's chambers, Isabella tried to break in. She immediately felt that something was wrong, but the persistent servant stopped her. She couldn't go there. Isabella resisted as best she could, but a blood-curdling scream made her freeze. She clearly heard sobs. Eliana was sobbing loudly, begging her to forgive her. It was all her fault. The servant sighed. He had said that Isabella couldn't go there. The master was raising Madame Eliana. A chill ran down the girl's spine. She knows very well what it means to be raised by her father. Isabella still remembers how she was also beaten with rods. But the sound is completely different now. The object is heavy and hard. Another piercing scream made everything inside her shudder with horror. Pamela watched her ward's suffering with a cold-blooded smile, Eliana's throat constricting, not allowing her to breathe. Her whole body was covered in bruises and abrasions, and her legs could barely support her. Eliana hung limply, losing her mind, her whole body shaking slightly. Finally, Duke Rossano was satisfied with the result and lowered the whip. He asked if she would seduce men again, having lost her dignity as a duke's daughter. Isabella realized that all of this was happening because of her. She slowly reached for the handle, getting ready to open the door. But a sharp, cold voice stopped her, ordering her to stop. Damien was completely indifferent to his sister's screams coming from behind the door. Isabella was so shocked that she forgot how to breathe for a moment. A dangerous light lit up her eyes at what he had just said. Her brother looked somewhere past her, as if he didn't care about her either, and told her to leave it. Finally, Isabella realized that she had already been bullied like this, and her brother knew everything. The girl's breath caught in a fit of rage. How could he allow this to happen? She was his close person. Damien snorted. Oh yeah, they're twins. But now his youngest has grown up. It's time to find out the truth. He and Eliana are not twins, and she is not her sister. Isabella felt her insides tie into a tight knot. What was he talking about? The only thing they had in common was the color of their eyes. Hadn't she ever had any doubts? Even so, it was still wrong. Damien interrupted her. And what would she do? Lie down under the rod instead of her? For the first time, Isabella was at a loss for an answer. The crescents of her nails dug painfully into her palm. She won't change anything, so she better not interfere. Damien doesn't want her father to touch her. Despair squeezed Isabella's chest. Tears welled up in her eyes. How could this be? The brother did not react to her condition in any way. He ordered the servant to take Isabella to the room and pretend that she was not there. When he was sure that his sister had been taken away, the young duke himself planned to leave the corridor. A long sob came from behind the door again. Damien glared at the door, clicking his tongue in displeasure. And let the servant make sure that no one gets into this corridor. When the unconscious girl was brought to her room, the maids screamed in horror. Pamela slowly walked towards the bed, carrying the young mistress on her back. The maids continued to lament what had happened. The lady needs urgent treatment. They will call a doctor. Nanny Pamela covered Eliana with her whole body and growled, "This is her mistress. She will sort out her treatment herself. Stop meddling in other people's business." The frightened maids quickly ran out the door. The enraged nanny slammed the door hard, causing the maids to flinch. The old woman cursed out loud. "Scoundrels, they all need to be kicked out." The woman loomed over her novice with a sorrowful expression on her face, her whole being filled with regret and delight. "You can't fool your genes. The lady has a vulgar nature." This is probably why Marquis Alvis wrote that he could not forget that night. But there are no traces on the body of what they did. Pamela pressed on the fresh wounds. Perhaps she gave him a kiss with her pretty lips. It seemed that the girl was in too much pain. She let out a heavy groan in her sleep. The Duke loves his daughter so much that today he has prepared a wonderful medicine for her, because he cannot allow scars to remain on her body. But the thought of Eliana's suffering brought the woman pleasure. Today they would do without treatment. There was no point in looking down on her. She covered the girl with a warm blanket and gently patted her on the shoulder. "Well, see you tomorrow." For several hours, Eliana tossed and turned in bed, trembling with pain and fear. The situation, of course, was expected. Lady Rossano realized that her helpless patience had come to an end. She wanted to get out of her father's office. This image kept spinning in her head. But when she saw the whip in her father's hands, her whole body was stunned and her thoughts disappeared. She never learned to tolerate pain, no matter how many times it was inflicted on her. Even though she didn't become the Empress of Zakador, the situation didn't change for the better. All she knew was that she needed to get away from her father. Some kind of fuss behind the door abruptly pulled her back into reality, her senses sharpened to the limit. No matter how they tried to stop her, Isabella desperately rushed forward, out of the way. The doors shook and finally swung open. The maid was the first to rush into the room, with Isabella standing behind her. The nanny peeked out from around the corner and began to wail in a disgruntled, creaky tone. "They can't come here without permission." But she quickly lowered her voice when she met Madame Isabella's dark gaze. The girl swung and took a sharp step forward. Her fist collided with Pamela's cheekbone. But how could she, a nanny, tell her anything? The old woman lost her balance, burying her nose in the floor. Isabella's eyes were burning with hatred. She was completely out of her mind or something. The girl swung again to strike. But who was she to look at her like that? A soft groan came from behind her, causing her to freeze in place. That's right. In a fit of anger, she completely forgot about her sister. The doctor carefully moved the blanket to examine the wounds. Isabella quietly watched her actions. She couldn't help but scream at the sight of such bloody horror. Elian's entire shirt was torn and soaked in her own blood. The lady still hasn't received treatment. But Isabella doesn't have to worry. The doctor will do everything. The nanny, who was getting to her feet, froze in place. She was exposed. Isabella's fists clenched until they cracked. She slowly turned towards the old woman, piercing her with an icy gaze, as if there was no treatment. Then everything was like a fog. She grabbed the woman's gray hair and pulled it. How dare she? She put her to bed in this state. Is it possible to fall asleep with such severe pain? Pamela tried to justify herself with a groan. She was just about to apply the ointment. Isabella hit her head on the floor with all her strength. This is a lie. When she arrived, the old woman was already on her way out. Her voice trembled with rage. She was still laughing at her, not seeing anything around her. Isabella continued to beat her. Finally, Pamela lost consciousness, and the girl threw her away from her in disgust. She no longer wanted to see this dirt under her feet and ordered the old woman to be removed. She approached the doctor again, inquiring about her sister's well-being. The woman is still treating the wounds. They are too deep, so it will be very painful for the lady. Isabella handed Emma the ointment. It should help. The woman was so surprised that her glasses almost fell off the bridge of her nose. This is Elazam. This ointment relieves pain without leaving scars. This is a very precious thing. But where did the lady find it? Isabella frowned. The more she learned, the more guilt consumed her. The entire time Elians was unconscious, she had nightmares. She fell to her knees 1,000 times and begged for forgiveness, admitted that she was wrong. But the Duke still struck mercilessly. The nanny watched what was happening with pleasure. She asked for forgiveness. But in the eyes of the lady, there was not a drop of regret for what she had done. He should punish her more severely. The father feigned sympathy, hoping he would never have to beat her with a whip again. Eliana hoped that it was finally all over, but it was not to be. Another wave of the hand made her shudder. She screamed hysterically, asking them to stop, but no one heeded her pleas. Finally, the young lady's eyes widened, coming to her senses, her breathing rapid and heavy, her heart pounding like crazy. She sat up abruptly in bed. her forehead covered in sweat, her hair stuck to her neck. The sudden movement caused the bandages covering the wounds to stretch, causing a new attack of pain. The girl fell unconscious back onto the pillows. Hearing a muffled groan, the maid immediately reacted and ran to her mistress. Holding her, she slowly helped the girl lower herself onto the pillows. Gradually, Eliana felt the pain subside. Had the wounds really been treated? But she knew that the nanny wouldn't have bandaged it so carefully. The maids probably helped her. The girl explained that her family doctor, Mrs. Emma, treated her wounds. Father would never have sent a doctor. Who brought her here? The maid explained that it was all Madame Isabella. When Lady Rosano asked who had brought her here, the girl remained pointedly silent. Then Eliana realized that the maid herself had called her sister. But why did she call her? There is the senior maid or Demian. The senior maid was busy, and the master was a man after all. So it seemed to her that the mistress would be more comfortable with Madame Isabella. Eliana exhaled slowly, calming her racing heart. And what about the nanny? She didn't take care of her, even after receiving such monstrous injuries. The girl's voice trembled with anger. Eliana's lips stretched into a smile. That's how it is. Let him help her get up. Groaning, she thanked the maid for calling her little sister by her name. The name Lavender suited her surprisingly well. She was smart and had strong hands. Perhaps I should keep her close. Well, could she call Isabella and Demian now? After a few minutes of waiting, the brother and sister came into her chambers, both in a bad mood. Eliana was the first to break the silence. They both know what happened to her yesterday. Father values the nanny, so he keeps her close. But, frankly speaking, she is scared. She almost died last night because Pamela didn't treat her wounds. But her father trusts the nanny's words more than hers. Isabella was still angry, and her sister was going to let that nasty old woman into her room again. It was her father's order. She was powerless here. The younger sister was outraged to the limit. She screamed, "This is some kind of madness!" She looked at Demian. "Is this normal?" But the young man only calmed her down. Afterwards, he turned his contemptuous gaze to his sister. Eliana needs to stop turning the mansion upside down. He's already tired of it. Isabella screamed indignantly again. Eliana grabbed her head. Enough! Demian crossed his arms over his chest. She has no right to order him around. Speak to him in a respectful tone. His whims made Eliana angry. And what else? Maybe she should bend the knee before the Duke. The brother rolled his eyes, not caring about her kneeling. Isabella felt caught between two fires as she watched her brother and sister bicker. Lady Rosanna rose slowly from her chair. She hoped that Demian would talk to his father. He trusted him more than the nanny. Her brother watched her suffering with cold blood. Apparently, she didn't understand anything. She must keep in mind that she will never be able to marry the man she wants. Eliana snorted dismissively. She already knew that. It seems she has forgotten about this. Now rumors are circulating that she is looking for a husband, which is what angered their father. How stupid of her to waste her energy on some nanny. Helplessness squeezed Eliana's heart. How tired she was of all this. Demian turned away and muttered, "He will take care of her, because neglecting the treatment of the Duke's daughter is a grave crime. She'd better pull herself together and start controlling her actions." Having nothing more to add, Demian headed for the exit, ignoring his younger sister's indignant cry. Isabella gently patted her older sister on the shoulder to see if she was okay. The girl sighed. Demian was always like that. He just wanted to say all sorts of nasty things. He didn't even want to call her sister. Even in childhood, their relationship was not friendly. They were either apart or quarreling. One day, Demian told her that Eliana was the first of the two of them to be born. She smiled brightly at him. If that was the case, then he could call her sister. But a moment later, her smile faded. Why did her brother's face change so much? Only now did the girl realize that her brother had known for a long time that she was an illegitimate child. He was cold towards her in his past life because he realized that they were not actually twins. It's so difficult to understand what's going on in this head. The ointment worked perfectly, the wounds healed quickly, and soon there was no need for bandages. And after a few days, Eliana was fully recovered and ready to act again. She doesn't see the nanny anywhere. Where did she go? Lavender explained that the old woman was not feeling well, so she was resting in her room. The lady accidentally fell down the stairs so hard that she broke her right leg. The head maid was so frightened that she dropped the box from her hands, and it fell right on the nanny's left leg. The girl listened attentively, but something told her that not all of the maid's words were true. "So there is a secret feud between the nanny and the senior maid," she chuckled. The senior maid was carrying a heavy box. Why was she carrying heavy things? A strong servant could have handled this. Legs are very important. The nanny probably has trouble sleeping because of the pain. Let her bring her some sleeping pills. As soon as she arrived at the estate, she saw Lady Heir, who greeted her joyfully. Lady Rosano was slightly surprised by such a warm welcome. Walking side by side with her, the girl chirped, "She won't kick her out today." Eliana laughed lightly. "No way, by the way." They told her that she received a letter of apology. Walking so fast, Lady Rosano felt dizzy and grabbed her forehead with her hand. She came to the tea party despite her health, because this is where important information is exchanged, just like in gentlemen's clubs. The topic of Miss Rosano's change died down faster than she expected, all because of the words of an influential person at a meeting of the gentlemen's club that belongs to the Crown Prince. Even though Miss Heir is the Margrave's daughter, how can she be compared to Miss Rosano? And Flint Howard doesn't think they should comment on the personal affairs of Miss Rosano, who follows the rules of social etiquette. It's not even worth mentioning what happened to Miss Sanders. After that, no one said a word. The young Duke still hates gossip. As a child, Eliana thought he would be much more hot-tempered, but she is surprised that he expressed his disgust so directly. The girl's quiet whispers about the barbarians and nymphs pulled her out of her thoughts. The guest was outraged. How can one enter a sacred place without believing in God? What is going on in their minds anyway? Apparently, the Shirai are in contact with the Holy See, which is the official collective name for the Pope and the Roman Curia. The Shirai, known as barbarians, are a nomadic people who roam the continent, each one a powerful warrior with a cheerful personality. Even though the world treats them like barbarians, it is not a crime to not be able to settle down somewhere. There are rumors that many barbarians are hiding on the island of Britain, which is the territory of the Biantek Empire. It's all because of Zakador. They insist that Britain is their territory, so even the barbarians look down on them. The girls at the table were getting more and more heated. Maybe we should send in an army and destroy them, and forbid them from entering those lands. But the island of Britain is a sacred place where the main temple is located. It is an inviolable territory where wars cannot be waged. The island is guarded by the holy knights of nymphs. According to the holy scriptures, it is a sanctuary where elves once lived, and whoever spills blood on this land will be cursed. All temples on the continent were extraterritorial and inviolable, and it was ruled by a neutral and independent city-state, the Holy Throne of Nymphs. Giving the island of Britain to nymphs so easily sounds stupid, doesn't it? This cannot be done. The country remains a country. No matter how independent Nymphs is, it is owned by the Biantek Empire. Lady Heir spoke with such fervor, slamming her fists on the table, that the girls involuntarily tensed up and nodded weakly in agreement with her. Eliana thought she was an ordinary child who couldn't control her emotions, but the talk of territory and war made her especially determined. This is certainly in the spirit of the Northern Margrave's daughter. The territorial dispute with the Zakador Empire is not simply about territorial expansion, it is a battle for dominance. Liliana decided to also take part in the conversation. Eliana stared at her with a surprised look. Initially, she did not even notice her presence. But still, she had to remain cold and not react to the girl. Closing her eyes, she silently turned away. Previously, she would have gone into the garden with this lady in order to avoid an incomprehensible conversation. It is too risky to rely solely on past memories now, as it is unknown how exactly the situation regarding the marriage with the imperial family of Zakador will develop. It is necessary to gather as much information as possible through active participation in secular society. In the current circumstances, this is the best possible option. After some time, the tea party came to an end, and it was time to go home. But as Lady Rosano was getting into the carriage, Lady Heir suddenly called out to her. The girl froze in surprise, watching her friend who was trying to catch her breath. She held out a sealed envelope with both hands. It was for her. Still slightly surprised, Eliana hesitantly opened the envelope and pulled out the invitation. It turns out that Lady Heir runs a riding club, and she received an invitation to Veronica Heir's riding event. If Lady Rosano suddenly didn't know how to ride a horse, she could easily refuse. But Eliana didn't back down. She wanted to see her family's famous horse. Veronica's face lit up with a smile. She would be waiting. They had just brought her to the capital. On this sweet note, the young ladies said goodbye, a pleasant feeling warming in Eliana's chest. She had never attended equestrian events before. Pamela threw away the invitations, declaring that it was not suitable for a lady. The girl smiled to herself. Well, it seems it's time to try a new entertainment. As soon as Lady Rosano returned to the family mansion, she first went to her sister's room. Imagine her disappointment when she learned that Isabella had found nothing. Isabella was also a little upset. It seemed the earrings had already been stolen. Eliana's heart sank somewhere. Then they would have torn her head off already. Her father would not have left her alone. Isabella shook her head furiously. But wait, father doesn't know anything. She took a quick look around and mentioned the black obsidian earrings. But her father didn't react. It can't be that my father doesn't know. It's a family heirloom, passed down from my mother. The younger sister raised her eyebrows. What was she talking about? This is not a family heirloom of the Marquise Rambert family. Eliana continued to stand her ground, but Isabella was even more stubborn. But that couldn't be, because she had it. Isabella saw no point in arguing. She simply called the maid and ordered her to bring the family jewelry. After some time, Emma returned with a small chest in her hands. Eliana's heart began to beat faster when her sister opened the lid. A golden cup lay inside the chest. This is a magical artifact that neutralizes poison. It is called Goldstein. They say that even if you pour poison tea into it, there will be no effect. Isabella shook her head in bewilderment. She had absolutely no idea why her mother had given it to her, or who would even think of poisoning her. This cup is the only family heirloom. Mother took it when she gave the place of heir to the Marquise to her younger brother, which was predictable, given her passion for collecting. Everything inside Eliana was boiling with anger, and she burned the golden cup in front of her with hatred in her gaze. If only she had this cup, then there would not have been this horror with the poisoning and the loss of the child. Now she bitterly realizes that she was a complete stranger in this mansion. Isabella thoughtfully rubbed the back of her head. What was it called? A rare pearl? She muttered about something of her own. Unlike other family members, her mother was always kind to her. Even though she was not her biological daughter, she felt her love. Instead of giving her a magical artifact that could hide the traces of her being an illegitimate child, she didn't even tell her about the real family heirloom, the Goldstein. The cold chilled Eliana to the bone. She felt betrayed and abandoned. Why is this so? When her daughter was given to a stranger, her mother gave her her favorite tea, the Melanie variety. She shed tears and smiled at the same time. Let Eliana remember her every time she drinks it. It seemed like it was all a lie. No one needed her and no one loved her. A few days later, Eliana headed to the Heir mansion for an event hosted by her new acquaintance. Some of the girls had already gathered in the garden and were almost squealing with delight. They were finally able to see the famous horse of the Heir family, Hesse, how soft her coat was, and how her mane shone in the sun. Liliana, with a sparkle in her eyes, extended her hand forward to see if she could pet it. But Victoria stopped her with a sharp movement. She might kick if they did something wrong. The only person with whom Hesse behaves calmly is the stable-keeper, but His Highness the Crown Prince will definitely be able to tame her, the very hero who returned victorious after a 3-year war. Victoria laughed out loud. She was also looking forward to this day. Her heart was yearning with anticipation. But when would Miss Rossano come? She heard the girl would be late because of the banquet. Just as she thought about this, the chiseled silhouette of a young lady appeared at the gate to the garden. Victoria smiled brightly, but a moment later her smile faded. The shadow from her hat hid her face, but it was still possible to see that Lady Rossano was angry, which was not true half an hour ago. Eliana was walking along the garden paths, enjoying the aroma of fragrant flowers. A light breeze blew and almost blew her hat off. The girl held her hand, smiling slightly at how good she felt. There is quite a strong wind outside, despite the sun. Isn't the lady cold? Eliana enjoyed the feeling of freedom. Not at all. The wind was quite refreshing. The wind is indeed strong, but this is nothing compared to Renskin. There were magnificent views in that place. But that was not the most important thing. In that place she was naively happy. For a moment, her heart sank painfully, and her gaze became empty. The regrets of her past life continued to haunt her here. Again, a gust of wind blew, which tore the ribbon from her hat, and writhing, she flew high. But the young lady just laughed. No big deal. When she looked away, her smile instantly melted, like ice cream in direct sunlight. There was someone she knew standing near her, clutching the ribbon from her hat. Flint Howard came closer and handed her the ribbon. It was hers. Bowing slightly, the girl thanked him and smiled brightly. She would remember his kindness this time too. Flint's eyebrows shot up in surprise, his whole face radiating incomprehension. And this time too. He unclenched his fist. The entire surface of the ribbon was covered with creases. The young man cleared his throat awkwardly and clenched his fist again. Moving further down the path and accompanying Eliana, the young duke apologized for ruining her thing again. Eliana looked away, terribly ashamed that she was constantly showing herself in a bad light. Flint shook his head, but he didn't think so. The girl looked at him with interest. Then what were his thoughts? Looking into those deep green eyes, Flint was momentarily at a loss. He thoughtfully repeated her thoughts. The duke's embarrassed reaction amused the girl, and Eliana laughed slightly. If he doesn't react in any way, it means he's not interested in anything. Such people are rare. Had he heard about her incident with the son of the Marquis Alviz? Flint nodded slightly. He thinks it's not a bad idea to find the right man and marry him. Lady Rossano's voice changed subtly. Her father himself will choose her husband. Everyone thinks that her father loves her terribly, so he devotes his whole life to her. But in reality, she is just a doll. In front of her was the man who had taken the life of his father and destroyed her family. This future attracts her with unbearable force. But her future husband could do with her father's support. He would gain an ally in the Duchy of Rossano, and she would become his valuable trophy. What kind of sane man would treat his wife like a trophy? Duke Howard was shocked by her words. If her father was really like that, she should be more careful when choosing a husband. Eliana felt uncomfortable and tried to change the subject to what criteria he used to choose his bride. But Flint shook his head. He had no such intentions. Lady Rossano had heard that the crown prince would propose to him. The young duke's face showed how she knew this. Eliana laughed loudly again. In high society, even the walls have ears and eyes. Had he really forgotten who she was? Duke Howard shook his head and frowned. He rejected His Highness Karis's proposal of matchmaking. Well, how about her proposal? A dangerous light danced in the girl's eyes. Let's say Miss Rossano will do. No matter how hard the young man tried to hide his surprise, it clearly showed on his face, and for a moment he forgot how to speak. Eliana doesn't like being judged, but she considers it necessary in the case of such fateful decisions. Flint Howard turned away slightly. It was difficult to understand what he was feeling at the moment. She would give him special permission. A maid standing nearby accidentally stepped on a twig, which made a deafening crunch. Eliana realized that it was time to finish. If his heart was fluttering even a little, let him take this ribbon. But the young prince did not want to listen to her explanations to the end. He interrupted her in a dissatisfied tone. He does not like the mixing of marriage with politics. Lady Rossano felt insulted, but had she really offered him a marriage of convenience? She didn't think he would interpret the words of a well-bred lady that way. Flint Howard sighed heavily, but she herself mentioned the value judgment. Eliana hugged herself and interrupted him. What is the point of these explanations? She heard him. He can bury all of today's events in this feed and forget about them. She moved forward quickly, calling the maid to her. Miss Hine was probably already tired of waiting. Flint Howard wanted to stop her and explain, but the words stuck in his throat, and he doubted whether it was worth it. He could only watch the retreating silhouette of Lady Rossano. When the girl came to the field, many people had already gathered there. The most fearless were the first to climb on their horses, enjoying the ride. Suddenly, somewhere off to the side, there was a dull thud and a quiet groan. Prince Caris scratched his bruised head. He was quite a cheeky horse. Feeling awkward, Victoria apologized to His Highness. The young man waved his hands. There is no need to apologize. He just lacks the skills. Lady Rossano raised an eyebrow. It was imperative to tell the girl something that would make her uncomfortable. Suddenly, she felt something wet and warm lick her cheek. A dozen men stood up from their seats. Is Lady Eliana okay? This is dangerous. Flint ran up first and froze in surprise. He couldn't believe what was happening. His eyes widened in surprise. Nothing bad had happened. With his mouth slightly open in shock, he watched as a woman's gloved hand gently stroked the animal. Hesse stood obediently in place, allowing the young lady to stroke her head. There were surprised sighs from all sides, but Veronica said that it was a wild horse. While stroking the mare, Eliana whispered compliments in her ear, saying how beautiful she was. All dark. She had a wonderful color. Lady Hine's eyes lit up. At least someone had managed to tame this horse. And where does Lady Rossano get so much friendliness from? The girl laughed. And the horse is really very gentle and kind. Even the most brilliant and capable men of their estate were unable to cope with Hesse, and her father said that it would take mad courage to ride her. Eliana tilted her head to the side and smiled. Lady Veronica could definitely become Hesse's mistress. The girl's eyes clearly showed fear for her life, but she still agreed with the lady, definitely. Feeling that he was losing everyone's attention, Prince Karis frowned. He would try again. This time, Hesse got so angry that she almost kicked him in the forehead with her hoof. Lady Heir apologized again, already ready to shed tears. Flint watched Lady Rosano from the corner of his eye, her last words having kept his thoughts on her for the last few hours. He couldn't help but catch himself thinking that the girl had a very beautiful smile. When she was in a good mood, it simply shone. The young duke completely forgot who he was and where he was. So enchanting was Eliana's smile. The prince's displeased cry cut through my ears. It was time to go. The young man turned sharply and headed towards his horse, the strip of scarlet cloth fluttering in his hand. He seems to be out of sorts today. As Flint pulled on the reins, urging his horse into a gallop, an unpleasant feeling grew in his chest. It felt like a heavy stone was lying on his shoulders. He didn't want to leave the event so early. As he drove away from the main gazebo, the young duke could not help but look at Lady Rosano. He wanted her to look back at him, but she didn't. As the young lady laughed again, his heart fluttered for a moment. After some time, the guests left as the reception ended. Lady Veronica sighed heavily. Miss Rosano didn't even get to ride today. It's all because of Hesse. She should try riding it. Lady Heir suggested that she could do it easily. Eliana laughed briefly, but she wasn't as good at riding as Lady Veronica. She didn't want His Highness to hate her, so she said it very quietly so that no one would hear. Lady Heir was deeply touched. She is such a generous person. She is the daughter of Duke Rosano, and such an action could be regarded as a provocation aimed at undermining the authority of the great imperial family of Biontech, since His Highness was unable to saddle the horse. It turns out that in a secular society, even such things need to be paid attention to. This is necessary for a prosperous existence in their world. A pang of guilt pierced Veronica's heart, and she bit her lip awkwardly. The shame weighed so heavily on her that she could hardly force a word out. Eliana guessed that there was no point in apologizing again. It would be better to visit the noble crown prince as soon as possible. Such is the social order. Lady Rosano wanted to tell Veronica something else, but the girl ran away so quickly that she did not hear her call. Eliana let out a confused breath. She just wanted to give her an invitation to tea. Well, okay. She moved forward along the path, then she would give it to her by letter. A familiar figure blocked her path again. The girl exhaled in irritation and shook her head. Flint Howard was silent, staring at her with all his eyes, and said nothing. Eliana felt awkward. She bowed and was about to ask for forgiveness and leave, but the young man interrupted her. His voice wavered slightly as he asked her to look at him, and Eliana glared at him in irritation. Duke Howard swallowed loudly, gathering his courage, and seemed uncomfortable. The young duke apologized with regret in his voice. He had misinterpreted her feelings. He will keep what Miss Rosano gave him, and will definitely remember today's event. For a while, Eliana was tensely silent, wondering why he suddenly changed his mind. A trembling sigh escaped the young man's lips again. He would answer her when he plucked up the courage. After his words, Miss Rosano felt irritated. He speaks exactly like the crown prince, expressing his intentions not directly, but in a roundabout way. It seems that they are not just stereotyped friends. Suddenly, Flint put his hand forward. He could convey the offer to Miss Heir, but the girl refused. She could not use him as a messenger. Flint Howard looked like a sad little puppy. He really wanted to make amends. The girl's heart sank. Well, her father was too observant to send a letter from home. Duke Howard looked at her again with pitiful eyes, wondering if there was anything else he needed to convey. Eliana thought for a moment. It seemed she had an idea. A burst of excitement filled her as she beckoned the young man towards her with her finger and whispered something in his ear. Please tell Miss Heir not to speak to her so formally. It wasn't the lips that lightly touched Flint's earlobe, and he jumped back as if scalded, and a blush blossomed on his cheeks. Pleased that she had elicited the expected reaction from him, Eliana smiled sweetly at him. The young man was still standing there, thunderstruck, when she called the maid and headed towards the exit of the garden. When the girl returned to the estate, she heard shrill screams even at the entrance. The maids who met her were trembling with fear, and the butler was giving orders tensely. The tension in the air could be cut with a knife. Eliana froze in surprise on the threshold. Finally, one of the maids approached her, and the mistress returned. When asked what all the fuss was about, the girl explained that Mrs. Isabella claimed that her jewelry had been stolen. And now she demands to search the rooms of all the servants. Emily said that the Goldstein also disappeared. But what is it? She used Goldstein to prevent her from stealing the Duchess's things. That's pretty ingenious. An idea occurred to her, and she asked the maid if her mother had returned home. The girl shook her head. She clicked her tongue. Damn. To kick out the nanny, you need the mistress. She had to see this scene with her own eyes from beginning to end. Eliana believed that her little sister had taken care of everything, but obstacles kept popping up one after another. The maid's scream brought the girls out of their stupor. Lavender reported that the family knights had arrived and that they would first search the servants' rooms and then their own. The knights are terribly dissatisfied. They angrily turned everything upside down, just to avoid falling under suspicion. After all, if they find something in the servants' rooms, they won't have to search their own. Even a knightly regiment was involved, which means that Goldstein is a very valuable thing. It all happened at the worst possible moment. As luck would have it, Demian wasn't there, and his mother didn't know anything, but she would immediately understand that it was all a setup. This can't be put off. She will help Isabella. A couple of hours passed, and the knights continued to desperately search the servants' rooms. The butler and the head maid were quite irritated, but they had no choice but to watch all this. Eliana realized it was time to intervene. She turned to Sir Sinar. Her advice was to look in the nanny's room. She was the closest one. When Eliana was the crown princess of Zacador, Pamela followed her, but she still remained a puppet of Eliana's father. Then her ex-husband exposed her, and she almost died. Then she gave her nanny the jewels and made her run away. Lady Rosano had no idea that she would regret this until her death. Now Pamela would pay for everything, and this thought made her feel a little better. The old woman, who had just woken up from sleep, walked awkwardly out on crutches, with a look of intense shock on her face. What are they doing? She is the nanny of the Duke's eldest daughter. How dare they break into her room? The corners of Lady Rosano's lips lifted slightly as a thief appeared in their mansion. He stole Isabella's jewelry and gifts that her mother gave her for her birthday, so she apologizes for the inconvenience. The nanny narrowed her eyes in anger. She finally saw Mrs. Leah and asked if everything was okay with her things. Eliana pretended to sound worried. How could she know about this, since the nanny always took care of them? Pamela stood frozen in place. What nonsense. Why didn't she order the knights to retreat? Thoughts were swirling chaotically in her head, quickly replacing one another. The lady had become different. Now it was visible to the naked eye. They spent so much time together. Pamela knows her from head to toe, and the girl always danced to her tune. The noise of blood in her ears drowned out other sounds when she stumbled. Although what difference did it make? The nanny carelessly brushed off her disturbing thoughts because she hadn't stolen anything. She relaxed on the bed, let them search to their heart's content. But still, the careless way her things were being sorted through irritated her. She would report everything to the Duke. The old woman tried to suppress a bloodthirsty grin, and then together, they would discipline the mistress. When the guard opened one of the chests at the bottom of her locker, his eyes widened in surprise. The gold cup is here. Please let them confirm that it is a Goldstein. Isabella was already there, feigning intense shock. She angrily threw open the doors and burst into the nanny's room. She saw the lost cup, her face lit up with happiness, and a sigh of relief escaped her lips. She reached with both hands for the golden cup, her Holstein. But that's not all. During a thorough search of the nanny's room, they found a lot of interesting things. One of the knights angrily overturned the chest on the floor, which contained a large amount of stolen jewelry. But the most important thing that shocked everyone was that the old woman had the audacity to steal Demian's fountain pen. Many of the servants clutched their heads. They could not even imagine what punishment awaited Pamela. Isabella swung and hit the nanny in the face with all her might. The vile thief. How dare she steal her jewelry? The old woman babbled in shock. There was a misunderstanding. She did not take anything from the young lady. Then she pointed her finger at Mila. It was she who planned it all. She broke her leg on purpose. Mila almost choked from shock. How could the nanny say such a thing? It would never have occurred to her to appropriate the mistress's things. How shameless of her. On weak legs, Pamela crawled towards Lady Rosano. Lady Leah should believe her. The girl made a complex expression on her face, as if she was thinking seriously, then turned her gaze to the pile of jewelry. She folded her arms sympathetically across her chest and sighed heavily. So the nanny didn't steal anything from her. She didn't want to test her like that. But Lady Rosano didn't finish her sentence. It was all clear anyway. The nanny grabbed the hem of her dress, asking why the mistress was doing this to her. She had raised her with such love. Isabella growled, "Stop exaggerating. She should just take care of her. There was a heroic mother here." But instead, she abandoned her sister after the beating, without treating her wounds. Servants from all sides began to whisper in shock. Could this really be true? By the way, before, Mrs. Eliana and the nanny were constantly arguing, weren't they? Gradually, the old woman's mind left her, and her fear grew stronger. She screamed angrily. Clutching her own hair, she repeated over and over again why they were doing this to her. They would still regret it. They think they can get her out, but that will never happen. She knows their secrets. Soon, her frequent sighs turned into wheezing. With these hands, and soon her speech became crumpled and completely meaningless. Eliana's patience was running out, and with a sharp movement, she grabbed the old woman by the neck. Isabella took a step forward unconsciously, lest her sister do something terrible. Pamela's eyes darted manically from side to side as she turned to the lady in a questioning tone. Nanny Pamela was the first to take what belonged only to her. Even as a child, having stolen her magical instrument, she condemned Eliana to unfair accusations and a terrible death. I shouldn't have let her go, but given her over to my husband to be torn to pieces. Maybe then she wouldn't have regretted it so much. Eliana was immersed in her own experiences. Her gaze became empty, and the hand that lay on the old woman's neck squeezed ever tighter. Pamela couldn't breathe. Only muffled wheezing came out of her throat. Unable to bear it any longer, she kicked her mistress with her foot. Lady Rossano fell to the ground. The knights grabbed their swords to see if she was okay. They were going to tie up the criminal, but Eliana stopped them. She herself would decide how to punish her. She would generously forgive Pamela if she repented of her sins, but she is too shameless. Eliana's voice was dripping with hatred. Let her right wrist be cut off. The old woman couldn't believe what she had just heard. Eliana repeated again in a firm voice, "Let them cut off the nanny's right wrist." Everyone present in the hall could not believe that she said this seriously. The angry girl turned to the butler. He heard her. The old man nodded nervously and replied that he would do everything. And then Pamela began to scream. She looked with a frightened gaze somewhere over Eliana's shoulder. Mr. Demian. At the mention of her brother's name, the young lady's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around slowly. Behind her, indeed, stood her half-brother, and in Demian's eyes one could read a question, as well as displeasure. Eliana clicked her tongue in displeasure and turned away. Appeared. The soldiers grabbed the old woman by the arms, and she began to scream again, begging for mercy. She had been unfairly accused. However, the young gentleman did not respond to her pleas in any way. He silently bent over the pile of stolen jewels. Demian chuckled indifferently and said, but he was wondering where his pen had gone. Eliana watched her brother's actions in silence and tension, her heart pounding wildly, wondering whose side he would take. When her older brother addressed her, it made her flinch, and he threw a small bag in her direction. He landed with a clang at her feet. Eliana was mistaken. Her things were stolen too. Metal washers fell out of the canvas bag and rolled on with a ringing sound. Ella's, why is this hers? These are her father's things. A cold, barely noticeable smile played on Demian's lips. She ordered that his right wrist be cut off. Did his sister think that this was the right punishment? The young lady's eyes flashed angrily. After all, she was the older sister, and she also had the right to give orders. Did Demian really not respect her? The young man's pupils narrowed to the size of pins. He hissed through his teeth. Pamela knows their secret. Has she really forgotten? His voice was bone-chilling as he ordered that the nanny's right wrist and tongue be cut off, and that they cover her mouth while they cut her wrist. The nanny was so shocked that she couldn't even breathe. Gasping for breath, she turned to the gentleman in a hoarse voice. There was not a drop of sympathy on Demian's face. Pamela must remember that, thanks to Eliana, she saved her left wrist, but for the audacity to bite the hand that feeds her, he will deprive her of her tongue. Realizing that no one else would help her, Pamela tried desperately to break free from the soldier's strong grip. She would not allow anyone to touch her, let them call the Duke. As soon as she started screaming about the Duke's secret, Demian shut her up with a blow to the solar plexus. How dare she intimidate him? The tightly fastened gag did not allow the nanny to answer. Demian looked at everyone present with an icy gaze. They must not forget that those who stole their master's thing will pay with their wrists and will be thrown out of here. And let Nanny Pamela's misdeed be a lesson to them all. Ignoring the old woman's moaning, the knight raised his axe over her hand. When he lowered it, there was a disgusting crunch, and some turned away, unable to bear such a bloody picture. The servants remained in place, their eyes lowered to the floor. Pamela's heart-rending scream made the blood run cold. Next came the tongue. The gag was removed from the old woman. She continued to beg, but everyone was indifferent to her pleas. The subsequent blow of the axe cut off her ability to speak forever. How much Eliana dreamed of revenge, of the old woman finally getting her comeuppance. But the scene before her was so bloody that she felt no sense of triumph at all. Isabella felt no better. Her face instantly turned gray. She couldn't look away in shock. The old woman fell unconscious to the ground. A large pool of blood gradually spread around her, and a metallic smell filled the air. Isabella felt a tightening in her chest, and colorful spots began to flash before her eyes. With a soft groan, she fell to the floor, losing consciousness. Emma barely managed to catch her. Isabella's face, devoid of any color, looked sickly. No matter how the maids shook her, she did not come to her senses. Demian grabbed his hair and cursed. First, he had to send his sisters away from here. He ordered the servants to take Isabella to the room and call Emma. Even though the younger of them became ill, Eliana endured it steadfastly. He didn't expect that from her. Pamela continued to lie on the floor, passed out, in her own blood, tears and saliva. With a completely indifferent expression on her face, Eliana hooked her carcass with the toe of her shoe. The old woman did not react in any way. Eliana's voice sounded even and flat. Could she really have died? The butler answered haltingly. There is a pulse. Lady Rossano let out an irritated breath. Well, yes. They only cut off her wrist and tongue. Following this, she ordered Millie to take Pamela into the room and treat her wounds, and let him immediately throw away her body parts. It's just a disgusting sight. Having said this as if cutting it off, the girl headed for the exit. It seemed that Demian lost the power of speech for the first time in his life. There was a completely different atmosphere in the capital's castle. Duke Howard was slightly tired. Despite the gnawing melancholy in his heart, he was busy with paperwork. Wine flowed into the glass in a gurgling stream, but it was not meant for him. An annoying low voice howled right next to his ear. How boring! He could have chosen a bride for him himself. Maybe Flint would simply agree with his father's choice. Flint continued to ignore his majesty. Did the emperor really have so much free time? Karis tried to look into his eyes. His father values him, and he values their friendship. If it weren't for him, Karis wouldn't be here. Everything he told his father was true. He really considers him a friend. Flint sighed. He knows the prince is always honest with him. Therefore, he will never betray their friendship and will remain faithful to him until the end of his days. He also sincerely says that he is his master. The prince thought, his friend says this with a stony face, and how will he know what is on Flint's mind? Although of course he does not doubt his sincerity. Prince Karis chuckled and changed the subject, his bride asking if they were getting along. She said that they were complete opposites, both in appearance and in character, but they had the same blood. Karis Biantek and Flint Howard differed not only in their facial features, but also in the threads of fate. Karis was the greatest joy of the empire from the moment of his birth. He was destined to become the crown prince. The elderly emperor was eager to hand over most of his power to his favorite child. Despite his privileged position from an early age, his sociability prevailed over arrogance. Fate endowed him with all the necessary qualities to easily navigate the path of preparing a successor. But not everything went smoothly. The flawless path to the throne suddenly became thorny with the arrival in Rienzgen as the head of the delegation of the Biantek Empire. That day, the entire delegation brought by Prince Karis was destroyed. Karis would have suffered the same fate if it had not been for Archduke Flint Howard, who appeared out of nowhere. Back then, the young prince was a little more naive than he is now. He demanded to return as soon as possible. Otherwise, chaos would break out due to his disappearance. He stared at Flint with glassy eyes. Karis asked to go north, but the young duke refused. A search was declared along the entire border. Everyone insisted that he had not even come close to Rienzgen. Flint was angry. War would break out. And what would he do then? Emperor Alexander only wanted to kill him. Zakador has been preparing for war for a long time. Fear and rage formed a painful knot in the prince's stomach. Why hadn't he handed over such important things to the Biantek Empire? Then, he wouldn't have brought the delegation. After his words, the expression on Duke Howard's face became so furious that the young prince stepped back in fear. At least once his homeland inquired about the fate of the Howards, held hostage in Rienzgen. It was then that Flint Howard gave vent to his strongest anger for the first time. He decided it was time to say the brutal truth out loud. The Biantek Empire had abandoned them. Is it really unclear why Emperor Alexander called the crown prince to Rienzgen so that they could take revenge on their enemies? Why did they train so hard with the sword? Why did they read so many books? Was it really for the sake of simple survival? And then the people begged him to make a decision. They would agree to everything. Flint looked at everyone present with a stern look. They must remember. Their enemy is not Biantek, but Zakador. He will pretend that he did not hear their words. If not for his deep loyalty to his lord, Prince Karis might have died at their hands, rather than at the hands of Zakador. Karis would have to find a way to protect himself. They say that Duke Rossano has already found a new successor a long time ago. Not even a year has passed. He sighed heavily, clasping his hands together, the skin on his knuckles turning white from the tension. He couldn't disgrace himself. He would definitely return with glory. In return, he will grant them and Flint titles and honor for saving the crown prince, and he swears on his blood that he will return all that was lost. Soon, warriors in black masks and robes entered the war between Bianteca and Zakador. They removed their personalities down to the last hair, but appeared at a critical moment when the biotech was in danger and turned the tide of the battle. In just such a short period of time, the young prince had to grow up quickly, logic and strategy becoming his most powerful weapons. Anger burned in his heart. Zakador was already going too far. He did not spare the robbers, even if they came from Bianteca. Dark knights became heroes of folk tales who saved civilians drawn into war against their will. Well, no matter how hard they tried, they failed to close the gap in military power. The Minister of Defense of Zakador himself arrived to personally put an end to the war, in which Zakador was beginning to gain the upper hand. He was Restil Valdheim, a warrior of Zakador who had become famous throughout the continent. But Flint Howard fearlessly went on the attack and took his head. The moment Karis revealed himself, removing his mask and lifting the head of the enemy commander, the situation took an unexpected turn. Morale in Biantek was soaring thanks to the dramatic appearance of the crown prince, who had been thought dead. Later, Emperor Leopold granted Karis the powers of military administration, who returned home with victory over Zakador and the glory of a war hero. Then he introduced his savior. It was he who cut off the head of the enemy, Restil Valdheim. Therefore, he sincerely asks the emperor to recognize Flint Howard as Archduke. He wants Flint to stay by his side all his life. Emperor Leopold warmly welcomed the new Archduke Howard. Flint was officially announced as the successor to Maximilian Howard, ruler of the North, and was also gifted with lands and wealth. The young prince knighted Archduke Howard, vowing to trust him and that his loyalty and the military prowess, passed down to him from his ancestors, would protect their empire. Despite Archduke Howard's emergence as a new influential figure and war hero, he was continually sent north. It was the crown prince's duty to lure him from the north to the capital, since he was reluctant to part. Flint was in no way opposed to these obligatory trips. He believed that this was where he belonged. Prince Karis shook his head in disappointment. It was a pity that the ladies of the capital were unable to win his heart. Countess Evans, who had brought a new pile of papers, intervened in their conversation, saying that it was enough to bother his lordship and that it was time to get married. Prince Karis smiled slyly and played with his eyebrows. How about Adele marrying Flint? Judging by the girl's expression, she didn't like this idea. With a broad smile, she confessed that her passion was to snatch into her arms a young and gentle handsome man, and whether there was somewhere a handsome young man to drag off to the north. She promises that he will be very good with her. Prince Karis wondered. What about that young man? The bachelor's heart bleeds. Could it be that he was talking about the man Lady Veronica introduced her to? It was all in the past. Gossip in high society was losing its grip. Duke Howard didn't want to listen to their romantic conversations about Adele's opinion on the prediction that the Shirai had found a new land. The girl thought for a while. There was something in this. Had they really abandoned the north and were now aiming for Zakador or other kingdoms? Should they pull troops to the border just in case? Feeling like he was about to die of boredom, the prince finally retreated. Judging by Adele's look, she was extremely pleased with this event. She turned her gaze to his lordship. And what if the emperor really decides to marry him off? Duke Howard felt his patience snapping. Let her go if she was going to talk about marriage, or he would throw her out himself. But to get the seal back, he must become a true Archduke Howard, marry and start a family. Didn't the emperor tell him that? Adele's opinion is that he should marry a suitable aristocrat, get what he wants, and break off the engagement. When asked what would happen to the girl, the countess waved it off, saying that it would be her problem. She would have to accept it. After all, she would become the Archduke's bride by a lucky chance. The late Archduke left a will demanding the return of the seal at any cost, and the late Archduchess begged his father until the very end. Adele's voice trembled with anger. She asked to return to Bianteca and take the seal back. Flint sighed wearily and admitted that, frankly, he only knew that it was a relic, but he had no idea how valuable it was. This is not a simple stamp, but a precious object that the former emperor personally gave to the late Archduke. This thing was supposed to return to its homeland along with the crown prince. With each answer, Flint's voice sounded more and more exhausted, and Adele understands that with this, the emperor wants to confirm his sincerity. Therefore, let him abandon his pretensions and carefully consider what lies behind the emperor's promise to posthumously honor his grandfather with a title. The countess looked at him uncertainly. Everything was so much in words. Could he really mean this? Even during his coronation, the emperor swore that when the right moment came, he would give all the honors to the crown prince Alfonso, his grandfather. And upon returning home, His Highness repeated this promise, and Flint no longer had the strength to argue. By the way, Adele heard that he had recently met with some lady. The Duke's hand froze in the air. His answer was laconic: she won't do. Countess Adele saw her master like this for the first time. No matter how hard she tried to look into his eyes, he avoided eye contact. It seems like it has finally happened. A few days later, Mother returned just in time. She brought gifts from her trip. Opening the box, the woman showed a shining pearl in a shell. Eliana covered her mouth with her hand in admiration. Her mother certainly had excellent taste. Duchess Rossano laughed involuntarily, but a moment later her smile turned cold. Eliana realized what was about to happen. By the way, there was a lot of commotion here in her absence, wasn't there? The girl continued to keep a polite smile on her face. She was just about to tell her how they should deal with the thief nanny. Mother shook her head in shock. The children were constantly insisting on her expulsion. Especially Demian was so cold-blooded. A shudder ran through the Duchess's body. She had never seen him so angry. A kleptomaniac could not be kept in the Rossano mansion. Mother slowly extended her hands forward and clasped the girl's palms in hers. But Leah wouldn't do that. She was a kind girl. The Duchess moved closer and looked into her daughter's eyes, her voice softening and becoming gentle as she asked her to leave Pamela. But Eliana was categorical. She couldn't leave her. Then the Duchess indignantly cried out why. The nanny took such good care of her. How could this be? But the girl stood firm in her position. She was also from the Rossano family, and she shared Demian's opinion. And didn't her mother hear what the nanny did to her daughter? Mother's nasolabial folds became deeper. Her whole face expressed discontent, and there was no trace left of her gentle smile. She again made a pitiful face. Then what will they do? They can't throw the nanny out. They will have to provide her with housing. Eliana put on a polite smile again and gently suggested that the Duchess could take her under her wing. Then Demian will definitely agree, and she will too, of course. Duchess Rossano's mask cracked. She was unhappy with her loss in this skirmish. Well, her daughter could return to her place, which Eliana did with pleasure, deep down celebrating her small victory. Everything has been decided with Pamela. It's a pity, of course, that we couldn't drive her away. Pamela is a servant from the Duchess of Rossano's parental home, so everything had to happen before her eyes. If the Duchess had personally witnessed the manifestation of the nanny's greedy nature, someone's voice did not allow her to finish her thought. Lavender stood in front of her, offering her some Melanie tea. Eliana looked up at her with a slightly clouded gaze. She didn't mind. While brewing the tea, Lavender hummed to herself. The scent was simply delightful, somehow floral or herbal. The man who gave it to Eliana said the same thing. Because of the memory of her past life, Eliana knew that somewhere deep down she hated this tea. She gave the order to Lavender to bring the silver wand. After a while, the maid returned. Still tense, Lady Rossino accepted it with disbelief and began stirring her tea. Well, neither the color nor the smell changed. The tight knot in my stomach relaxed. Apparently, she didn't intend to kill Eliana. Is she still attached to her? A moment later, there was a knock on the door. The maid introduced herself as Milla. The young lady ordered them to come in, after which she asked the other maids to leave for a minute. Both the young mistress and the head maid waited tensely for each of them to leave the room. As soon as the door slammed, Eliana turned impatiently to Milla. Well, did she find out? Milla nodded. There was something. Eliana asked her to speak more quietly. The senior maid lowered her voice and leaned over Eliana's ear, her whisper barely audible. Milla only said a few words, but the young lady's eyes widened in surprise. She asked again, Asta, that's right. The senior maid nodded. That's right, they don't accept letters with requests in that place. Lady Rossano waved her hands, asking for it to stop. The fewer ears that heard it, the better. Thank you, she will figure it out herself. Mila only mentioned to her inquisitive eldest daughter that there is a certain place, and nothing more. It is clear to her. The head maid nodded slowly, of course. By the way, she also has another question for Mila, who receives mail sent to her first. After a brief discussion, the head maid returned with a stack of letters. All mail sent to the young lady. First, Tom collects the mail and sorts it by name, and the servants select one family member and deliver the letters to the owners. Isabella said that after the rumors about her wedding with the son of the Marquis of Alvis died down, she received too many letters and invitations, and she hadn't even had a debut. But all this does not interest her, because men just want to cling to the duchy. Eliana did not receive a single letter, except for the offer from the son of the Marquis Alvis. After this, she began to suspect that someone was taking her mail even after Pamela had left. There were plenty of letters, and Lady Rossano spent a fair amount of time sorting them. Eliana continued to sort the letters into piles when one seal caught her eye. It depicted a wolf, the family seal of the Duchy of Howard. Lady Rossano chuckled slightly. This letter was not a bad bait. But first, she needs to return it to its place. She can't wait to find out its contents. She got an idea, made a couple of scams, and replaced the letter with a fake. She scribbled a few lines on the outside of the envelope. After this, she called Mila with a happy smile and ordered her to collect all the letters and take them back. Finally, silence fell on the Rossano estate, and all its inhabitants went to bed. Only Eliana could not sleep. After waiting until silence fell within the walls of the house, she got out of bed. The first thing she did was go to her desk and pull out the drawer, at the bottom of which lay a lonely, opened letter. Her heart fluttered with excitement. She took a couple of deep breaths in and out, calming herself down. I ask you to honor with your presence the banquet given by Archduke Howard in the capital. Flint Howard. That is all that was written in the letter. Disappointment washed over her, and the paper trembled in her shaking hands. The blood rushed to Eliana's cheeks. So this was not a love letter. The young lady slammed the drawer shut in anger, wondering how such high-quality paper could be used for just some invitation. She thought Flint was interested in her. Had she jumped to conclusions? But she clearly remembered the look on his face when he apologized for misinterpreting her feelings. And in such a plaintive voice, he promised that he would save her ribbon and would definitely remember the event of that time. Crossing her arms over her chest, Eliana plopped back down on the bed in annoyance. On the day their destinies became intertwined through the ribbon, her phrase about marriage burst out on impulse. And yet, she doesn't regret anything. Flint Howard is her only choice. Yet she cannot wait for him to gain this courage. A decisive step is needed, after which the fear will recede on its own. The horse's hooves pounded rhythmically on the cobblestones, and the carriage wheels creaked quietly. It was still the first half of the day, but Eliana already felt exhausted. It was so difficult to go anywhere. Opposite her sat two maids, because no one would give her permission so easily. In the morning, she decided that she needed to go to the tailor, since Pamela had bought these outfits. The maids steadfastly endured all her whims. It was better to just remain silent and agree. Bored Eliana suddenly perked up and asked to stop the carriage. The servants helped her out, but they had not yet arrived in Brillante. Eliana cut her off. They would stop here for now. When she saw the sign Asta, her expression became satisfied. She couldn't come empty-handed. The bell at the entrance rang welcomingly, and the girl was greeted by a pleasant floral aroma. The shop owner greeted them with a bright smile. What a precious guest. Glad to meet you. Eliana turned around one last time, ordering the maids to wait for her here. She walked along the shelves. The hostess followed her. Did she really want to look at the greenhouse? There were so many lovely flowers in it. The woman continued to mutter something enthusiastically about flower arrangements when the girl stopped abruptly. Lady Rossano lowered her voice. She wanted a dark blue Astra. The hostess's face changed subtly. Now her smile looked like a grotesque wax mask. Eliana continued in a commanding tone. There was a sign that said dark blue Astra, or she had the wrong address. All the woman's cheerfulness instantly evaporated. Not at all. She asked to follow her. Lady Rossano turned her tense gaze towards the entrance. The maids must not find out anything. Leading the young lady towards the greenhouse, the shop owner remained silent, as if she had become a completely different person. Following this, she pulled on a thick rope hanging along the wall, and a bell rang somewhere nearby. For just a moment, Eliana felt a slight discomfort, but she quickly shook off the numbness. Measured footsteps echoed off the glass walls. Someone was approaching. A tall, thin figure emerged from the passage, its face hidden by a cloak. Eliana looked over her mistress's shoulder, eager to see the man's face. But all she saw from under the shadow of the overhanging hood was a slight grin. The mysterious man asked her to follow him. The two waiting maids were carefully seated to drink tea. Lavender tried her best to enjoy its fragrant aroma and taste, but she realized that she couldn't do that. She jumped up from the table abruptly. "This won't do. They must go with the mistress." Jane raised her eyebrows in surprise. "But why?" Her partner shook her head, in case something happened to her. But Jane remained sitting in place. The lady was not alone. Everything would be fine. Lavender grabbed her hair. What a fool she was. What if there was some man there? For a moment, Jane remained in a state of shock, her mouth hanging open in surprise, which looked quite comical. While Lavender was shaking her friend by the shoulders, trying to bring her to her senses, a male voice called out to them by name. A real handsome man with golden hair approached them. They need not worry. Their staff will take care of the lady. The young girls, blinded by the guy's beauty, blushed and awkwardly agreed with him. The young man came closer and offered to make flower rings for them. He lightly touched the lavender on her hand. He was sure that they would adorn her lovely fingers. The embarrassed girls nodded actively. They were all for it. Meanwhile, the mysterious man led Eliana somewhere deeper into the building. The girl looked around. It was a glass gazebo, although it looked a bit abandoned. Everything around was covered in dust. She sat down on a chair with disgust. Lady Rosano decided to start the conversation first. Since he was from Zekador, the man's composure cracked. He let out a surprised breath. As she recognized, Eliana closed her eyes in satisfaction. Judging by his accent, they say it's not easy to get rid of. But he doesn't have to worry. Ordinary people from the Biantek Empire won't even notice him. The piercing gaze of his brown eyes seemed to scan her, as if the person in front of him was not an easy one. As far as she knew, Asta was also not quite an ordinary guild with its scale. The young man grinned and thanked her for the praise. They would certainly give her a discount. The girl shook her head. No need. She would pay the full amount. The main thing was that they found what she needed. The young man gave her a warm smile and asked what she was looking for. Eliana instantly became serious. So it is a magical instrument. The young man was slightly surprised by his ability to change the color of his hair and how this happens. For himself, he wrote down the young lady's answer by simply placing it to his ear. Interest sparkled in the guy's eyes. This was the first time he'd heard of an artifact working like this. And yet, Lady Rossano really did use it that way. The young man snorted incredulously. Maybe she has magical abilities. Eliana rolled her eyes. Unlikely. Then he again buried his face in the sheet of paper. Let him describe the object. In a couple of minutes, the mercenary managed to make a rough sketch of the missing earrings and also write down their characteristics. This would be quite sufficient. Rising from the table, Lady Rossano hinted that she would be grateful if he found it as soon as possible. The girl doesn't have to worry. He's like a fish in water in this activity. In the language of flowers, dark blue astra means trust. Waving his hand, the young man said goodbye. Well, it was time for him to go. But Lady Rossano stopped him, trying to find out the name. She must know the name of the one who took on her request. But the hired worker only looked away and chuckled. Well, if he doesn't want to talk, then she won't ask anymore. The young man quietly called after her, Astina. And then the girl wondered if this was a young man. When she turned around, the mercenary had disappeared without a trace. It turns out that the head of the Astra Guild has always been a woman. It's just hard to wrap my head around. Asta, the name of the largest guild that stretched across the continent. Its leader Astina, the man who secretly helped the first prince of Zakador ascend to the throne. It was rumored that she was close to him. A familiar voice, which resonated tenderly in her heart, addressed her by name. When Lady Rossano turned around, her expression was slightly confused. Flint Howard stood next to her, and he was just as surprised. The young duke cleared his throat awkwardly. He had not expected to meet a lady here. Lady Rossana bowed slightly. She too was a little surprised. A smile blossomed on her face. They would do without formalities, as always. Flint's lips curved into a genuine smile. He agreed. The girl took an awkward step forward, and he recognized her from behind. Flint Howard took a deep breath, as if he was about to confess something. The man's eyes sparkled, and he thought he recognized her among 1,000. Eliana's breath caught, and her heart skipped a beat. Embarrassed, she covered her mouth with her hand. She had never expected this. Noticing the garden shears in his hand, the young lady changed the subject to his interest in flowers. Flint only knows that his mother was fond of flower arrangements during her life, and she also took care of the garden. It turns out that his mother was engaged in such painstaking work, despite her noble origins. Duke Howard sighed heavily. She had skillful hands, but unfortunately, he did not inherit her talent. The greenhouse owner was mentally crying her eyes out. Oh my God, you can't cut her poor flowers like that. To be honest, Lady Rossano couldn't watch it either. She carefully snatched the garden shears from the young man's hands. Now she would show him how to do it. Gently grasping the rose stem so as not to hurt herself, the girl deftly cut the flower. Duke Howard, you awkwardly brought your eyebrows together. Apparently, he was holding the scissors incorrectly. Lady Rossano handed him a flower, and his face took on a funny expression. Let him just look at how big the rose is. His lordship is very lucky. It's rare to see such a bud, but in his hands it's just tiny. Then the girl turned to the owner. She would like to order 3 gift bouquets. Let her select the most charming flowers and elegantly pack them. Eliana smiled at Flint as she said goodbye. It was time for her to go. She still had things to do. The young duke hesitated slightly, wondering if she had received his invitation. Eliana turned around slightly, the smile disappearing from her face. She was sorry, but she didn't get anything. Surprise appeared on the young duke's face. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Apparently, it had been lost. He would send it again. But the girl cut him off. It would not reach her. Flint Howard came closer to her and asked her in surprise what she meant. Lady Rossano's eyebrows arched sympathetically. She had never received letters from men. Never. It seems Flint finally gets it. That is why, at that time in the gentlemen's club, young men complained that they did not receive a response to their invitations, considering that the young lady was putting on airs. He frowned. Could this really be the work of Duke Rossano? Apparently he doesn't want to lose his precious daughter because of him. Eliana decided not to waste time and asked point-blank if his lordship was afraid of her father. At the same time, a shadow seemed to hang over her, and her eyes flashed lightning. She needs a man who can kiss her in front of the Duke of Rossano without hesitation. If Flint Howard doesn't have that kind of courage, she'll take that flower and leave. Duke Howard froze in place. The words caught in his throat. The nails dug into her palm. Apparently, Eliana had chosen the wrong one again. When Flint addressed the girl by name, his voice sounded relaxed. The girl turned away, offendedly. She was listening. The prince fears no one except His Majesty the Emperor, but this was not enough for the girl. His Highness did not give her a clear answer. But even the Emperor himself cannot interfere in his relationship with the future Archduchess Howard. He repeated in a firm voice, "No way!" The blood rushed to the girl's cheeks, and the rage instantly subsided. An awkward silence fell between them, as each of them tried to calm their racing hearts. Eliana nodded to herself with satisfaction and smiled slightly. It was difficult for Flint to understand what she was thinking about now. He felt awkward saying such things out loud, but he was still proud of himself for being able to say it. Still very confused, Lady Rossano headed for the exit without saying goodbye. It turns out Adele was right. A voice came from the side. As she approached, Astina pulled back her hood, her short pink hair fluffing up. She was contacted from Reenskin. The guild leader asked her to inquire about his well-being. For his age at least, he is vigorous enough to actively count down the days until retirement. Astina pointed her finger at herself proudly. There was very little time left. Soon she would take over as head. Flint Howard nodded silently. It was hard to imagine what changes awaited the guild. That lady immediately realized that Astina was from Zakador. She was the duke's daughter, who had never traveled outside the capital. There was a hint of concern in the young duke's voice. Had she really turned to the guild? Astina shook her head nonchalantly. She had no right to discuss this. Duke Howard said with disappointment, "But they were colleagues." But the girl did not fall for this bait. Now his lordship is not a member of the guild. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp cry. Someone was calling for Lady Astina. The gardener burst into their room urgently. That scandalous guest had arrived. Astina was outraged. He can handle it himself. Why is he dragging her there? But the young gardener was stubborn. He really needed her, and the front door abruptly closed behind them. Taking advantage of the moment, Flint Howard decided to look into the records of his former colleague. After a short stop at the flower shop, young Lady Rossano finally made it to the Brillante boutique. As she entered the path, many admiring glances were directed at her. Whispers came from all sides. This is the daughter of Duke Rossano. They are seeing her in society for the first time. The girl handed the workers the bouquets she had ordered earlier. The girls received them enthusiastically, their mouths open in surprise. Lady Rosano laughed heartily. They were embarrassing her with their intent glances. She bowed her head slightly, asking them to take care of her outfit. She puts her trust in these ladies. The servant led her in. The room for honorable guests was that way. Countess Adele, trying on a new suit, chuckled in surprise. It was Miss Rosano. A puzzled expression appeared on the girl's face. The countess quickly jumped up to her. Finally, she had the opportunity to meet her in person. She bowed before Eliana, greeting her and introducing herself as Countess Adele Evans. Lady Rosanna smiled politely at her. Well, she was glad to meet the countess. It seemed he was Flint Howard's man. The countess practically devoured her with her interested gaze, which made Eliana feel uncomfortable. Could the miss spare the countess a couple of minutes of her precious time? The girl extended her hand. She had probably been told this before, but Eliana was an incredibly elegant woman, and the girl nodded gratefully. It seems that she spent her entire life studying only etiquette, realizing what she had just said. Countess Adele cleared her throat and apologized. It was rude of her. Eliana smiled awkwardly again. Her sister shared the countess's opinion. I wonder who was the first to talk about it. She grinned. Surely the crown prince, who else? Lady Rosano froze in surprise when the countess answered this question. Her master said so. Countess Adele leaned forward again. But does Miss know? It is very surprising. After all, he never liked to talk about personal topics, and tried not to discuss women. It is incredible that he expressed any emotions towards a lady. But she shouldn't doubt it. There was no negative context in his words. Eliana's heart started beating faster again. She didn't even imagine that Flint was saying such things about her. She wondered what it meant. Lady Rosano straightened up. She wanted to know what impression she made on Countess Adele. The girl slowly lowered the cup and fell into deep thought. But Lady Ayana is different from the rumors. Everything the aristocrats said was a lie. They are not at all observant. She is very refined, but certainly not weak, and can certainly withstand even the cold north. Countess Adele knew for sure that she had to facilitate the rapprochement between the young lady and her boss. She cried out with fervor, asking the girl to marry the Archduke. Despite his unfriendly appearance, he has a kind heart and will certainly protect her, because he is the best warrior of the Biontech Empire. Behind him, she will be like behind a stone wall. The main thing in a man is strength. Their Archduke has the health of a bull, and what muscles, she hasn't even mentioned his hips yet. But to prevent Eliana from getting her head around it, the Archduke is a newbie in terms of relationships. Lady Rosano waved her hands in front of her and blinked her eyes. She had only met his lordship a couple of times. But a bright flame of matchmaking burned in the countess's chest. Wasn't that enough? She could tell for sure that they were made for each other. Eliana couldn't listen to it anymore. She raised her voice, addressing the countess, and finally silence fell in the hall. Her voice became firmer and more serious. She wanted the girl in front of her to understand that there was nothing between her and the Archduke, so she asked not to put her in an awkward position. The countess's upset expression resembled that of a small puppy. Apparently, she picked it up from Flint. The girl instantly wilted. It seemed the young lady was not interested in him. How sad she was. Flint Howard would have to grow old and die all alone. Eliana laughed awkwardly. Perhaps someday he would meet a worthy woman. Countess Adele howled. When will this happen? We need to get married now. One can assume that he wants to tie the knot as quickly as possible. The girl sighed. It must be urgent. Is he really trying to stabilize the situation in the north, and with Howard by getting himself a mistress? If only everything in the north was stable, as was the Archduke, His Serene Highness, the ruler of the north. So his well-being is not in any danger, regardless of the presence or absence of his owner. Eliana pouted, puzzled. Then why the rush? Is there another problem? Adele slammed her fist on the table. The Archduke has no problems. But she wouldn't say the same about His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty took away the Archduke's seal without reason. Lady Rosano narrowed her eyes, so that's what it was. Seeing how Eliana's expression changed, Countess Adele realized that she had let something slip. Lady Rosanna chuckled to herself. Everything finally fell into place. Countess Adele grabbed her head, wondering who was pulling her tongue. Both His Majesty and Flint Howard warned her that she should be careful with her words and clear her head. Eliana did not interfere. Slowly sipping her tea, she was pleased that she had received new information. There is absolutely nothing that can be hidden from her, just like from the owner. And again, this confirms Adele's words that they are the perfect couple. Lady Rossano giggled, pleased to hear it. Finally, the time came to say goodbye. The girl thanked him for the conversation. However, Countess Adele stopped her at the door. Did she really not have the slightest interest in the Archduke? Her voice sounded too upset. The girl smiled. If it were true, she wouldn't waste her time on her, right? Next time she won't be so kind. All the best to the Countess. The history of the Archduchy Howard family began with the seal of the Howards, when the late emperor deprived Maximilian, who was orphaned after the death of his father, of the surname Biantech, and in return he granted a new one, Howard. At the same time, Maximilian Howard was appointed Archduke of the North. Then they handed him that very precious seal, which meant that the emperor recognized Howard as Archduke of the North. Or you could just call it a memorable gift. He probably misses his parents a lot, considering how tenderly he takes care of the flowers. Although he is not at all interested in this activity, he certainly wants to return the thing of his deceased parent. If one were to influence such a state of mind, Lavender's voice suddenly made her interrupt her thought. Lady Rossano sighed heavily. Let him come in. The maid's eyes glazed over in shock as she sprawled on the floor in front of her mistress. Eliana's voice was cold. Lavender knew why she called her. The maid, whose cheek was still burning from the slap, looked away. There was a pile of scattered letters lying nearby. Stuttering, the girl began to justify herself. If she meant the letters, then she wanted to sort them for her own convenience. A new wave of anger rose in Eliana's chest, and she splashed hot tea in the maid's face. Ignoring Lavender's sniffles, she gave her a haughty look, wondering if the girl thought she didn't know. Eliana knows that she carefully examines her body while taking a bath under the pretext of caring. And Lavender would have immediately reported to her father if she saw her with a man, right? Lavender burst into tears. Hitting her forehead on the floor, she asked for forgiveness. This was the master's order. She could not do anything, because she was simply following his will, otherwise, he would have killed her. Eliana's voice softened slightly. She could understand her situation. Lavender was afraid of her father. But Lavender is still a smart girl. Lady Rossano slowly rose from her chair. She must realize that a formidable father always has a daughter like him. The girl's voice grew cold again. Didn't it occur to the poor servant that Eliana could kill her faster than her father? Tears streamed down Lavender's face in a continuous stream, and she promised, barely audibly, that this would never happen again. She was ready to beg as much as she could for a new chance, her whole body shaking. The young lady answered the bell and addressed Lavender with contempt. She pulled the cord. Eliana doesn't correct people. The other maids obeyed Eliana's order without question, grabbing the girl by the arms. Let him go and wait for her orders, and under no circumstances dare to say anything to her father. Otherwise, he will wipe such a useless servant off the face of the earth. Finally, the girls took Lavender away, who continued to scream shrilly, begging for forgiveness. Eliana turned away, hiding her face. It was hard for her to admit that she had nevertheless painfully accepted this betrayal. A chill gripped her heart, once again reminding her that she could not rely on anyone on this estate. Night fell, quiet and peaceful, but Eliana was wide awake. She had a feeling that something else would happen today. The window frame swung open, causing the curtains to flutter, and Astina's figure seemed cut out against the moonlight. She laughed almost silently, wondering if the young lady was surprised. Lady Rossano smiled, more curiosity than surprise. But how did she manage to get past the guards? The mercenary spread her arms. She was capable of much more. From her confident demeanor, Eliana guessed that the girl had found the earrings. She took out a box from her hip bag, of course, but unfortunately, only one. However, she was confused, because it was obsidian, not sapphire, and the earring could not change the color of hair. She was only found thanks to a clue connected with the name Pamela, an old woman who wanders the alleys from time to time and sells elazam. What an amazing feeling, very familiar. Despite the different stone and the inability to change her hair color, Eliana knew it was definitely her earring. Astina suddenly realized that the earring was indeed a magical artifact, despite the fact that it couldn't change the color of her hair. The girl deftly snatched the jewelry from the young lady's hands, letting her look closely. She picked up the stone with her fingernail and carefully dropped it into her palm. And the unthinkable happened. The stone increased in size, shone brightly, and sank into the girl's palm. The guild mage desperately wanted to get her, but she didn't agree to the deal. Eliana raised her eyebrows. Was she really that valuable? His eyes lit up when he found out that the earring was a magical artifact that did not emit magical power. and he threw such a tantrum just to examine it. Perhaps the second earring is somewhere on Casfera, the island where the magic tower is located. Astina sighed capriciously. Personally, she hoped that she was not there. However, Eliana shared her opinion. The mercenary was about to leave when she froze in place, remembering something. She rummaged around in her bosom and pulled out a narrow metal object. It gleamed faintly in the semi-darkness. Eliana hesitantly extended her hands, taking it. The metal was cold, reminiscent of a hairpin. Astina's lips twisted into a genuine smile. If she felt uncomfortable going to the flower boutique, she could find a servant named Billy. If she shows him this thing, he will understand everything at once. Before Eliana had time to come to her senses, Astina's silhouette had disappeared into the cool night air. Seeing a thin, barely noticeable gap, she pulled. But it wasn't a hairpin, but a knife. Somehow, with such a weapon at hand, she felt safe, and Lady Rossano slept soundly that night. Well, the morning had started on the wrong note. From the very beginning of the day, the irritating face of the Prince of Sherry had been looming before her eyes. A banquet for choosing a bride, where Flint will find himself a distinguished beauty, is invited to all who wish to become Archduchess Howard. While the girls next to her were practically jumping with delight, Eliana was irritated. Damn Flint Howard. How dare he invite her to the banquet to choose his bride? Things weren't going so smoothly in the imperial castle itself. A delegation from Zakador had unexpectedly arrived to see the emperor. And what was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doing? How dare they set foot on Bianteca soil? Archduke Howard must cut off their heads immediately. They tried to calm the man down, the representative of the arriving prince delegation, and the desperate servants had already turned to Prince Karis. What do they care about the prince? Or have they already forgotten how Zakador almost killed their prince? His Majesty became seriously angry. He rose abruptly from the table, slapping it with his palms. They are the same traitors to the motherland, and they only want to sell out the Biantec Empire. He addressed His Majesty directly, promising to cut off the heads of the entire delegation. Let him allow him to settle accounts with Zakador. Those who interfere must be torn to pieces. The emperor did not let him finish. One must think strategically. The monarch must be wise. Does he understand this? The emperor turned his heavy gaze to the ministers. Let them tell him what those scum from Zakador said. They will have to unite in the face of a devilish invasion, despite their mutual hostility. The emperor turned to Flint, ordering him to lead the united army and capture Molha. When the meeting ended, every one of the participants was in a terrible mood. After a whole hour of indignant shouts, Prince Karis was completely exhausted. Flint was facing war again, and he was ashamed to look him in the eyes. Duke Howard turned away, but his voice was even. And what could he do? Such was the will of His Majesty. It was a situation where words were meaningless. Karis knew that no matter what he said, it would not be possible to smooth things over. Flint was overjoyed when he finally had some privacy. He caught his breath. Finally, there was silence. His head was splitting. How tired he is. War doesn't frighten him. He's already gotten used to being on the brink of life and death. But how long can he hold out? That is the question. Well, it was time to finally do what he had been putting off for so long. Duke Howard sat down at the table and began to write a letter. Until recently, Lady Rossano had no idea that she might enjoy embroidery, and the gentle admonitions of Viscountess Fleming made her creative spirit soar. She is so young, and she already has excellent embroidery skills. The young lady waved it off, saying that it was her, and that nothing could compare to her embroidery anyway. Eliana immediately fell silent and listened when she heard whispers from the side about Howard's banquet. It seemed to have been postponed. They say they want to organize something grand. There are rumors that they are even renting a banquet hall in the palace, and the organizer of everything is His Highness the Crown Prince. Eliana closed her eyes, fighting off the unpleasant feeling. A banquet to find the Archduchess. Isn't that Flint Howard's style? Rumors really do travel at the speed of light, and indeed, this is a banquet for choosing a future wife. Lady Rossano's irritation grew. To attend the gala evening, an invitation is not necessary. It is enough to confirm your identity. Prince Karis laughed. He really hopes that they will brighten the evening with their presence. He would announce the date of the event later, but at that moment, he was interrupted by the sharp scraping of a fork. Flint Howard's eyes darkened with anger. How dare he invite her to the bride-choosing banquet? Does he want to make sure that Eliana is worthy of becoming his bride? A sane man would not treat his wife like a trophy. It's for the best. Let her understand that she has no equal. When the servant informed Duke Howard that his friend from Reenskin had arrived, The young man headed at full speed to his study. His soul heavy, he abruptly opened the door. Astina crunched on his cookie with pleasure. The girl greeted him indifferently. Flint didn't go into pleasantries. He was concerned about whether she had passed it on or not. The mercenary nodded busily. Of course. The lady immediately read the letter. His request was fulfilled. Flint Howard was trembling with impatience. But what did she say? When Eliana finished reading the letter, her expression was hard to read. Astons involuntarily leaned forward. Would she tell what was written there? She was a grave. Lady Rossano raised an eyebrow in confusion and chuckled. He will leave the capital for a while and does not know when he will return. Incorrigible northern man. I wonder why such a busy man would report something like this. Duke Howard moved even closer. And that was all. The mercenary rolled her eyes. What else was he waiting for? Watching her sadly dejected friend, Astina continued to eat her cookies with pleasure. Didn't he give her that earring? She found it, thanks to Flint. He should have at least boasted that it was his merit. The young man shook his head. She contacted the guild to keep everything a secret. Astina burst into loud laughter, and this comes from the one who peeked at her contract. The Duke's whole face turned red. Although he agreed with her, it was rude of him, and he asks forgiveness for it. Astina was slightly surprised, but didn't show it. It was amazing what the indifferent Flint Howard was capable of. Apparently, he was carried away by that lady, but she doesn't seem to share the same feelings, which is quite sad. When Flint turned to her again, his sad expression resembled that of a small puppy. The young man whined quietly. The letter. The mercenary rolled her eyes. She had already said everything. Should she repeat it again? Flint closed his eyes in disappointment. No, she should probably go. Slamming the door to her friend's office, Astina exhaled, finally free to let go. She clutched her stomach and burst into hysterical laughter. However, Flint on the other side of the door could not share her mood. He beat out a rhythm with his fingers discontentedly, and there was no reply. Perhaps all because of Duke Rossano's resistance. Who needs a son-in-law who can die on the battlefield at any moment? But he is sure that he will never die and will not leave his wife. The next thought took away all his boastful mood. Could Eliana really share her father's opinion? His heart sank painfully. There was a knock at the door. His Grace wishes to see Countess Evans. The servant hurried him. The matter was urgent, and Flint instantly forgot about the box on the table. The ruby inlaid into the hairpin sparkled brightly in the rays of the sun. Flint, entering Adele's chambers, felt as if he had been punched in the gut. Adele was not alone. Lady Rossano was sitting opposite her, and it seemed she was in a bad mood. However, as soon as he thought about this, the girl turned around, her lips spreading into a smile. 3 hours ago, Eliana was intensely preparing for this date. She wanted to look her best. Jane circled around her and squealed with affection. She could not believe that her mistress was in a relationship with his lordship. To be more precise, they are not in a relationship, but simply partners who collaborate to achieve their own goals. Hearing this, Jane was overly indignant. How could this be? They had met so many times and even talked about marriage. But her anger quickly subsided. She sighed dreamily. They are secret lovers. How romantic. Lady Rossano felt she could trust her. After all, just recently, the girl openly admitted to her that she had been to Duke Rossano, but she would not do as he told her. Eliana might think Jane is being too presumptuous, but she wishes she had a little freedom. Jane carefully snapped the earrings into place. Everything was ready. Lady Rossano carefully tucked her hair behind her ears, the pink roots instantly becoming normal. Jane let out a delighted breath. She was always amazed at how their hair changed color. The earrings are an incredibly valuable thing, and yet neither the father nor the Duchess knows anything about them. How did it happen that they ended up in her hands? The young people were left alone, and of course, Countess Adele and Jane did not miss the opportunity to eavesdrop. There were rustling sounds from behind the door. They moved closer. Flint was the first to break the awkward silence. Perhaps he would make some tea. Eliana's composure cracked. The noble Archduke will brew tea. No, she will do everything. Duke Howard sat her down. She was a guest. He would do everything himself. Flint concluded that he was of no interest to her, since he had not received a reply letter. Lady Rossano admitted with displeasure. This was only a slight expression of her sadness. Flint almost dropped the teapot. Did he really upset her? But he invited her to the banquet to choose the bride. Looking at Flint's nervous reaction and his excuses, the girl couldn't help but laugh. Here he was. The Flint Howard she knew. It would have been foolish of her to doubt him even for a moment. The tight knot in her chest was untied, and she felt a pleasant lightness again. Does his lordship know that the dance of flower petals does not stop even at the moment of withering, because this is the guarantee of future fruits? So Flint cannot worry about her and go where he needs to, because she trusts him. The young man stood so close to her that he could see every eyelash, every freckle on her face. It made his heart bleed. He would definitely return to her. It was such a touching scene that Countess Adele and Jane burst into tears. Finally, the young man poured the tea, its aroma spreading pleasantly throughout the room, and its warmth warming the inside. The tart taste and bitterness made Lady Rossano bite her tongue, and she didn't pour out the first infusion. But the young duke's face was shining with joy. The tea was wonderful. Looking at his sweet face, Eliana realized that she didn't care at all about the tea. She chuckled in agreement. With a tickling sensation in her chest, she took another sip. Right. Finally, the day of Isabella's debut, which everyone had been talking about for so long, arrived. When the sisters arrived at the ball, the hall was already filled with guests. Isabella wasn't worried at all, because her sister supported her. Compliments were heard here and there. It was hard to believe that Lady Isabella had just made her debut. And just look at the beautiful Lady Eliana. The Duchess must be immensely happy to have such lovely daughters. They seemed to be quite close. Duchess Rossano smiled and chuckled contentedly. She was grateful for such words. After a couple of minutes, Isabella's confidence was gone, and she felt so uncomfortable. Everyone is looking at her. Can she just sit in the corner? Eliana quietly laughed. She and the Rossano family, it's time to get used to everyone's attention. A man's hand insistently invited her to dance. Isabella waved it away with displeasure and followed her sister. Isabella raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw Demian's familiar figure. Waving goodbye to her sister, she went to bother her older brother. As soon as the youngest one walked away, other ladies surrounded Eliana. It seemed like Lady Sophia and Lady Violet. The girls laughed awkwardly. It was so unusual to see her outside the temple, and she sheepishly admitted that they had not planned to approach her until they saw the girl in the temple. By the way, Lady Rossano knows that the delegation from Zacador is in Biantek. Tension gripped every muscle in Eliana's body. Of course she knew. The girls stared at her with wide eyes, eager to know her opinion on the matter. They hoped for peace with the Empire of Zacador, and the Sharai too, since they went through the Inquisition and were recognized by the nymphs as an official state. Lady Violet was muttering something about respect for each other when the ringing in Elian's ears drowned out all other sounds. Lady Sophia's surprised sigh brought her to her senses. The lady turned somehow pale. Could it be that she was unwell? In her past life, Lady Rosano was incompetent in matters of the current political situation. She cannot rely on her memories. She remembers only one specific step taken to establish peace after the delegation's visit. Archduke Howard returned from the war, having won a brilliant victory before Zacador's marriage negotiations began. A holy war broke out in Mulk at the initiative of the nymph, the purpose of which was to punish apostasy. The Empire of Biantek and Zacador entered into an alliance and entered the war. The commander-in-chief on the Bianteca side was Archduke Howard, and the commander-in-chief on the Zacador side was Prince Valdemar, and it was their coordinated actions that brought about the great victory. Prince Zacadora, leading the delegation of his empire, returned to Bianteca with Archduke Howard, and as a sign of reconciliation between the two empires, he handed over the remains of the late Archduchess Howard. The tinkling sound of a broken glass could be felt distantly, as if through a thick layer of water. Eliana couldn't take her empty gaze away from the spreading stain. In this light, the red wine looked suspiciously like blood. So, the very war in which Flint Howard achieved a triumphant victory was the Holy War in Mulch. The sound of the shattering glass continued to ring in Eliana's ears as she stood frozen in the middle of the hall. Her acquaintances' eyes showed concern. Was Lady okay? They repeated their question. Lady Rossano shook her head, trying to compose herself, and apologized, saying that she had to go. Lady Sophia and Lady Violet watched, puzzled as she stumbled towards the exit. Eliana was completely oblivious to propriety as she ran through the corridors of the mansion, her feet aching from her high heels. She cannot reveal the reason for her haste, because it is a military secret. But didn't it all happen too early? Or was her memory deceiving her? The lady's anxiety was transmitted to Jane. Why was she in such a hurry? But Eliana didn't have time to explain anything. She shouted sharply, "Into the temple, immediately." The coachman instantly jumped into his seat, pulling on the reins. Eliana's foot was tapping out an anxious rhythm, swaying her skirts, no doubt about it. She will make every effort to leave the failures of the past behind. The next day was the first day of the banquet, and a decent number of guests had gathered. Archduke Howard felt out of place. This was the first time he had been given so much attention, but he didn't show it. His feigned indifferent gaze swept over the crowd. The ladies kept their eyes on him, sighing languidly every now and then. Flint pursed his lips slightly. And why all this when a figure dressed in a dark suit approached him? With a slight thrill, the young man realized that the Duke of Rosano stood before him, and he was not alone. The man waved his hand, introducing him to his son and daughter, Demian and Isabella. Flint Howard nodded in a businesslike manner. He was glad to meet them, and they had a pleasant time. Apparently, the worry that Eliana did not come to the banquet showed on his face. Demian explained that his sister was unable to attend the banquet. Duke Howard's voice trembled with slight excitement. And for what reason? Demian reluctantly explained. She had become seriously ill. She can hardly leave her room, so she definitely won't come to the banquet. Having reported, Rosano's eldest son rudely left him alone. By the second day of the banquet, Flint Howard's enthusiasm had run out, and he refused to go out. The young man was not there on the third day either, although some of the guests did not care. However, many young ladies were outraged. This was a banquet for choosing a bride, and there was no sign of the groom. What were they even hoping for? Prince Karis listened politely to the complaints of the young ladies, mentally cursing his friend with all his might. The girls did not back down, asking him to do at least something. He had to force the Archduke to come to the banquet, even if it required extreme measures. They didn't leave him alone for a second, continuing to complain and ask. Problems and complaints rained down on the prince from every angle, and Karis began to lose his composure. He burst into his friend's chambers, intending to give Flint a good thrashing. And there he was, standing as if nothing had happened, and even surprised by his visit. Karis exploded. He arranged a banquet for him to choose a bride, but he doesn't even show up at it. At least he understands how this will affect his reputation. Flint ignored his screams, and he arrived on time. His Highness froze in shock, wondering what he was talking about. Flint's look said that this was a serious matter. He had a request to make of him. Something happened last night. Jane came to her mistress to inform her that the young master and Mistress Isabella had left the mansion. Eliana was ready, throwing a shapeless cloak over herself. There was no one in the house, after all. The mansion was absolutely silent, which was unnerving. The darkness left a feeling of abandonment. Still, the fear of being caught was strong enough that Eliana moved quietly from room to room. Having entered one of her father's rooms, she found a switch and pressed it. With a muffled creak, one of the walls slid aside, revealing a passage. Eliana stood hesitantly before him. She felt that now a turning point would come that would allow her to change the events of her past life. Jane was quite surprised that all the mansions really had such passages. Lady Rosanna herself was not sure, since she learned about this secret passage from Astina. Likely built for evacuation during emergencies, this passage would allow her to exit the mansion without attracting the attention of the knights. It was under these circumstances that the girl learned how the mercenary could visit her without hindrance. And her words turned out to be true. In just a few minutes, she got out of the mansion. As they had agreed, Astina was waiting for them. The carriage was ready. After saying goodbye, Eliana gave Jane the order to return, and she was also not to let anyone into her room. Finally, the carriage moved. For the second evening in a row, Flint Howard was plagued by anxiety. Eliane must be really unwell since she doesn't even go out anywhere. Maybe he should visit her. When the servant told him that he had a guest, Flint was not at all interested. Let him come in. The butler quietly opened the door, and Eliana stood on the threshold, a slight smile playing on her lips. For a moment, Flint forgot how to breathe and thought that he was imagining it all. Lady Rosano walked into the room and threw off her shapeless robe. It was indeed Miss Eliana. The girl smiled brightly at him. She decided to visit Flint to admire the stars together. One could only hope that the starlight could eclipse the shadow of her ignorance. Flint felt a painful stab in his heart. With trembling hands, he began to clear his desk, which was littered with stacks of documents. Let her sit down. He would clear everything for her now. Still not believing that all this was real, he awkwardly asked how she was feeling. He was worried about the girl, since he was told that she was seriously ill. Eliana only smiled softly. She was much better. Flint fidgeted with his fingers, wondering if the chair was too hard. They could move into the living room. Lady Rosino looked at him meaningfully. Everything is fine. although there is no terrace here. Duke Howard realized she was in the next room. The girl suddenly jumped up from her seat. Well, they can go get some fresh air. The door creaked softly. Flint silently followed his beloved. The next room was cool and dark, but it gave them a feeling of peace. No one would see them here. Eliana's eyes burned brighter than the stars she so wanted to look at. Let him come to her. The sky is strewn with stars. It's simply wonderful. Flint's gaze never left her. He agrees. He also often admires these views. He slowly approached. It is worth noting that the garden is beautiful even in daylight. The young man couldn't take his eyes off Eliana. Her delicate features attracted him, and the moonlight emphasized the pallor of her skin. Eliana sighed and plucked up her courage. She had to say it. Did Flint ever want to reach the stars? Today, she would like to put a star in his arms. Her hands slowly reached out to him, gently stroking his neck. Flint was embarrassed. He completely did not understand what the lady was talking about. Before he could finish his sentence, their lips met, and Flint's eyes widened in surprise. His heart started beating so fast that it felt like it was about to jump out of his chest. Eliana's lips were soft as a peach blossom, and he closed his eyes, returning the kiss. Her warmth pleasantly warmed him. Flint hugged the girl as tightly as he could, as if he wanted this moment to last forever. After a while, Eliana pulled back, and Flint reached for her lips with regret. Not being himself, Lady Rosano took a couple of steps back, throwing off her robe and exposing her shoulders. Flint felt his breath catch in his throat. His head was empty. The girl involuntarily laughed, watching his funny expression. Let him follow her. Flint hovered over her, breathing heavily. Eliana's breath resonated with his, and she allowed the warmth to spread throughout her body. But suddenly, the flame in the young man's eyes went out. He froze, staring at her with an empty gaze. Eliana closed her eyes and waited tensely for some kind of action from him, but nothing followed. Her ears caught the quiet rustling of the sheets. The warm body no longer accepted her. She felt only cold. Flint moved to the edge of the bed and turned away, his expression grim. Lady Rosano sat up from the soft pillows, feeling alienated. What had happened? Why wasn't he hugging her? Was he really going to make the lady blush? Flint Howard is completely depressed. He does not want to enter into a relationship without feelings. Eliana cried out in annoyance, then let him allow himself to feel them. But the young man retorted, "It's not about him, because she doesn't love him." Silence fell in the faceless and cold room. Just as cold, Eliana had never felt so alone. But she quickly dismissed the dark thoughts, because she had already come so far. Trying not to disturb Flint's peace, she moved a little closer. If she said the opposite, would he hug her? Archduke Howard remained silent, avoiding her gaze. Every muscle in his body tensed to the limit. Eliana moved even closer and smiled tenderly at him, stroking his tense shoulders. Of course she loved him. Flint's pulse quickened, a pleasant, tingling sensation spreading through his chest, bringing relaxation. Feeling that at this moment he belonged completely to her, Eliana moved closer again, but did not touch his lips, teasing him slightly. She felt that this Duke Howard was still hesitant, so she wanted him to do it first. Frustration made her grit her teeth as he grabbed her wrist, stopping her. Slowly, Flint removed her hands from his own chest and pulled away. A disappointed sigh escaped his lips, and he turned away, not wanting his beloved to see his face. After he cleared his throat, his voice sounded almost even. It was already late. So he takes Miss Eliana home. The cold gripped the girl again. She cried out, "No!" If she returns there, she will definitely be sold to Zakador. Flint Howard turned his head slightly in her direction and asked in confusion, "Sell? What did she mean?" The hopelessness was suffocating Eliana. There was a burning sensation in her eyes. She didn't want everything to turn out like this. Soon the empires of Biantek and Zakador will enter into a marriage alliance, and she will be the bride. Flint's voice was full of pain. Why her? Although deep down he knew the answer. It was her father's wish. What a pitiful situation she is in. All she can do is throw herself into the arms of the man standing in front of her. No matter how much Eliana tried to calm down, the treacherous tears continued to flow down her face. Flint sat next to her, giving her the opportunity to cry. If she marries him, she won't have to go to Zakador, right? It's very cold in the north, but she doesn't care. The situation there is unsettled. Monsters are common, and the proximity to the border creates a constant threat of war. He continued to list the reasons, but Eliana didn't care. She was starting to get angry, as far as she remembered. Last time he didn't accept her offer. Flint's lips lifted slightly at the corners. "Okay, Why not get married? Rubbing her eyes, the girl couldn't believe that this was actually happening. The young duke's smile became even more tender. She must take care of herself. Eliana always did this, so she came to him, feeling awkward. Flint apologized if he expressed himself incorrectly. The strap of the girl's shirt treacherously slipped off her shoulder, and Flint gasped in surprise. Blushing, he turned away abruptly and handed her the robe. This situation did not embarrass the girl at all, but for the sake of Flint's well-being, she wrapped herself in a robe. He should get used to this. After all, he must leave behind offspring. The blood rushed to his head. Flint cried out in embarrassment, asking not to rush things. The girl felt warmth spreading in her stomach, and she burst out laughing. She liked this Flint much better, and she laughed loudly and heartily. Continuing to laugh, Lady Rosano tried to look into his eyes, but Flint was so embarrassed that he continued to turn away. After some time, the young people came up with a plan. They agreed that Archduke Howard should propose to Eliana tomorrow. Eliana had a better idea. No need. He could use something else instead. The young man took the bundle from her hands, with a puzzled expression on his face. The lips formed the letter O. Isn't this a marriage certificate from the temple? All because the temple truly values Lady Rosano's unwavering devotion. The young couple did not want to part, but the time had come, and Eliana was heading home again. Astina gave her the report. The young gentleman entered the room with the secret passage. It all happened too fast, but Astina supposes she should have known about it. Lady Rosano chuckled thoughtfully. So that's how it is. It turns out Demian knows about the secret passage. Although it is possible that only the father knows this, given that Demian is the only heir, it is logical to assume that he is the one who knows about the existence of the passage. The next morning at the mansion was quite tense. Jane burst into her mistress's room with a loud scream. The Duke is calling her! Jane was so scared that she could hardly stand on her feet. What should she do? But strangely enough, Lady Rosano was calm. Everything was fine. It was good that he didn't call her. She gracefully placed the porcelain cup on the saucer, asking if Jane could do something for her. Of course, the maid agreed. She would do everything for her mistress. Jane ran as fast as she could because she had so little time. The lady asked to tell Astina to hurry with the implementation of the plan. She also handed over a hair clip, and this should be shown to Billy. Eliana wanted to get out of this terrible place as soon as possible. She froze in front of the door, not daring to enter. A shiver ran down her spine as she creaked open the front door to her father's office. No matter how scared she was, she decided that she would go in with her head held high, and he would not see a drop of fear. The Duke's voice was gloomy. His daughter may pass. But when the girl turned her gaze to her father, he was smiling and greeting her with open arms. Eliana froze in place. The only thing playing in her head was the danger signal. Her father had never been like this before. He hardly knew about her night escape, and his next words confirmed it. Let him get ready to visit the imperial palace. Yesterday, he met with the emperor. The Empire of Zakador proposed a marriage alliance. They will give their princess to the Biantek Empire, and they will offer them the eldest daughter of the Rosano family. Apparently, he raised her well, since even in Zakador they say what he thinks about her. If the Duke gives his daughter to the Emperor, he will return to him the mine of precious stones that once belonged to the Rosano family. Her father had weakened carnivorously. Now she would become the bride of the 7th Prince of Zakador. The girl's throat was dry. Why did everything happen so quickly? If she goes to the palace, then Astina will not be able to carry out the kidnapping plan. Their plans may fail. Eliana looked away, because she was too scared, but still firmly said that she didn't want this. She won't go to the Zakador Empire. Silence fell in the room. Eliana could physically feel the anger boiling inside her father, bubbling and hissing as it spilled over the edges. His voice rolled through the room like a rumble. He hadn't misheard, had he? The man's gaze darkened, radiating danger. There was a warning in his voice. Now Leah was rebelling against him. Eliana swallowed loudly, but did not look away. At least once, she asks him to take her feelings into account, if he really considers her his daughter. At these words, her father raised his eyebrows in surprise and grinned. He burst out laughing. He never cared about her opinion. If she didn't go there voluntarily, he would send her by force. Lady Rosano wanted to slap herself for having hope blossoming in her heart again. He was trying to drag her into this hell again. Her hands were shaking with fear and anger. He can't send her to Zakador. After all, she had already given a wedding dinner to Archduke Flint Howard. The bride he considered the most worthy no longer exists. Flint frowned in confusion as someone shouted outside the doors of his corridor, demanding to see him. He looked at Oliver to see why it was so noisy outside. A woman arrives who claims to be Miss Rosanna's personal servant and is told to do her job and leave, but she continues to insist on meeting him. A fight did indeed break out under his window, and the maid resisted the soldiers with all her might. Jane continued to scream desperately that she needed to talk to the Archduke, at least for a couple of minutes. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Duke Howard. She cried out in despair, asking to save her mistress. Duke Rossano is going to kill her. Flint Howard's heart sank somewhere down. Jane's voice broke into sobs. The lady really could die. Flint felt a wave of terror grip him. Most of all, he was afraid of losing Eliana. Let her tell him in detail what had happened. The young Duke hardly listened to the maid's story until the end. He quickly gathered a small detachment and saddled a horse. The horses galloped, raising dust on the road. Sweat poured down Flint's forehead, and he felt like they were going too slowly. He spurred the horse on the sides, mentally pleading with it to gallop faster. As expected, they were not allowed in at the entrance. Entry without the Duke's permission is prohibited. But the guard quickly changed his mind when a sharp sword was presented to his neck. Countess Adele's voice was cold. In front of him was the Archduke of the Biontech Empire. How dare he stand in his way? The mansion inside was torn apart by screams, and there were practically no pauses between the blows of the whip. Once again she puts her body on display and ruins all his plans. He almost returned the legacy of their ancestors. Eliana crawled with all her might, trying to avoid the blows of the whip that made the skin on her back burst and bleed. With the final blow, she fell to the ground unconscious, her whole face swollen and wet with tears. A shocked sigh escaped the butler's lips. The lady fainted, but the Duke didn't care. He dumped a bucket of ice water on her and shouted at her to wake up immediately. This had some effect. The girl's eyes opened slightly, barely aware of where she was. Eliana tried to sit up. Her eyes met her father's face, distorted with anger, as he swung his arm again to strike. The front doors swung open, and Isabella burst into her father's office with tears in her eyes. Spreading her arms out to the side, she shielded her exhausted sister's body with her body. Falling to her knees, the girl tearfully asked her father to stop and let him beat her instead. Duke Rossano was completely mad with anger. Unable to see anything in front of him, he growled at her to leave immediately. Isabella was very scared. For the first time, her father shouted at her and looked at her with such hatred, but she still remained standing. Eliana wanted to protect her. At such a young age, she shouldn't have seen such scenes, but she didn't even have the strength to get up from the floor. Isabella's voice broke into a scream. How could he mock her sister like that? How could he be called a father after what he had done? Duke Rossano clenched his teeth so hard that Isabella could hear them grinding. She also decided to rebel against her father, who had worked so hard to get her on her feet. How dare Bella? The maid felt that the situation was getting tense and tried to calm her mistress down so that her father wouldn't take it out on her. Emily tried her best to get her out of the room, while Isabella screamed and resisted with all her might. As soon as the doors slammed shut, the Duke's anger again turned to his eldest daughter. He swung the whip again to strike. This brat had brainwashed Bella too. A sharp pain suddenly blossomed in his right hand, forcing him to release the handle of the whip. The man looked down at the dagger lodged in his wrist, then turned his gaze to the open doors, where Archduke Howard stood, accompanied by his subordinates. Countess Adele's eyes burned with hatred, and at the sight of such a terrible picture, her face turned white as snow. But the most frightening of this company was Archduke Howard. In his eyes, one could see a bloody desire to kill. A trembling vein appeared on Flint's forehead as he realized that it was Lady Eliana standing before him. Duke Rossano screamed, "What was going on? How dare he break into his mansion?" Turning to the butler, he ordered that the knights be called immediately and these impostors expelled. How dare he interfere in the affairs of the Rossano family? He won't get away with it, even though he is a duke. Flint's voice was cold as ice. He did not expect that the duke, famous for his affection for his daughter, could have such a hobby. All the color drained from Countess Adele's face, and she ran up to the lady, examining her from all sides. The man was shaking with anger. He was just raising his child. The Countess's pupils narrowed to the size of pins. Even in Zacador, there was no father who would beat his daughter so cruelly. Duke Rossano choked on his own bile. No one had ever spoken to him so rudely. He continued to shout at the butler, "Where are the knights?" Hamilton answered uncertainly and quietly. He called them. But suddenly, people of unknown origin broke into the mansion. Their fighting technique was so refined that the Duke's knights were nowhere near their level. Naturally, since they were under Astina's leadership, Flint Howard moved closer. looming over Duke Rossano, causing him to retreat in fear. From this moment on, he will not dare to touch his wife with a finger. The man choked on his own bile. He was her father. Flint could only imagine how much effort he had put into raising her. Does the young Duke really think he raised her just to sell her to him? A scarlet veil of anger obscured the Archduke's entire field of vision, and in a fit of rage, he grabbed the hilt of his sword. He swung it sharply and thrust it right in front of the Duke's face. The blade moved dangerously close to his face, Flint carefully cutting a few hairs from the man's beard. The eyes looked more like black holes, and the hand was shaking with anger. Eliana's quiet voice was heard from the side. "No need, if he kills his father." The girl lost consciousness again. Flint froze tensely, but did not take the sword away from the Duke's face. He closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts and deciding what he should do. To everyone's regret, he put the blade back in its sheath. But his expression said it all. Duke Rossano was breathing heavily, clutching his neck with his hand. Duke Howard turned away, not wanting to see that disgusting face anymore. Now he was more concerned about the condition of Eliana, who was unconscious again. Duke Rosen's quiet, indignant mutterings raised a new wave of anger in Flint Howard's chest, and he turned sharply, piercing him with a cold gaze. Without feeling his hand, as if it did not belong to him, the young man pulled out his sword and slashed sharply with it. With a trembling hand, the man grabbed his bloody cheekbone, and soon his entire face was covered in blood. Separating the words by syllables, Flint repeated again, "Let him stay away from his wife." He exhaled loudly and sheathed his sword again. This was his last warning. Not believing what was happening, the Duke, staggering and pressing his hand to his bloody cheek, stepped back. Astina arrived just in time to announce that the path was clear. She also asks the Archduke to take into account that the successor of the Asta fulfilled the request of the Duke's daughter. For a moment, her eyes widened in horror when she saw Eliana's mutilated face. Now it was clear why Archduke Howard was so taciturn and gloomy. On the way, they met Demian. He asked what they were going to do with Eliana. The Countess demanded that anyone who dared to block the Archduke's path step out of the way. As if collecting his thoughts, Demian nodded to himself. Eliana is an illegitimate child. There was disgust in his voice. The guards froze in place, not knowing how to react or how to interpret his words. But Flint didn't care about it. That is, he wants to say that she was bullied for this very reason. He is no different from his father. Demian was angry. He didn't like it. And wasn't his lordship a native of Zakador? He knew very well that in this place, illegitimate children were treated with disdain. Does he really want Eliana to become Archduchess? Flint frowned. Miss Eliana was already an Archduchess, in case he didn't know. Demian's eyes widened in surprise, and for the first time, words caught in his throat. The whole company was silent, waiting for him to finally let them pass. Having accepted his defeat, the eldest son of the Rossano family wanted to pass on something to him. He rummaged around in his bosom and pulled out a small washer, which Flint was surprised to recognize as an Ellis. He only hopes that the young Archduke will take responsibility until the very end. Otherwise, the very fact that he extended his hand to her will become a misfortune for her. Flint nudged the young man with his shoulder and walked around him. He shouldn't meddle in something that wasn't his business. He'll sort it out himself. And let him remember, the Rossano family no longer has the right to interfere in his affairs or those of his wife. Finally, Archduke Howard reached the exit unhindered. He was eager to leave this nest of snakes. Father, he was the one Eliana feared most in the world. For her, his whip was more terrible than any sword or poison. However, was he always so helpless? Flint's voice, asking her to stay away from his wife, echoed in her head. He turned out to be a worthless and useless man. A pleasant feeling spread through Eliana's chest when Flint defended her in front of her brother. Her heart sank painfully. For the first time in her life, there was a man who could protect her, but now he knew her terrible secret. And it was he, a proud, strong man of his word. This is probably the long-awaited salvation. Finally, Lady Rossano opened her eyes. Her head was empty. Jane squeezed her wrist almost painfully, and finally the lady came to her senses. She would have called the Duke immediately, but Eliana pulled her by the sleeve, stopping her. She continued to pull Jane towards herself, shaking her head. The maid's eyebrows arched in confusion. What was going on? Did she really not want to see her master? Eliana remained silent and drooped, without answering anything. The whole palace was in an uproar. The Duke of Rossano's daughter had indeed visited the Archduke's mansion. But what was his relationship with the lady? His lordship must not let Miss Rossano escape under any circumstances. They have already made a decision. She will become an archduchess. Flint Howard must take full responsibility, like a true gentleman. They will compose a letter with a marriage proposal. In their youth, they wrote excellent essays. The man standing to the side clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. It's not that simple. After all, it is still unknown whether Duke Rossano will want to give up his beloved daughter. The council whispered among themselves. Indeed, he was right. The Duke cared so much about her. Gradually, Flint began to boil. He was irritated that everyone was happily ignoring his presence. He rose abruptly from the table and spoke clearly, emphasizing each syllable. Lady Eliana has already become an archduchess. He doesn't care what Duke Rossano has in mind. And speaking of the lady, she is in this mansion now, so they should speak more quietly. He had nothing more to add. Flint was no longer going to be in the same room with these people. His assistant tried to stop him, realizing the storm of indignation that was about to descend upon him. The door slammed. His assumption became reality. What is he saying? How does he not care about the Duke's thoughts? They didn't even have a ceremony. How could Miss Rossino become an archduchess? The front door swung open, and Countess Adele barked loudly. Let them speak in a low voice. They were told that the archduchess needs peace. Everyone in the room froze. They needed peace. Could it really be that the archduke had kidnapped her? For several minutes, Flint Howard stood in front of the door, gathering his courage. Finally, he found the strength to knock. He immediately felt that something was wrong when the maid's upset face appeared from behind the door. Flint pretended not to notice her mood. He heard that Eliana had woken up. The lady dozed off again. Maybe he should come later. Jane was a bad liar, so naturally he didn't believe her words. Flint sighed in disappointment. It seemed Eliana didn't want to see him. Guilt overwhelmed the girl's heart. All she could do was bow down and ask for forgiveness. From somewhere in the room, the rustling of a blanket was heard. Eliana quietly turned over onto her other side. Archduke Howard was sure he had to try to reach her. He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible. If possible, he would like to see her. They need to discuss something. Eliana probably needs to be given time. A quiet voice was heard from somewhere under the blanket. Is he disappointed that the lady everyone considered noble turned out to be completely different? Lady Rossano's voice sounded hollow and abandoned. She was nothing more than her father's property. Everything that people call her fine manners is the result of his upbringing. As Flint rightly noted, she lives by etiquette alone, because that is the only way she can avoid being punished with a whip. Flint felt better, which meant she didn't hate him for taking her away from her parents' home. Eliana curled into a ball of tension. She knew what was about to happen. He would reject her, drive her back home. The thought made her feel sick. Flint's voice was soft and sounded very close. He understood that it had been difficult for her. They would no longer remember those terrible times. The young man carefully pulled the blanket off her, revealing her disheveled head. From that moment on, the Duchy of Rossano would never disturb her peace. Eliana could no longer hold back her tears. She buried her face in her hands and howled, her back shaking with sobs. Flint carefully let her cry it out. In the evening, a crowd of people descended on his mansion. Duke Rossano continued to shout and pound on the table that the marriage contract was a lie. And how dare Flint Howard kidnap his daughter? He screamed and screamed, spraying saliva. The man knows perfectly well that the Duke threatened her to make her sign this contract. Archduke Howard bristled. Did he really mean to say that they signed the treaty after he kidnapped the Archduchess? That was complete nonsense. Let him look at the date. It's not at all the one he said. Someone from Duke Rossano's support shouted, Isn't it clear that he changed the date to use it as evidence? They had better acknowledge the marriage of the Archduchess with His Serene Highness the Archduke. How can they make such unfounded statements? The marriage is not yet registered. The marriage contract can be forged, but the application for marriage registration is not possible. Flint started talking about a wedding, and then Duke Rossano exploded. What other wedding? And where did he get so much composure? He would never recognize their marriage until he brought him an application for registration. Inside, the man was tormented by tension. What was going on? Why was Archduke Howard so calm? Marriage registration is issued only on condition that both partners attend the church together. Before the wedding ceremony, it is necessary to obtain a seal from a priest. Now the temple is guarded by his knights. He will not be able to enter there. But why is Flint so cold-blooded? Flint's confident grin made the Duke tense up. He knew he had made a mistake somewhere. From somewhere behind the door, a confident voice was heard. It turned out that the time had come for Duke Rossano to accept this fact. How could Prince Karis leave his friend in trouble? All attention was on him. the marriage registration application, and on the paper one could indeed see a bright red seal. The man refused to accept this fact. "This can't be, it's fake." Flint Howard chuckled. He could check it himself if he didn't believe him. The allies of Duke Rosano examined the document from all sides. It was indeed the seal of the temple, of His Eminence Lord Phaeton. The man felt a chill run down his spine. This was impossible. Although Karras was happy for his friend, he was also a little surprised. He couldn't believe that Flint had already registered his marriage with a government agency. Archduke Howard suppressed a smile and merely nodded briefly. His Highness felt proud of his friend. It was time to end all this. Flint Howard and Eliana Rosano are married, so they can now officially be called Archduke and Archduchess Howard. He, Heir's Biantek, acknowledges this. Flint turned his smug gaze to Duke Rosano, enjoying his reaction. He was ready for another squabble, to see if the man wanted to say anything else. The man refused to accept his defeat. He only quietly repeated to himself, "It can't be." Grabbing his hair, he shouted, "This marriage is invalid!" Finally, this hard day came to an end. Flint was eager to see his wife. He had already missed Eliana. The entrance door to her chambers was ajar, and muffled girls' voices could be heard from within. The whole room was filled with chests, dressers, and various boxes. "I'll have to buy everything again anyway." Eliana promised that she would write to Jane when she arrived north. But here are her favorite things, like Melanie's tea and this. In a good mood, Flint walked into the room, and what they were doing, Eliana's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Isabella sent her personal belongings, so she is slowly getting ready, because soon they will be leaving for the north. After these words, the young man's face changed subtly. It seemed that sadness appeared on it. Eliana was afraid that she had hurt him with the word that was wrong with him. Flint seemed to be caught between two fires. He was worried about whether he should take her north. They can stay in the capital if she wishes. Eliana chuckled. Did he really think she would avoid her duties as a wife? She lifted her chin proudly, never taking her eyes off him for a second, and waiting for his answer. Her voice was firm as she said it. She is the mistress of the North. Now the North and its territory. Flint's eyes widened in surprise, a pleasant feeling blooming in his chest. His lips broke into a smile. How lucky he was with this woman. He squeezed her hand in his. They would go together to their lands. Before leaving, Eliana decided to visit the temple one last time, as expected. On this day, she was lucky to meet His Eminence. Eliana came to thank him. If he hadn't given them the marriage registration certificate, she would be dead. The old man smiled at her easily, and his eyes showed paternal love. From their first meeting, he felt a familiar energy, warm and gentle, a feeling that cannot be described in words. Of course, it's not just that. The church is obliged to help those in need, isn't it? Calmness spread through Eliana's chest, and she nodded in agreement. Archduchess Howard headed to the place of prayer. She had something to talk about with God. She is grateful to the Lord for hearing her prayers. All she wants is for him to continue to be her patron in the future. A few days later, the newlyweds finally headed north. The weather was pleasant, and there was no sign of trouble. Eliana's mouth dropped open in surprise. How could it be that the magic gates couldn't be used? They say that the booking is completely closed, and this is also the first time Flint has been in such a situation. The gates can only be used by prior reservation, and how long does it take to get to the next gate? The young Duke exhaled loudly. About 2 weeks on the carriage. Well, then they had better wait until these opened first. But Eliana insisted that they had to leave. She doesn't want her husband to be late because of her. The young man was silent for a while, deciding that if things became difficult for her, she would definitely have to say so. They will arrive in the Viscounty of Georgia in half a day, and will also rest there. It was a difficult time, but by evening they finally reached their destination. The coachman knocked on the side of the carriage. They are here, Viscounty, Georgia. The Viscount's daughter, Anika, greeted Archduke and Archduchess Howard, and was honored to meet them. Eliana smiled tenderly. She liked the girl and was grateful for her hospitality. Anika bowed slightly, wishing them a pleasant stay. Finally, Anika and the butler saw the guests out and quietly closed the doors. Her peaceful mask instantly fell, and she pierced the butler with an angry look. Anika was so angry that she didn't miss the opportunity to kick the young man. Because of him, all the money and time were wasted. What the hell choice of a bride? With such a graceful beauty as Eliana, she won't even come into sight. The butler defended himself from the blows with the last of his strength. He himself did not know that his lordship had a lover. Anika herself was filled with hope that this was her chance to leave the Viscountcy. The young lady couldn't believe that this impudent fellow answered her like that. She would drag him by the hair right now. The newlyweds naturally heard this squabble. Eliana could hardly contain her laughter. Viscount Georgia's child became the mistress of the Viscounty. Albert Georgia possesses talents that are too valuable to be the owner of only a small territory. Flint was surprised that his wife knew the Viscount's eldest son. Eliana corrected him. But according to rumors, the eldest son of Viscount Georgia revealed his magical power. Albert was the youngest high-level magician. He was freedom-loving and not attached to anything. Eliana drew him into the fight for the throne of Zacador. And the young master agreed. He would help His Highness the 7th Crown Prince ascend to the throne, but on the condition that he would be allowed to become a palace magician if he gained the power of the emperor. However, he was never able to achieve what he wanted. Illness took him away before her eyes. Eliana's heart sank painfully every time she recalled his death rattles. With his last strength, he asked that his body be given to his little sister. He also regrets that he put such a burden on her. Such were his last words. Albert's dying wish was fulfilled. Anika grieved for a long time and could not come to her senses. Now Eliana was determined that she would not allow this tragedy to happen in this life. The unsuspecting girl asked the maid to prepare a bath for her. After a couple of minutes, Miss Eliana realized why she had reacted so happily to this. The bath was designed for two, and there were many pleasantly smelling products there, so they could safely use them. And they must not forget the most important thing, useful oil for a couple. Jane giggled contentedly. She began to explain in detail how to use it when Eliana closed her eyes, and tired, asked her to stop. This is too much. Let him remove it. Jane became a little sad. But Flint didn't mind. It seemed to be suitable for massage. Eliana calmly explained that it was not massage oil. The young man's eyes were questioning why he should apply it to his body. It contains an aphrodisiac, so it would be better for him not to use it. When Flint coughed awkwardly, it made her smile. He repeated sheepishly, aphrodisiac. He was about to express indignation at why such a thing was there, when his wife covered his mouth with her hand. This oil is often used by lovers together. Finally, the young man realized what his wife was talking about, and his whole face turned red. Eliana could not understand how a person who had been on the battlefield hundreds of times could be so innocent. Flint shouted that he would go take a bath first and disappeared behind the door. After a while, feeling soft and relaxed, he slowly walked out of the bathroom, drying his hair. He wanted to tell Eliana that she could come in, but his words got stuck in his throat. Having enjoyed his embarrassment, the girl wrapped herself in a towel again. Today he was going to just sleep with her in the same bed. Archbishop Howard was more serious than ever, of course. They need so much strength for the road. Archduchess Howard replied sarcastically, "It would be much more difficult with a child, right?" The man was so embarrassed that it seemed like steam was going to come out of his ears. Enough joking. Finally, the morning came, sunny but joyless. Miss Eliana felt how all her limbs were gradually starting to go numb. Jane noticed that she had yawned for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes. Was the lady really tired? It was the first time Eliana had traveled so long in a carriage. She had entered Zacador through a magical gate. In response to Mrs. Jane's question, she replied that she was not tired at all, because thanks to her, she was in such luxury. She arrived in the capital on a cart. Eliana can't even imagine how disgusting it was. It's also easy to run into bandits, and that's not the worst thing. But now Jane feels relieved, because no one will dare touch Her Grace the Archduchess. As if to confirm her words, Flint Howard looked out of the window, checking on his wife's condition. The girl's eyes instantly lit up. To be honest, she had already begun to miss her lover. A smile full of love blossomed on her face. She was not tired, and everything was fine with her. They were almost to the next gate, where she wanted to go when they arrived north. It seemed Eliana had heard something about an impressive temple. Suddenly, Flint Howard tensed, pulling his horse's reins. He screamed at the top of his lungs, ordering everyone to duck. Right now, dozens of arrows were flying towards them. Eliana's eyes widened, as if she were watching everything in slow motion. As if through the thickness of the water, the sound of a broken carriage window and the whistle of an arrow could be heard. Flint continued to shout, "Faster! They must escort the Archduchess's carriage." One of the soldiers was terribly frightened. He could hardly utter a word, only pointing his finger to the side. Monsters appeared from behind a large rock, rapidly approaching them, growling and dripping saliva. Flint didn't care at all about the advancing monsters, as long as his wife was okay. Jane managed to pull her mistress aside for 2 minutes and protect her with her own body. The arrow missed Eliana. The undamaged windows shattered again, and a barrage of arrows rained down on the carriage. Eliana and Jane instantly fell to the floor, the maid shaking with fear. Miss Eliana tried to remain calm, and with a sharp movement, she pulled out one of the shells. "We need to act as quickly as possible." She examined the arrow from all sides. The heart sank somewhere down. On the tip was engraved the coat of arms of Rossano. But now she was calm. Jane didn't have to worry. Whoever used those arrows wasn't going to kill them. The maid continued to shake with fear, and they almost died. She couldn't believe why the lady was so calm. One of the guards opened the carriage door, checking if the girls were okay. "What is he doing? It's much more dangerous outside." The man's gaze was frightening. He said coldly, "His lordship gave the order to protect her." Archduchess Howard tensed, her sixth sense telling her that something was wrong. Promising to protect them, the knight took out a small flask. The girl pinched her nose, trying not to inhale the toxic fumes. It was a sleeping pill. The man laughed contentedly. "The lady can rest." Unfortunately, Flint Howard was too far from the carriage. He didn't even suspect that he had been tricked. He continued to chop down monsters. Finally, he finished off the last one, the blade coming out of the body with a squelch. The soldiers, covered in blood and other bodily fluids, were quite tired. It had been a tough battle. Despite all this, Flint still looked flawless. They must examine the wounded. What happened to the attackers, and where is Adele? Subordinate Oliver pointed somewhere to the side. "Countess Adele is here." The girl looked dejected and refused to look him in the eyes. She threw herself at her master's feet, her voice breaking as she apologized. She deserves punishment for failing to save Her Serene Highness the Archduchess. The attackers were disguised as squad members. They hit her where she was weakest, and she felt sorry. The attackers were wearing clothes with the coat of arms of the Duchy of Rossano, and they were led out. The entire area was filled with a sleeping pill and a paralytic aroma, and there were no witnesses. How dare they deny a marriage recognized by the imperial family? Her bright heart of a duchess no longer bears the name Rossano. Now she is Howard. They must pay for getting involved with him. Flint's teeth gnashed. That damn Duke Rossano. The young man ordered the immediate formation of a pursuit squad. It was unlikely that they had gone far. He looked at everyone present with a furious look. He will ask them after he finds his wife. His voice was full of anger as he gave the order. Finding the girl was their main goal at the moment. Archduchess Howard slowly came to, her eyes blurred and her head aching. She jumped up in bed, realizing that she was in an unfamiliar place. Eliana blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision. She looked around tensely. This room was unfamiliar to her. The girl laughed bitterly. Apparently, her father really wanted to send her to Zacador. But there was food on the table. Fortunately, he wasn't going to starve her. Her stomach growled loudly. It seemed that Eliana was really very hungry. Taking her first bite, she grimaced. Spices from Zacador. This was not to her taste, but still, she needed to gain strength. After some time, all the plates on the table were empty. Now it was time to look around. Archduchess Howard hesitantly opened the creaky door. It was surprising that she hadn't been locked in here. A small corridor stretched out in front of her. The window, here was her chance. She reached for the frame, but looking down, the girl realized that everything was not so simple. The girl suddenly ducked down, of course. The mansion was guarded by soldiers. Frustrated, Eliana returned to bed, wondering what she should do. It was as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest. She couldn't sit idly by. She would have to run away from here. The servant walking through the corridors of the mansion perked up. He remembered that he had never checked on the kidnapped mistress. Carefully, so as not to frighten the young girl, he slowly entered the room. But it turned out to be empty. Nervously, the man looked around the room. One of the doors was slightly open. He didn't want to panic, but the worst-case scenarios were playing out in his head. When he ran into the next room, he realized that he was finished. The wind howled through the broken window. He screamed, "The lady has escaped! She must be found immediately!" The whole mansion was in an uproar. They had to find her quickly. Otherwise, that man would not leave them alone. She still wouldn't run far in such an outfit. Mercenaries ran all over the area, indignant at who had ever said that she was a naive aristocrat. Eliana slowly peered around the corner. It seemed the way was clear. She abruptly ran out of the house, heading in the opposite direction from the retreating soldiers. The girl hardly understood where she was running, but she knew one thing: she couldn't stop. After wandering through the forest for some time, it started to rain, and Eliana became shivering and soaked through. The soldiers were right when they shouted that she wouldn't be able to run far in such a dress. The fabric was wet and was dragging her to the ground. She said goodbye to her shoes a few kilometers ago. It's a good thing it started raining. At least it will erase her tracks. The hunt for Archduchess Howard has clearly begun. We need to hold out a little longer. But the men's shouts nearby made her heart stop. Someone cursed dirty, asking where she had gone. What if she died? She seemed so fragile that she could die from any touch. One of the mercenaries noticed footprints in the grass. It looked like someone had passed through there recently. The men's voices were rapidly approaching, and Eliana felt like she was going crazy with fear. She covered her mouth with her hands, praying not to make a sound. The girl barely held back a scream when someone pulled her from behind, roughly grabbing her by the shoulder. At that time, Flint's team was also engaged in a search. They tried to follow the tracks, but at the most inopportune moment, it started to rain. The forest is huge, so they should spread out and continue searching. No matter how small the trail is, let it be marked immediately. They brought out the dogs. The hound sniffed. Barking, she ran forward quickly. It seems they found something in that direction. Hope glimmered in his heart. Flint ran to Oliver to see what was going on. As he could see, they had caught the killers by the tail. But the question arose as to where Eliana had gone. Flint was shaking with anger and grabbed one of the bandits by the chest. The man wheezed barely audibly, only if she hadn't run away. A scarlet, bloody flower blossomed, and the soldier's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Flint knew his wife. She had definitely run away, and they would find her first, no matter how long it took. The bandits looked at the woman hiding in the bushes with puzzlement and wondered why she was sitting there. One of them cleared his throat awkwardly and asked if she had seen a dark-haired woman with green eyes here. Eliana shook her head and looked away. She didn't see. The man frowned. But why is she here dressed like that? The girl was so scared that she didn't have to pretend. Her husband beat her, so she ran away. The mercenaries shook their heads and left. If she continued like this, he would beat her to death. As soon as the men were out of sight, Eliana began to run as fast as she could. The ground was wet and slippery from the rain, and she slipped. Everything was swimming before her eyes. Her breathing was ragged. She couldn't do this anymore. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed some movement nearby. The girl's head slowly turned to the side. Her hair stood on end when she saw a grotesque face with blood-red eyes. The creature growled loudly and rushed at her. Where did the monster come from? Horror gripped her entire body, and the girl screamed hysterically. But she never felt the expected pain. Archduchess Howard hesitantly opened one eye. Someone's strong boot finished off the creature, crushing its head. What a bad day. First those guys stuck to her, and now the monster. The unknown savior gave her a slight grin, asking if she was okay. If she can't get up, let him take her hand. The girl's palms were firm to the touch and warm. For some reason, Eliana felt relief. The girl assumed that something bad had happened and suggested finding a place to take shelter from the rain. The stranger allowed Eliana to lean on her shoulder because the girl's legs were barely obeying her from the cold. She chattered incessantly, trying to make sure that Eliana didn't pass out. By the way, her name is Vivian. Archduchess Howard guessed she met the Shirai. Vivian's face took on a funny expression. Her voice became thinner with surprise. How does she know she has fair skin? Princess Vivian of Shirai, who was discriminated against in her homeland because of her fair skin, was taken in by Eliana and brought to the palace of Zakador. The girl took on the role of a servant and guard, constantly being by her side. Eliana was glad to meet her old friend, even though she didn't know her yet. Vivian had a keen sense of hearing and instantly tensed when she heard a branch snap nearby. The girl instantly took a defensive position, covering Eliana with her body and drawing her sword from its sheath. Flint appeared from behind the bushes. He is this woman's husband. In her past life, Vivian had been her most trusted ally until that incident. When Eliana was physically exhausted after a miscarriage, Marcel, who arrived at the Empress's palace drunk, hugged Vivian in front of her. Staggering and smelling of alcohol, Marcel moved towards Eliana, mistaking her for someone else. Of course, he doesn't lie to her, because she is the only one he loves. After that, Marcel never looked for Vivienne, but the fleeting intimacy still resulted in a child for her. Vivian cried at her feet, begging to kill her for betrayal. She did not want to bear children from this beast-like man. Vivian eventually gave birth to a stillborn child, and soon her own life was cut short. Vivian froze in place, assessing her opponent. A sharp laugh escaped her lips, husband says. Why then did he leave his wife in such a state? Even though the girl acted so boastful and confident, in reality, every muscle in her body was tense. She sees this man for the first time, but he already ties her hands with his mere presence. Even in the barn, she had never encountered such power and influence. Who was this man? Flint was too impatient. He was the first to enter the fight. Vivian could barely block his blow. The recoil nearly knocked the joint out of her wrist. Archduke Howard loomed over her like a rock. What a force! With the last of her strength, Eliana screamed for his lordship to stop. Archduke Howard obeyed instantly, returning his sword to its sheath. The savage no longer bothered him. The man moved towards his wife. Vivian couldn't believe what she called him, his lordship. Recently, this man seemed to her like an unfeeling piece of ice, but now he looked at this woman with such concern. Flint Howard looked at her haggard appearance and wondered if she was okay. Eliana's voice sounded empty and abandoned. No. This woman saved her. The monster appeared, and she. Flint didn't need an explanation for how glad he was to be able to hold her again. Vivian approached, still watching them distrustfully, but not interfering. Archduke Howard realized it was time to apologize, and he was also grateful that she saved his wife. Vivian voiced her guess. He is the Archduke of the North from Biantesa. Flint was wary of how she knew. His wife addressed him as Your Lordship, Impregnable Fortress. Who would have thought that Vivian would personally meet her master? Without him, the North would have long since fallen under the onslaught of the Shirai. Vivian longed to avenge the fallen warriors of Shirai, but something held her back. The girl closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She wouldn't do this, and it was unlikely that she would succeed at all. Soon they said goodbye. There was no need to thank her. She didn't save the lady for that. Although in that case, couldn't he fulfill one of her requests? Rather, it is a request for both of them not to forget about today. After a while it got dark. The young people made a fire. Flint seemed to be about to cry. He was sorry that he could not protect his wife. Eliana was already feeling much better. She smiled. But he came for her. That was enough. Eliana moved awkwardly closer and asked the question that had been tormenting her for several hours. Why wasn't he asking anything? She shook her head slightly, and her hair fell down her back. The man had already guessed long ago, because he had already been told that Eliana was an illegitimate child. The girl looked at him with a searching gaze. In fact, this is her natural hair color. All this time, she used a magical artifact that changed the color of her hair to dark. Otherwise, anyone would have started asking questions. He could have abandoned her, calling her a dirty, illegitimate child. But even so, she wants to show him her true face. It's strange, really. Everyone in Roseanne's family has dark hair, but her husband did not agree with this. He gently touched the pinkish strands. They were lovely. Eliana forgot how to breathe for a moment, her whole face burning with embarrassment. She felt an incredible attraction, and judging by Flint's quickened breathing, she wasn't the only one. They were interrupted by a sharp rustle, and Flint instantly jumped up. Lucky lay down at their feet, wagging his tail cheerfully. The tension eased, and Eliana allowed herself to laugh. She missed him, whistling. She called her pet to her. The girl plunged her palms into the soft, thick wool. What a good boy he was. He was looking for her. The dog's eyes sparkled with delight. He fell to the ground, exposing his belly, and the girl stroked him tenderly. And even this affection wasn't enough. Lucky jumped on her, licking her. Flint sighed in frustration to the side, feeling abandoned. But he was also happy that despite the hard day, his wife could still smile. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. Her smile would never leave him cold-blooded. The rain did not stop, and after a couple of hours, the man prayed that they would be found sooner. Having gone into the forest for a short while, he collected some fruit. The smile faded from his face, and the apples fell to the ground with a clatter. Archduke Howard felt his throat tighten painfully, panic gripping his mind. Lady Eliana lay on the ground with her face completely white. Flint stumbled towards his beloved's body, a frightened wheeze escaping his throat. Her skin had a strange shine, and she was all wet with sweat. With a trembling hand, he touched her forehead, but the temperature was too low. Panic gripped the young man's mind, and for a moment he was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Anger at himself overwhelmed him. It was all his fault. He had condemned her to these trials again. It seemed that Eliana came to her senses from his touch. Her dry lips whispered his name. Archduke Howard helped his wife to rise slightly. He is here. Eliana was overcome with chills. She was so cold, she pressed his hot palm to her cheek. To help her warm up a little, Flint lit the fire again and covered the girl with a blanket. Archduchess Howard was tossing and turning in an unconscious delirium, muttering that she did not want to die. Fear for his beloved lay like a heavy burden on his heart. In such a situation, this was all he could do. Archduke Howard reached resolutely for the buttons of his shirt. slowly pulling them apart one by one. There was a quiet rustle, and the shirt flew to the floor. Forgetting his embarrassment, Flint slipped under the blanket. It was thin and really didn't warm him at all. The man moved closer and pressed himself against Eliana's back. Her body was terribly cold. The noble flower of high society, Eliana Rosano. In the entire Biantech Empire, there was no bride more enviable than her. But he noticed that all this was just a carefully constructed appearance. Her true nature found no peace in him. Her character was more stormy, capricious, and passionate. She, like a bird imprisoned in a cage, began to lose her natural beauty. Inside her lurked a weakness and helplessness that did not give her freedom. However, she changed, broke out of the cage, and went in search of herself, becoming strong enough to withstand even the most brutal violence. By opposing her father, she wanted to achieve one thing. Flint remained confused as to why she chose him. One thing is certain. The moment he realized that she liked his answer, hot feelings flared up within him. It was something unknown, but wildly pleasant. Flint had never experienced anything like it before. Eliana felt the warmth envelop her, and she pressed herself closer, begging him to stay a little longer. The realization that she was snuggled up to someone warm and alive made her eyes widen. She pulled back in fear. And how did she end up in this position with his lordship? But Flint intercepted her hands and hugged her tighter, inhaling the scent of her hair. It was a pleasant feeling, as Eliana had been expecting this for a very long time. But doubts overwhelmed her. The low, velvety voice whispering right next to her ear gave her goosebumps. Embarrassed, the girl felt a tight knot tying in her lower abdomen. A shocking thought came to my mind. Did they really do this? She never liked the idea of a romantic relationship between a man and a woman, especially after Marcel had been intimate with several women besides her. But why does she now want to reciprocate? The girl, embarrassed, asked not to hug her so tightly. A sharp shout from the cave made the young couple freeze. Countess Adele's squad had finally found them. Confused, the newlyweds tried to throw on their clothes as quickly as possible, while the girl chased everyone else out of the cave. For a moment, their gazes met, their hearts pounding wildly in their chests. It was a pleasant feeling, but at the same time very embarrassing. They abruptly turned away from each other. Archduchess Howard was lost in thought, thoughtfully rubbing her neck, which was still red with embarrassment. The prince screamed in rage. He had to keep an eye on her. He had said many times that Leah was already hardened by kidnappings. Anger distorted his handsome face as he listened to pleas for another chance. A stream of blood spurted out. The prince answered calmly. It was too late. The head landed on the stone floor with a wet slap. Once inside Flint Howard's fortress, there was no way back. Marcel wiped the blood off his sword in disgust. The seventh prince of Zacadora clicked his tongue in displeasure and threw away the dirty rag. It's funny whether that noble lady could have anything in common with the insignificant prisoner who, for the sake of life, turned into the enemy's dog. The thought that what belonged to him was no longer in his power was irritating. Then and now, Leah is his woman. Demian said bluntly, "Stop wasting your energy." Isabella thinks that if Eliana could do it, then she can do it too. She even risked her life. If she didn't have that kind of determination, then it would be better if she went through with whoever her father chose. But Isabella didn't agree. She doesn't want to marry anyone from Zacador. She will live freely, like her older sister. Having made this difficult decision, the girl packed her things and decided to leave her home late in the evening. She had someone she could rely on, Sir Eden. But when she entered, Isabella felt that something was wrong. Why was it so dark? But Sir Eden need not worry. No one knows she is here. They will leave the capital with the first rays of the sun. They will leave for his hometown. The light came on, and Isabella's joy subsided. Sir Eden avoided her gaze, surrounded by knights. He was sorry, but he couldn't go against the Duke's will. He really felt sorry. He wanted to justify himself, but Isabella didn't let him do it, hitting him in the face with all her strength, leaving a salty taste in the guy's mouth. Isabella shook him, sobbing. The bastard was so afraid of her father. Where is that love he kept talking about? Is this really the end? Eliana felt a slight awkwardness in the air. Was his lordship really going to continue riding in her carriage? Flint lifted his chin proudly, of course, in case something happened again. Suddenly, the carriage jumped up sharply, and Archduke Howard immediately hugged his wife. The driver awkwardly explained that they had simply run over a rock. Archduchess Howard let out a tense breath. The situation a little awkward. They would soon arrive in Morris County, and then they would finally be able to get out of this carriage. Luckily, the magic gate worked this time. When they were asked to exit the carriage to confirm their identity, Eliana froze. Flint, about to leave the carriage, felt his wife tugging at his cloak, and he turned a questioning glance at her. Did he always have to undergo an identity check when using his magical rights? The man shrugged. It's state law. Eliana bit her lip tensely. She never once left the carriage to check her identity. Rossano and the ruler of the north. He himself knows which of them is higher in status. She looked out of the carriage, ordering that the manager be brought immediately. Flint knew what his wife would do, but he tried to reason with her. Maybe it would be better not to make a fuss. He must not forget that he owns the most valuable flower of the empire. Even a beautiful flower is doomed to perish if it falls into the hands of an unworthy owner. But Eliana chose it to protect herself from such a fate. But if this peace is achieved only through humility and submission, then she refuses it. The gate's representative, Viscount Ot, bowed. He is responsible for managing the magical gates in the county of Maurice. The girl greeted him in a sharp tone, wondering if something had happened in County Maurice, if a criminal had gotten in there. The man was momentarily at a loss. Not at all. The county of Maurice does not allow outsiders in without reason. In that case, Eliana understands even less why he decided that his lordship and she should get out of the carriage. The poor man was bombarded with dozens of questions. He received orders from his superiors to carefully check the identities of imperial citizens. Could this order really have come from the emperor himself? If this is not an order from His Majesty, then it turns out that he dared to ask the Archduke and Archduchess to get out of the carriage for some kind of identity check. Viscount Audi wilted under her pressure. He had not received an order directly from the emperor. Archduchess Howard's voice became even more angry. That is, he, an ordinary viscount, dared to insult the rulers of the north without even having an imperial decree. Does Viscount Odi really not value the Howard family? The man bowed as deeply as he could. Not at all. He was asking forgiveness for his rudeness. Eliana had never experienced such humiliation even in the family of Rozan, and how dare he encroach on the honor of his lordship? Flint lightly patted his wife on the shoulder. He was fine. She could stop. Trembling with fear, Viscount Oti continued to apologize profusely. Eliana submitted to her husband's will and said in conclusion, Viscount Oti must remember that he owes everything to the kindness of her husband. The man was ready to shed tears. He thanks them with all his heart. When the girl turned her gaze to her husband, his expression was quite thoughtful. They got into the carriage. He didn't even look at her, turning away. Archduchess Howard began to worry. Was he angry? Maybe she had been too harsh. But still, there was no need to be so afraid of the emperor. When Archduke Howard addressed her, she flinched. He has a request? He would like to see her real hair again. He can't forget it. Eliana felt better when she realized that it wasn't her behavior that was the problem, and she took off her earrings. As soon as she did this, Flint's gaze cleared up and became much more tender. In the light, they look even more beautiful. She said that they were painted. Couldn't she stay like that in public? The girl was doubtful. Pink hair was quite unusual. And wouldn't it cause confusion among those around her? Flint didn't care. Anyone who dared to humiliate her because of her hair color needed to be put in their place. Although biotech hair coloring would become a fashion trend in the future, Eliana didn't see anything wrong with being the first to do it. Flint gently took the earrings from her palm. Well, then he would put them aside. Instead, he has something else. He opened a small box. Eliana let out a surprised sigh at the sight of the familiar decoration. This is the same hairpin that he wanted to return to her during their first meeting, so he kept it all the time. Archduke Howard looked at her with a gentle gaze. He should have returned her long ago. Eliana's face lit up with a bright smile. She was very pleased to receive the hairpin again. No matter how many times Flint saw her smile, his heart sank every time as if it were the first. A couple of hours later, the carriage stopped. Eliana had already been asleep for a long time. The coachman announced that they had arrived at the Archduchy of Howard. The carriage rolled along, raising mud splashes, and the girl felt that the climate here was more humid and cold. She pressed herself against the glass in amazement, goosebumps running through her body from the views opening up to her. It was very spacious and quiet. Solid forests. No people or buildings. This was the Great Wall of the Howards. It took her breath away. The Archduchy of Howard is famous for being surrounded on all sides by a long and massive wall, leaving not the slightest gap. The former duke began building the wall immediately after he gained power over the northern lands. The late Emperor Pedro, taking pity on his grandson, who had been exiled to the north after his father's death, gave him generous support. The former Archduke invested all his resources in the improvement of the region, and for 5 years hired residents of the north for construction work. The population, which suffered from poverty due to the harsh climate, received a stable source of income for the first time. Flint's father dedicated his life to the development of the north, so northerners honor his memory. The townspeople indeed welcomed them with open arms, rejoicing at the return of his lordship. He was congratulated on his victory in Molk. Eliana was proud of her husband. It seems that he has no less glory than his father. Before she knew it, her hand gave in to the impulse. Her face took on its usual neutral expression, and her lips stretched slightly into a smile. She waved majestically to the people from the window. Realizing what she was doing, the girl abruptly pulled her hand back. She closed the carriage window, the Empress's old habits making themselves known. The girl nervously fiddled with her fingers. A frustrated sigh escaped her lips. She apologized for her lack of restraint. But Flint didn't care. He smiled kindly. In his opinion, it looked quite cute. This approach will help win the favor of local residents. Supporting his wife, he turned to the window and waved again with her. Finally, the whole procession reached the main castle. Eliana resisted the urge to jump out of the carriage herself. So eager was she to see Archduke Howard's home. Excitement took hold of her. Here it is, this place. She quickened her pace slightly as she headed towards the entrance, where her second life would begin. The girl froze in the doorway with doubt, but everything was a little different from how she imagined. How empty! It looks well kept, but that's all, too gloomy. Miles, the finance manager, explained that his lordship was a man of modesty. Gilbert nodded vigorously. He rarely visited the estate, so he didn't want to clutter it with unnecessary things. There were too few managers and servants. Even if the owner did not pay attention to household chores, Eliana was dissatisfied. She looked at Flint with a hard, intent gaze, wondering if the wedding budget had been set yet. Looking at her husband's expression, with his innocent and naive eyes, Eliana realized that he hadn't even thought about it. Once it is approved, she will organize everything within the established amount. If it is not enough, she will cover the costs from her own funds, so please approve the amount of her contribution as soon as possible. Archduke Howard listened to her, looking at her with loving eyes and only nodding. There is no need to use personal funds. She can set the budget at any amount. However, he understands little in this area, so he is unlikely to be able to help her, but he will try to find assistance. Eliana found his reaction charming. War heroes don't need to know how to run events. He can rely on her. In Zakador, the marriage of the Emperor and Empress is established according to the laws and under the control of the first Empress. The memories, of course, are not happy, but in such moments they can be useful. Flint intends to entrust the ceremony to High Priest Marco of the Central Temple. Eliana mentioned that she would like to visit the temple. Perhaps it would be worth combining it with the ceremony. The girl happily accepted this idea. Soon they visited the High Priest, who, of course, happily agreed to perform the ceremony. Archduke Howard could not have imagined that he had waited so long for his marriage. Eliana liked to see her husband embarrassed. She laughed. It seemed that he was not the only one waiting for him. When they had finished their business, Eliana first went to the place of prayer. Flint was not as pious as his wife, and as he watched her, he only thought how beautiful his wife was in the rays of the sun. She seems to really like the Makarasera statue. Even the high priest Marco and the priests who heard the voice of the god claim that they have never met Makaraseru. Some say it doesn't exist, but Eliana disagrees. When she looks at the statue, peace and warmth reigns in her soul, as if she is in the arms of God. He had a reason to speak so confidently about his condition. However, for 5 years, he had probably only saved money and not spent it. Besides, she expected that the sudden appearance of the hostess would cause hostility, but everything was quite calm. Perhaps it's a matter of loyalty to the Howard family, but either way, things are working out in her favor. The girl did not miss the opportunity to praise the headmaid and the butler. She liked everything and was grateful for their work. There were exceptions, however, and some disagreed with the incredible scale of the wedding she had planned. Eliana reacted coldly when asked if this wasn't too much. If the wedding in the Archduchy is too modest, how will people react to it? Financial possibilities allow for more. When he said that this was unnecessary luxury, Eliana glared at Miles with an icy gaze. Finances were the mistress of the house's business. There was no point in being rude to her. But finances were always under the control of the Archduke, and then the master completely entrusted all management matters to him. Archduchess Howard had no intention of backing down, But that was before she arrived. Let him not forget that this was an archduchess. The girl turned to the maid. It seems Miles is tired. Jane can take him away. The man froze, speechless. He couldn't believe they were treating him like that. Jane ignored his complaint. He didn't look well. He needed to rest. This financial manager, it's funny to see him fussing over property that doesn't even belong to him. We should check into him. A week has passed since they arrived in the north. They sent a message to the emperor condemning Duke Roseanne. But in the capital, they say that this is just a joke caused by the Duke's excessive love for his daughter. Furthermore, since no one was injured, the authorities have no reason to punish the Duke. A wave of anger rose in Eliana's chest. What a sly one. Why these excuses? Apparently, the emperor made some kind of deal with her father. The silence in the room was too noticeable. The girl looked up at her husband to see what was wrong with him. Flint looked at you nervously, fiddling with his fingers and speaking quietly in a trembling voice. He wanted to tell her the news and hesitated for a long time whether he should raise the topic. Isabella Rosano is said to have married the 7th prince, Zacador, in a ceremony held in Rienzgen. The girl's voice became lower and colder. That's how it was expected. Flint looked away and covered his mouth, making it difficult for Eliana to understand his words. They say that Lady Isabella died. The girl's heart stopped. Her whole body was shaking slightly, and she whispered and asked what the cause of death was. They say a fire broke out for some unknown reason. The 7th prince was nearby and was seriously injured. Eliana felt like she was just listening to some story from the outside, that it was all unreal. They managed to find only one finger, and they recognized it only by the ring that was on it. Archduchess Howard's voice sounded cold and emotionless. That's how tragic it was. Isabella's voice could still be heard in Eliana's head, congratulating her on her marriage and enclosing a wedding gift. She imagined Isabella laughing. It was her favorite thing, so let her take care of it. Her voice must have sounded dreamy when she shared the news that she had a lover. Although he was the 2nd son and would not become an heir, he himself had achieved a knighthood. All her letters sparkled with joy and hope. How wonderful he is, and how well he treats her. She will be like Eliana, living in love. Soon the letters became darker. In this life, Isabella accepted the fate of her sister. Her father ordered her to marry the 7th prince of Zacador. How she hates him and wants to leave here. Isabella decided to run away with Sir Eden. They will go to the south. Because he is from there, she will be happy, so she can come to her. This was the last letter Eliana received from her younger sister. The pain was so unbearable that she closed her eyes. In her past life, Isabella married the Archduke of Bern from the south, although it was a marriage of convenience. But there were rumors that she lived well and was loved. She shouldn't have died at 17, sold. It seems she had to shoulder her misfortune because Eliana ran away. The atmosphere in the mansion was just as cheerful, but Eliana could no longer share it. Why does no one grieve or cry with her? Why is she alone in her grief? The butler bowed, giving his report. But Archduchess Howard no longer cared about her wedding. Over the past half hour, she had been briefed on the progress of the wedding several times, but Archduchess Howard had not responded at all. That day, Eliana reacted to the news of her younger sister's death with outward calm, even indifference. But Flint immediately realized that something was wrong with her. Flint Howard could not bear to watch his beloved's fading state, so he turned to Jane to see if there was a way to console her. Perhaps the fresh air in the blooming garden will lift her spirits. But there are few flowers yet. Flowers. Flint couldn't help but remember one of their first awkward dates in a flower shop. By midday, Jane had distracted the Archduchess from her work, and laughing, dragged her into the garden. Eliana couldn't understand why she was so happy and why she was in such a hurry. Until she looked into the distance, her mouth dropped open in surprise. Everything in the center of the garden was fragrant, planted with various flowers. Flint patted her shoulder lovingly, asking if she liked it. These are pink daffodils that grow only in the north, and when he saw her, he immediately thought of them. With him, Lady Eliana can be honest about the fact that it's hard for her, because they are a married couple. Eliana involuntarily drooped, which meant he knew. She barely touched the petals with her fingers. They were very beautiful and smelled wonderful. Growing them in such numbers is no easy task. Flint must have hired an experienced mage. From somewhere off to the side came a cheerful, boyish voice, thanking her for the compliment. Eliana froze in surprise. She knew this voice, Albert Kesef. He was glad to see the two rulers of the north. Archduke Howard praised the young mage. He had done a good job. Albert is honored to meet those who are renowned for their romantic love. Eliana stepped forward and smiled. For her, too, she was glad to meet Albert. How nice it was to see him alive, safe and sound. It's embarrassing to admit, but he's still a newbie and doesn't have any special skills. Eliana laughed easily, and he's very modest. She understands that magic of this scale is not an easy task. Albert and Eliana were flirting for so long that Flint began to feel jealous. Jane noted that Her Grace looked very cheerful today, and Archduke Howard pierced her with an irritated look. However, he quickly wilted, and Jane was finally able to exhale. The flowers were truly beautiful. Albert concentrated his efforts, adding them here and there. What's wrong with him? He didn't intend to go this far. The young man looked over his shoulder uncertainly, all three watching his actions. Just one smile from the young lady made his heart skip a beat. When he sees her ladyship, he can't stop. After some time, Albert was completely exhausted and finished. His condition did not escape Eliana's watchful eyes. She ordered the butler to prepare the best room for the magician. Albert felt awkward staying, but the girl cut him off. Refusals are not accepted. She had recently arrived north and was feeling a bit lonely. Could he come stay with them and keep her company? Albert was about to agree, but Archduke Howard's dark gaze stopped him, and he repeated emphatically that he could not stay for the sake of his wife. The young mage waved his hands. He was sorry, but he had urgent matters to attend to. And anyone with such a face asks to stay. Anyone here would refuse. The young couple kindly walked Albert home, hoping to meet again. Still feeling the pressure from Archduke Howard, Albert Kasef hastened to leave. Turning into one of the alleys, he disappeared behind one of the doors. It looked unpresentable and shabby. The man sitting on the chair was waiting for him. He finally came. He said that he knew about the misdeeds of the magic tower. What did he mean? The prince smiled coldly, but he was impatient. Let him sit down first. He was more concerned with whether Albert had thought about his proposal. But the magician did not give a precise answer. He does not like to be tied down, and he does not intend to participate in the fight for the throne. Prince Marcel had no intention of backing down, so they would discuss this issue later. Does Albert know that the magician from the tower has taken up black magic? The young magician gasped in surprise, wondering if he could prove what he had just said. If this is a lie, the magic tower will not leave it unpunished. Marcel is ready to vouch on the name of Zacador that this is true. A searing wave of anger rose in Albert's chest. Who was this magician? The young man's impatience and emotionality were beginning to irritate Prince Marcel, and in a cold voice, he again ordered him to sit down. Before he gives an answer, he wants to get the same precise answer from Albert to his question. Does the young mage agree to cooperate with him? Towards the evening, Eliana was in a gloomy mood, and she forgot that they were friends. They were visited by Prince Karis, who chattered endlessly and never shut up. Flint Howard bragged that he didn't touch the house's decor with a finger, and that it was all thanks to his wife. No matter how close they were, Eliana was angry. If the prince had warned them of his visit in advance, they could have received him properly. Prince Karis ignored the hint and laughed. No formalities, he just wanted to visit in peace. When Archduke Howard addressed Eliana by name, she sensed a slight tension in his voice, even though he tried to hide it. Prince Karis wants to talk to him alone. Could she leave them for a while? Archduchess Howard's voice changed subtly. Well, let them talk. When the door slammed, Flint Howard turned his interested gaze to his friend, asking what he wanted. The prince handed him something. He wanted to give it to him. Archduke Howard couldn't believe his eyes. On the table in front of him stood a box, the remains of his mother. For what his late father did, Karis sincerely asks for forgiveness. He is sorry. Even though it had happened a long time ago, Flint still felt a bad taste in his mouth. It seems he found himself in a difficult situation. He was accused of kidnapping, an unpleasant story. The emperor then offered him his help, but he refused. It was his family's business, and he could handle it himself. Dmitri Rosano must be punished for the attack on the Archduchess. Judging by the date on the marriage certificate, this was after they became spouses, so there is a formal reason. Archduke Howard couldn't believe his ears. How did he know this? There was something cunning in the emperor's eyes. Did he really think that there was something in Biontech that he didn't know? Let him not forget that he had eyes and ears everywhere. Flint bowed again. He appreciated the emperor's attention, but still asked him not to interfere. He did not want to make this public. The old man agreed that if this became known, the Archduchess would not be ashamed, and he valued her very much. But the emperor also did not want to miss the opportunity to rein in Duke Rosano. Flint felt angry, but he had no choice but to remain silent. The old man sensed his displeasure, so he decided to change the subject. He promised to give Flint his father's seal when he got married. And also the remains of his mother, sent from Zakador, were kept by him all this time. The servant brought out a carved box before Flint's eyes. If he accepts this gift and refuses further interference, the emperor will settle the rest himself. For a while the man thought that he had never been so close to what he had desired for so long. Well, he made his decision. It is an honor for him that the sun-bright emperor himself guards the relics of his parents. If he could keep the secret of Archduchess Howard, Flint would gladly return north. Flint bowed deeply again, while the emperor laughed loudly. For some reason, he had a disgusting feeling, as if a bucket of slop had been poured on him. Feeling slightly sad, Flint gently stroked the carved details of the box containing his mother's ashes. Let him leave behind the gratitude. The imperial house of Bianteca did not deserve it. Prince Karis came to his senses. He had been wondering about one question for a long time. Why does he still call this Duchess Lady Eliana? They still haven't had a wedding. The prince was shocked. But officially they are already married. Do they really sleep in different rooms? The young man choked. At the beginning of the relationship, and even on the honeymoon, Flint sighed heavily. He regrets that he didn't tell her earlier. But they are not in that kind of relationship. Eliana doesn't love him. She chose Flint to get rid of Duke Rossano, but he still doesn't know why. For the first time, Prince Karis wondered if his friend was all right in the head. Would he risk being beaten half to death by his father for such a reason? Well, that is why she chose marriage as a way to escape from her father. If she had simply run away and not gotten married, would Duke Rossano have beaten her like that? The Archduchess came to Flint, risking her life, and he says it is not love. Flint felt a flash of inspiration, and in just one moment, everything became completely clear in his head. Karis was right. After meeting his friend, he immediately went to his wife. Eliana, as always, greeted him with a smile. She said that she was bored, but the magician had already left, and he himself decided to keep her company. A slight blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. He was so attentive to her words. Archduke Howard wished he had noticed this sooner. As they were leaving, his friend asked him one question, because he still hadn't heard the main thing. Whether Flint loves Eliana or not, the young man's reaction was ambiguous. Prince Karis raised an eyebrow skeptically, hoping that when they met again, his friend would be able to answer that question. Obviously, Eliana was glad of his presence. If he came to her, then she should be grateful to Albert that he left. Now Archduke Howard knew what he was feeling, and an inspiring feeling spread through his chest. Finally, the day came that Eliana had been waiting for so long, her wedding day. The girl was overcome with slight jitters, but she didn't show it, and her joy was even stronger. Lady Veronica couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. She looked so lovely. Eliana was grateful that her friend was able to come. Her support made her feel more confident. Today, Eliana is more beautiful than even the Empress herself, who is called the beauty of the century. Seeing her like this, his lordship would surely fall in love again. Archduchess Howard laughed contentedly. I wish she had. The girl was pleased with how the servants and organizers prepared everything for the wedding. Finally, her dream came true. Well, it was time for the ceremony. Eliana was the picture of calm. Jane was even surprised. She thought that the girl would be at least a little nervous. Archduchess Howard smiled dazzlingly, perhaps because they were already married. The main doors to the church swung open, and Flint's heart began to beat faster. Eliana took the first step, slowly emerging from the shadows into the light. The man's eyes widened in surprise. She resembled a goddess revealing herself to ordinary people. Her slightly dramatic eye shape, her snub nose, her parted lips, and most importantly, her pink hair. All of this made Flint's heart clench painfully. For a moment, the young man forgot who he was and where he was, and an embarrassed blush appeared on his cheeks. Eliana's smile was meant for him alone, and Flint could have sworn his heart stopped at that moment. The guests could not contain their delighted gasps. One only had to look at the expression on his lordship's face. He was enchanted by her. The young people stood in front of the altar. Flint was eager to touch Eliana's gentle hand. Marco was waiting for their favor. Eliana could not believe that now what she expected most in her life would happen. The priest handed the young couple small lamps, which Flint and Eliana accepted reverently. Marco's face broke into a kind smile. The wedding ceremony began. Eliana knew there was a bond between her and Flint, strong and unbreakable, and today they would strengthen it with this ritual. So, two children of God accept each other as life partners. The bride and groom will make a vow before God that they will love each other forever. So, does the groom swear to love his bride forever? Flint never took his tender gaze off Eliana for a second, he swears. When a bride vows to love her groom forever, words of consent were like honey on Eliana's tongue. When Flint put the ring on her finger, his hands trembled slightly, a fact that touched the girl. Slowly, his face moved closer to hers. She felt his hot breath on her cheek. A moment later, the young man suddenly pressed his lips to hers. Archduchess Howard barely had time to react. Before she had time to get used to it, Flint left her lips with a chuckle. The girl exhaled slightly and was frightened. It dawned on Eliana that the wedding ceremony was complete, and they were now officially married in every sense of the word. This thought filled her heart with a warm, fluttering feeling. She would spend her whole life with this man. The guests discussed the events. It's hard to believe that Archduke and Archduchess Howard were planning the wedding together. One of the ladies was delighted with the decorations. She is also preparing her son's wedding. She will have to take note. The wedding cake was displayed on the main table. It was so tall that some guests' mouths dropped in surprise. The newlyweds raised a large knife together to cut the first piece of cake. Soon, each of the guests received their piece. The taste of the dessert was unforgettable. Music, fun, dancing. Not a single person shed a tear at this celebration. Eliana was pleased to feel Flint's strong and firm arms on her waist, and to notice the sparkle in his loving eyes. The fact that there were only welcome guests at the wedding, with whom the girl could chat to her heart's content, also lifted her spirits. Flint called her over and apologized for interrupting the conversation. Now it's time to accept congratulations from the guests. Aiden Carteret greets His Serene Highness the Archduke and Her Serene Highness the Archduchess, his wife and daughter. He is honored to be a witness to the marriage at Howard. The family prepared a modest gift in honor of their wedding, and little Monica stepped forward with a box in her hands. The girl awkwardly introduced herself as Monica Carteret. This was a brooch she had designed herself. May she bring prosperity to the North and their love. Duchess Howard gratefully accepted the gift from the girl's trembling hands. How touching that Monica wants to bless her love with her husband. A very beautiful brooch. You can feel her taste. She will wear it with pleasure. After the words of gratitude, Monica finally relaxed and smiled happily. Prince Karis, standing nearby and watching the congratulations, whistled in surprise. Isn't this the first time the Archduchess has accepted congratulations while sitting at the head of the table? And she looks as if she's used to it. Unlike the bored and withdrawn Flint, there was a confidence in her polished movements and natural smile. Each of the guests wanted to chat with the newly minted Archduchess, but Flint abruptly stopped them. Eliana was surprised. She was not tired at all. Each of the conversations seemed quite short to her. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and whispered, could it be that the mighty master of the North was already tired? Here she was full of strength. The young man looked at the guests again. It might not be short, but it wasn't worth dragging it out either. Karis could hardly contain his laughter. Flint simply cannot stand any ceremonial formalities. His tired voice could be heard periodically in the hall. Next, next, next. Iana could hardly contain her urge to laugh. So funny did her husband's reaction seem to him. Towards sunset, the reception of guests was over, and a huge mountain of gifts had accumulated in the corner of the hall. But the guests had left by the time it was already dark, and Eliana sighed tiredly. She is so tired that she is ready to fall asleep right now. Jane asked her to be patient a little. Today is her wedding night. She and Countess Adele personally decorated the bedroom. She will like it. Eliana had a strange premonition that made her feel uneasy. Jane opened the bedroom door for her with delight, as if it were hers. Remembering what the bedroom was like before, Eliana couldn't believe how they could turn it into this den of debauchery. Jane, standing next to her, was almost jumping for joy. That's how they transformed her. She and Madame Adele put their soul into the design. Eliana, almost trembling with rage, walked sharply towards the bed. She grabbed the canopy and pulled it sharply. Jane froze in place. This was not the reaction she expected. While her mistress was tearing the canopy into pieces, the girl tried with all her might to stop her. Mrs. Adele wanted to buy this curtain, but she couldn't because of the price. She dragged the lady along with her, and now we need to choose some linen, quickly, before his lordship arrives. The maid was gone for just a couple of minutes, and this is what happened. That's not right. Jane tried to wake up. Her ladyship, today is her wedding night. She needs to wake up. Jane touched her shoulder and shook it lightly. Flint, who entered Eliana's chambers almost silently, stopped her. There was no need to wake her up. Hearing the voice of her beloved, Eliana woke up almost instantly. While the young people were quietly talking, Jane hurried to leave them. Alina still looked tired and sleepy. She would drink some water, and she would feel better. Feeling the touch of warm hands on her body, Eliana opened her eyes in surprise. Archduke Howard bowed before her and began to massage her feet. If you rub your feet like this, fatigue goes away much faster. The girl was slightly embarrassed. It felt good, but somehow awkward. They spent some time in silence, which increased the degree of embarrassment. Finally, Flint dared to speak. He would like to ask her permission. Can he call her Leah? Looking at the astonished expression on Eliana's face, the young man explained that he wanted to be closer to her than he was now. The girl had no idea, but what could be closer than two people bound by marriage? Hearing her consent, Flint soared, then let her call him by name. He would like her to call him by a pet name. His name is too awkward. Slightly embarrassed, the girl addressed her husband by name, and Flint responded happily. While they were in the north, he thought a lot about how, if he ever fell in love with someone, it would definitely be her. He spread his arms out to the side in embarrassment, and he was right. The girl turned her gaze to his left hand. Seeing a ring there was both unfamiliar and pleasant at the same time. The man's voice was full of sincerity when he confessed that he loved her. The oath he made when he took her as his wife, he will keep until his death. There are many declarations of love in the world, but no sweet words are more valuable than this oath. Because Eliana did not doubt his sincerity for a moment, and she wanted to reciprocate. She loves him too. The lovers folded their fingers. She too will love only him. Even though her words of love did not completely match her true feelings, she kissed her husband passionately. The early rays of the sun hitting her eyes woke Eliana up. She tossed and turned lazily in bed, gradually coming to her senses. The girl sighed regretfully. After all, she had fallen asleep. Flint, coming out of the bath, looked at her strangely, wondering if she had slept well. The girl followed his gaze, looked down, and realized that she was completely naked. Memories of last night overwhelmed her, and Eliana wrapped herself in a blanket, embarrassed. The young man awkwardly apologized. It seemed he had overdone it the night before, but the girl did not want to accept his apology. This is natural for spouses. Despite her assurances that everything was fine, Flint was unnecessarily worried about her condition, even suggesting calling a doctor. Eliana waved her hand awkwardly again, but everything was fine. In fact, it was not okay. The girl was switching off at every step. Jane's voice was full of concern. Her ladyship seemed very tired. Eliana grabbed her head. Perhaps she would rest. The maid accompanied her mistress to her chambers and left her alone. Other girls were waiting for her at the door, each one with a question in their eyes. Jane nodded solemnly, and each of the maids squealed with delight. It looks like they had an incredibly hot night. After all, they are the heroes of the most famous love story in Biantech. Will they really hear good news soon? After some time, Flint visited the lady. Marquis Cyclamen and his wife were waiting for them in the living room. Eliana still felt tired. She slowly remembered. These are the ones from the north coast. Izat and Sarah rule the entire north in place of Archduke Howard when he is absent, which means they are the most trusted people. Lady Eliana noticed that Flint seemed comfortable with them. When asked how things had gone in the south, the couple looked at each other with disappointment. The fact is that His Grace Duke Barn sent Prince Pavlesk here. Prince Pavleska, of course. Eliana knew him from a past life. Pavleska was the bastard of Emperor Leopold, whom Duke Rossano brought to the palace during the disappearance of Karis. After confirming his relationship with the emperor, Pavleska began to receive the education of a crown prince. However, a year after the return of Karis, a war hero thought dead, the situation changed. A bastard whose mother is unknown. How can he be included in the dynasty's genealogy? He also doubts the accuracy of the test. It's easier to believe that the stepmother gave birth to a son than this. As one might guess, Prince Karis did not like his own replacement. He began to openly show his intention to oust his half-brother, and Pavleski's position became increasingly precarious. In the end, under the pretext of poor adaptation to the palace, he was sent to Duke Barna in the southern lands. So, the south has done everything it could. Now it's the north's turn. Flint himself did not expect this. Eliana sighed sadly. He had nothing to apologize for, since the little son had banished her half-brother. Leah might be confused, but Prince Harris does not hate Prince Pavlescu. But Eliana knew that everything was not so simple. What about the emperor himself? His Majesty loves Prince Karis immensely, so much so that he even made his healthy second wife infertile. If it was a question of something that could harm Prince Karis, he would be against it. Even if it was his son, wouldn't he? She's right. Karis sent his brother south only out of fear for his safety. It's not at all necessary that he be raised by them. Another family could be chosen. However, Eliana was not going to back down. No, they would take him in. If they refuse it, everyone will decide that it is because of her. If she is categorically against it, then it will be possible to return it. She is Eliana Rossano, which means she must share some of the responsibility for her father's greed, tear the child from the world where he lived peacefully with his mother, and throw him under the yoke of pressure and hostility, making a hero out of him. Duke Dmitri Rossano was to blame for everything. Eliana was starting to get angry at her husband. He just couldn't stop apologizing. The girl was unsure about only one thing: how they should greet the young prince. They need to think about it together. After heated discussions, the newlyweds decided on a plan. Flint would convey everything to the servants. Looking at her man, Eliana was visited by completely different thoughts. She practically didn't listen to him. She wanted to ask if Flint wanted to become emperor. The imperial bastard Pavlesk Biantek, in his past life after the south, the next clan to be entrusted with his upbringing was the clan of Rosanna. To subjugate the young prince, the father killed the boy's mother, and Elian didn't even want to remember what happened next. When Prince Harris lost his right to the throne for some reason, Pavleska, under the patronage of Duke Rossano, re-emerged into society. He emerged no longer as a kind and sincere boy as he had been in childhood. He became the crown prince, and the throne was effectively his. Prince Pavleska killed his own brother in front of everyone. The scene was bloody and chilling. What did he do in Biantek? The one who killed his brother cannot become emperor. Pavlesk's voice was full of contempt. Why did he need the throne? He only wanted revenge on his brother, who took everything from him. The throne never interested him. And now it's Dmitri Rossano's turn. Shouting loudly, the young man addressed everyone present. He pointed his finger at the man. It was Duke Rossano who had slandered his brother Harris and made him a puppet to seize the throne. Now he must be punished as a traitor. Duke Rossano thought that Pavleska would never know that it was he who killed his mother. The emperor never forgot for a moment that he was the source of his misfortune. Let him disappear. He did not even leave his name in history. After the death of Prince Harris, his supporters again gathered around Flint Howard. And then he had no choice but to appear before Emperor Pavleska. The young man accepted his death coldly and indifferently because he was waiting for his future killer. Flint Howard, having eliminated Pavlescu, also destroyed the entire Rossano family. And then, having ascended the throne, he himself became emperor. A future where Flint Howard is emperor and the Rossano family disappears. That future turned out to be so desirable. But now Eliana began to think differently. Even if he wanted to become emperor, he would not go this way. She will not tarnish her beloved. She will take revenge with her own hands. A rustling sound in the bushes nearby brought her back to reality. The branches of the bush shook, and a furry creature with yellow eyes jumped out from there. The cat looked at Eliana point blank, as if he wanted to tell her something. With a quiet meow, the animal jumped onto the girl's chest. With a smile, Archduchess Howard petted the purring creature. How cute he was! From somewhere off to the side, a capricious voice was heard. "Where is Cheese?" Eliana guessed that was the kitten's name. The bushes rustled again, but this time a man came out of them. The boy's face broke into a smile. So that's where he is. He can't just walk around like this. However, upon seeing the mistress of the estate, the little boy became embarrassed. The woman holding his pet looked gentle, but at the same time alarming. Eliana's lips curled into a slight smile as Archduchess Howard greeted Prince Pavlescu. Eliana seemed to have heard that the prince was about 12 years old, and he is smaller than she thought. Was he starved? The boy refused the cake, shaking his head furiously. Pavleska drooped. He is not a prince. There is no need to call him that. But several years have already passed since he was recognized as a prince. It's time for him to get used to this title. In the south, no one called him that, and the name Pavleska is not used either. She can call him Pavel. When asked if the boy would like to be called by a diminutive name, he became embarrassed. His name is Pavel, not Pavleska. He left the palace and renounced his inheritance. The title of prince was too heavy for him. It seems that he was greatly suppressed in the south. Raised in modesty, such is the crown prince's plan. There was a knock at the door, and Flint entered. But he was not alone. Judging by the way the boy addressed her, the girl's name was Charlotte. Her voice sounded angry. She told him to wait calmly. "How did he end up here?" The boy explained embarrassedly. "Cheese ran away." Charlotte raised her voice. She had strictly forbidden him to wander alone, and he disobeyed again. Taking the boy by the hand, the woman bowed. Charlotte Kisef, Paul's guardian. Charlotte bowed, expressing her deep gratitude for having given her and Pavel shelter. Then the girl hesitated, as if she was embarrassed to say it out loud, and a question could be read in the eyes of Eliana and Flint. Pavel was given quarters in the main building. They were grateful for the Howards' generosity, but the outbuilding was quite sufficient for them and Pavel. Pavleska stood next to her, looking down. He looked worried and upset, but he had no intention of interfering in the conversation. The rooms in the main building are given for the prince's safety. His Highness's safety is directly linked to peace in the north, so let him remain in the main building. For some reason, the guardian's voice sounded displeased when she agreed, but Eliana ignored it and suggested that they rest. When the boy saw his own chambers, his mouth dropped open in surprise. It was the first time he had seen such a spacious and bright room. The boy excitedly tugged at Charlotte's hand, which caused her displeasure. His face sparkled with joy. It was better here than in his room in the palace. The girl's face twisted. She squeezed his hand tightly in hers. Pavleska felt pain and fell silent in fear. Then Charlotte jerked her hand sharply, freeing hers from the boy's hand, and moved forward. Plopping down on the couch, the girl looked around the room in disbelief, wondering what they were up to. In an icy tone, she ordered the boy to come to her. Pavel's legs began to tremble. Pavleska sat down next to his guardian, hesitantly and timidly, and they sat for a while in tense silence. The girl then awkwardly patted the boy on the head, regretting that she had yelled at him. Pavleska, who did not receive affection, was glad to receive any. Everything was fine. He understood why. Charlotte's expression changed subtly. She sighed heavily and pulled the boy into her arms. Charlotte Kisef, the eldest daughter of Archduke Barn, like Albert, left the family after discovering her magical powers. They say her talent was so high that she became the personal student of the head of the magic tower himself. She calls herself the prince's guardian. This is a request from a magician or a favor, and in a past life, Charlotte Kisef was a real dark horse. Eliana happily took the first sip of her favorite tea and looked up at the woman. Charlotte, sitting opposite her, looked tense, which was what she wanted to convey to her. She bowed her head slightly in respect, but her voice was cold. Pavel refused the name Pavleska, as well as the title. Therefore, as a guardian, she asks that he be treated like an ordinary child. Paul should not get used to special treatment. It is not his right. The crown prince will show him the way in the future. He may not be a prince, but he must get used to the position of a nobleman. At the Howards estate, the prince's position will be different than in the south. She just wants Pavel not to be hurt by this. Eliana gave the girl a good-natured smile. She doesn't have children, and she just feels lonely, so Charlotte doesn't have to worry. Eliana will take care of him as her own son. The guardian was puzzled. She will accept it as she finds Pavel sweet. But the difference between them is only 9 years. It's very strange to call him a son. The maids were crazy about the golden-haired boy. He was so handsome, and it was a pleasure to dress him up. Pavel enjoyed the attention he received at the estate, but it also made him uneasy, and he made excuses every time, explaining that he was not a prince. Finally, the preparations were completed. Everything was ready. The outfit and hairstyle transformed the boy. Now he truly resembled a nobleman and lived up to his status. Archduchess Howard praised the maids, who will now serve the prince. The girl's lips stretched into a gentle smile. Pavleska now looks so much like His Highness Prince Karis. Fear appeared on the boy's face, and he again corrected himself in a trembling voice. His name was Pavel. But a prince remains a prince, even without an inheritance, and the name given by the emperor cannot be rejected. But if he allows them to call him by a diminutive name, they will call him Prince Paul. The boy's spirit has risen, so be it. Pleased, Eliana clapped her hands. Then she has something else. Let him follow her. She will introduce him to the teacher. Baron Wells bowed in greeting to the prince. From today on, he would be teaching His Highness political science. Pavel felt awkward. He had never been assigned a teacher before. But that wasn't all. She turned her gaze to Jane to see if Viscountess Sullivan had arrived. Prince Paul will also have a literature teacher, Viscountess Sullivan. The teachers entered the hall one after another. History teacher, law teacher, and many others. Pavel and Charlotte were confused, not knowing how to react to this. When Pavel's first lesson began, Eliana and Charlotte walked out the door. Charlotte said with displeasure that she would like to discuss something. If we were talking about Pavel's studies, she just had to ignore them, Eliana convinced herself. As expected, the conversation was about Pavel's studies, But the girl's eyes lit up, wondering if it would be possible to add fencing lessons to his arsenal. Eliana froze in surprise, expecting attacks and anger, but not delight. Well, that was no problem. After a few days, Paul already had a sword in his hands. Even though the sword was wooden, Pavel's stance was uncertain, and he didn't know much. The boy's eyes were burning. This was unexpected for Ileana. She thought that Charlotte would be against his training. I would like Pavel to live like an ordinary child, unaware of the complexities of the world. But ignorance sometimes becomes not only a weakness, but also a threat. Eliana never expected to hear her own thoughts from the lips of the girl with whom she had initially butted heads. So, standing shoulder to shoulder with Charlotte, she felt some kind of connection and understanding emerging between them. Following the fencing lesson came an etiquette lesson. Pavel's body was tired after training, so his gait was unsteady. He stood at attention, waiting for Eliana's assessment. The girl was silent for a while, thinking and looking at him with an appraising glance. An embarrassed blush appeared on Pavel's cheeks. Archduchess Howard gently straightened the boy's shoulders. He was slouching too much. "You shouldn't squeeze your hand so tightly. It's better to hold it more loosely." Pavel awkwardly justified himself. "It happens automatically for him." Eliana waved her hand, sending the boy to the end of the room once again. The boy turned around, his eyes filled with adoration and hope. He awkwardly tried to ask a question, but became embarrassed and hesitated. Eliana waited patiently. "Will Paul become like his lordship?" Lady Eliana smiled tenderly at the boy. "Of course, Prince Paul was already born noble, and he studies so hard, he will definitely become the most elegant prince in the world." Jane came at just the right time. She too might be able to make it work. It might come in handy someday. Pavel tried to read, but his attention was too scattered. He was often distracted. Turning the page, he looked up at Eliana. Surprisingly, the girl did not understand what he was talking about and asked again. The boy pointed with his gaze at the cat in her arms. "Cheese is very timid. He even runs away from Charlotte. This is the first time he has seen him like this." Eliana gently ran her hand through the soft fur. It seemed the animals loved her. Even an evil hound or a wild horse becomes affectionate next to her. That horse even tried to kick His Highness Prince Harris. Pavel laughed. "Maybe the animals understand that she is beautiful." Archduchess Howard laughed lightly. "He just said just like His Highness hers. They are real brothers." Judging by the boy's reaction, Eliana guessed that he wanted to ask her the question again, but was too embarrassed. His voice was quiet. Flint was like a brother to him, and she is her brother's wife, which means she should also treat him like a younger brother. The girl opened her lips in surprise, but the boy was smart. Pavel had already moved further than she had time to explain. "This means that Pavel can call her big sister." These words made the boy experience some kind of pleasant feeling that was previously unknown to him. The days passed calmly. Pavel studied diligently, obediently following the instructions of his teachers. When the boy began to call Eliana not Sister Eliana, but Sister Leah, that very event happened. This time there were more monsters than usual. Adele asked for reinforcements, so it looks like Flint will have to go. Unlike the tranquil capital, monsters were encountered frequently in the north. The seasons changed, food was scarce, and they invariably descended from the mountains. Hunting and destroying monsters that regularly invaded the domain was one of Archduke Howard's main duties. For the first time, worry for her husband crept into Eliana's heart when he returned. He only plans to inspect the situation, so in about 2 days. But he can't promise anything for sure. Let Leah look after the estate for him. Soon Flint got ready and left. The girl saw him off with love. She sank tiredly into the chair, finally being able to rest. Not a single day passed peacefully. Even going to bed without worries was difficult. The memory of last night, Flint leaning over her, moaning in her ear, came back to her involuntarily. Her hair was stuck together with sweat, and there was a blush on her cheeks, just a little more. Not very decent thoughts took over the girl's head, and she sank into silence. Duchess Howard shook her head. Although it was her own fault for not refusing him, it was so pleasant. And if her husband is so strong, it's only for the best for her, which means the chances of having a child become higher. "By the way, there's a political science lesson going on right now. Shouldn't she go and take a look?" She listened. Voices were coming from behind the door. It seemed the lesson had already begun. Jane felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere was somehow tense. "Should I announce that her ladyship is about to enter?" Eliana instantly became serious. No, it was better to wait a little longer. His Highness should be smarter. The boy shamefacedly justified himself, but the Archduchess said that he was smart. But this is not what the teacher meant. He is too short-sighted. He must never forget the mercy of the sun. Pavel looked up at the man, his gaze brimming with fear and tension. Of course, he doesn't forget. He must remember this to the marrow of his bones and live as if he were dead. This is all that Mr. Wells can teach him. It is for this reason that the Duchess entrusted him with political education. The doors swung open with a bang. Eliana's furious voice rang out. No! She ordered the boy to be taught politics. But he teaches the prince to live like a dead man. She never wanted Baron Wells to teach such a thing. It was surprising that he knew her intentions better than she did. The man backed away in fear, not knowing what to answer. He quickly realized that the only thing he could do now was to apologize profusely. Eliana ignored the man, trembling with fear, and turned her gaze to the boy, to see if His Majesty would like to join Charlotte in the garden. Pavel's frightened expression instantly changed to a smile, of course. Having disappeared through the door, the boy joyfully ran towards the garden. Well, now Baron Wells must say on whose instructions he did this. Lady Eliana doubted that he acted on his own initiative. The man looked tense and even scared, but he was not going to answer. Why is he silent? Is this really the will of the sun? Judging by Baron Wells' reaction, Eliana hit the nail on the head. The man screamed hysterically, "No! This is the order of the Crown Prince." Crown Prince Harris said that His Highness should not harbor empty ambitions. She must understand his intention. A wave of burning anger slowly rose in Eliana's chest. One more question. Why did he secretly pretend to be her? The girl looked at him with disdain, wondering if he had forgotten that she was the Archduchess of this estate. I'll have to tell the Crown Prince that Baron Wells dared to pretend to be a member of the imperial family. For this, property should be confiscated and title should be revoked. The Baron's voice became thinner with fear. He was sorry. He had shown the greatest disrespect to her. True, he showed her great disrespect. Just now he was insolent with the Archduchess who arrived in the north. It's a kind of local snobbery. She will inform the little son that the Baron is fired. And the reason for the dismissal was that the Archduchess did not forgive rudeness. Realizing that Archduchess Howard had taken pity on him, Baron Wells was effusive in his gratitude for her indulgence towards him. Without answering, Eliana headed towards the exit. Since childhood, her father limited her education to etiquette and culture. Interest in other areas was forbidden. After all, she was no longer a young lady. She didn't need to know such things, so Duke Rossano raised her in ignorance, as a submissive doll. For the same reason, probably, in his past life, he did not give Pavel a full education. She did not want to become the same person as her father. Finally, after several long days, Flint Howard returned to the estate. Eliana's eyes were shining with love. She was glad that her husband returned safe and sound. The monster wasn't so dangerous that Flint needed to interfere, but surely something had happened. The gloomy expression on his wife's face did not escape his watchful eyes. Eliana's look said they were in for a long conversation. Baron Wells, the political science teacher, turned out to be Prince Karras's man. Flint was shocked. But what order did Prince Karras give him? Sadness splashed in the girl's eyes. He said that His Highness should live like a dead man. Archduke Howard frowned. The girl was glad that her husband agreed with her. She continued. Although she hadn't asked him to teach her this, Flint's words made her freeze in shock. Flint Howard avoided her gaze, but firmly explained that this was precisely the quality that Pavel needed. Didn't the boy learn this from being trampled in the palace, which would further humiliate the weak prince? Flint tried to soften his voice, but Lady Eliana didn't want to listen. Enough of defending the crown prince in front of her. Archduke Howard nodded humbly. Okay, then they would change the subject. He wanted to talk about Paul's upbringing. The man was silent for a while, trying to collect his thoughts. Eliana probably noticed herself that the more Pavel grew, the more noticeable he became. Not only for Prince Karras, but also for the Emperor. Does he really want to say that Pavel is in danger? They can protect him. Eliana's voice cut off abruptly as realization dawned on her. Her husband simply does not want to go against the will of the Emperor. Flint didn't even try to prove her wrong. This change in her husband left Eliana speechless for a moment. Exhaling loudly, she rose from the couch. No matter. If he didn't do it, then she would. Neither the Crown Prince, nor the Emperor, nor anyone else will dare touch the Howard estate. In her chambers, Eliana called over the headmaid. She has a favor to ask of Carol. There's a staff meeting tonight, right? There was determination in Lady Eliana's eyes, and her voice was firm. Then let him announce it there. She is looking for the dark blue flower of trust and wishes to acquire it only from its true keeper. Breakfast was quiet, in the usual atmosphere. but it was too silent. There was only the sound of clink dishes and the scraping of forks on plates. The entire time the couple did not utter a word. Feeling heavy and thinking about her husband, Eliana watched him silently. Flint Howard pretended not to notice her persistent gaze, slowly devouring his breakfast. The girl closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, shaking her head. She threw down her cutlery, and then Flint asked in a casual tone if she had already eaten. Eliana got up from the table. She had no appetite, and since that day she couldn't look him in the eyes. She hasn't entered the marital bedroom for several days. No, she is not disappointed in him. It's just that when she sees him, she feels hard. Why should he and Pavel live as quietly as possible and below the grass? Late in the evening, Archduchess Howard did not sleep. Heavy thoughts lay like a heavy burden on her heart. Astina jumped onto the balcony as lightly as a cat, and the lady was not surprised by her appearance this time either. If she means that she came to Eliana a few days later, then the girl is already quite surprised. Astina apologized awkwardly. She was a busy person after all, and she was glad that the lady understood. The mercenary jumped from the balcony parapet and quickly approached Lady Eliana. But Archduchess Howard was not at all afraid. The girl's eyes sparkled. But how did she know that she was the head of the Asta Guild? Eliana said that she wanted to meet with the guild leader, and Astina came. She's not the guild leader's replacement. The girl put on a smile and laughed it off. But in her mind, she tensed up. It seemed that Archduchess Howard did not want to talk about it. By the way, she is curious about the matter that requires contacting the guild leader personally. The task is simple. Track down the rats from the Howard mansion, with evidence if possible. Eliana makes it sound like it's easy, but she must understand that it's absolutely not. Archduchess Howard spread her arms out to the side, which is why she is addressing Astina. The girl liked her words. She smiled. In the name of Asta, they will catch every last rat. Finally, the mercenary asked the girl if she had lost the sign. Eliana opened her palm, in which lay the hairpin. Soon there will be a branch of Asta in the north. She can go there, show the sign, and then she will have the opportunity to meet her. And also, she took a very significant pause. Today, she should go into the marital bedroom. It's not good to leave her husband alone every night. Eliana was amazed that Flint really slept in the marital bedroom every night. As she walked towards it, with her heart beating fast, she indeed saw a familiar silhouette, but it was quite dejected. Hearing the door creak, Flint raised his head hopefully. Eliana felt a pang of guilt and awkwardly asked how long he had been there. The young man immediately perked up. He had just arrived, hoping that she would stay here today. It seemed that her husband had already fallen asleep, but Eliana herself could not close her eyes. She definitely felt better about the fact that they were sleeping together, but it still seemed a bit forced. But this thought was quickly forgotten when strong and firm arms wrapped around her waist. The fingers of these same hands gently pressed on her chin, turning it towards him. That's why they say it's useless for spouses to quarrel. The next day, Eliana finally received the report. So they were withdrawing money after all. She knew that something was fishy here. However, the amount turned out to be much more than she thought. Was Miles really that brave? This Miles is a man from the Howard mansion. Apparently the guard dog bit the owner. However, the expression bitten is not quite appropriate. Eliana looked at Astina with puzzlement. The girl's thin, calloused finger ran over the accounts, letting him look at the flow of funds. In such cases, it would be more correct to say that it was simply sold. But that's not all. A list of names will appear soon. Eliana was pretty surprised that it was so fast. The mercenary smirked smugly. These people are extremely careless. They don't even try to hide. They collect and share information. Apparently, it's from confidence, to be honest. Besides her, who dared to touch them? Eliana also smiled smugly. She would take it as a compliment. However, it is possible that she is not interested in this, but she will tell Astina about it just in case. This group is called the Clover. In all of Biontech, they are the only eyes and ears of the living spy network. Towards the middle of the day, Charlotte asked Archduchess Howard to have tea. She had urgent business. Usually, she takes Pavel with her, but since it is her Grace Eliana, she can rest easy. The girl assured her that they would take care of the boy, so Charlotte could go without worrying. The girl had few things. She quickly got ready, and just as quickly left the Howard's mansion. Pavel expressed a desire to see her off. A couple of hours later, the boy was sleeping in the gym, tired after grueling training. He was snoring peacefully in a soft chair when a silhouette silently entered the room. The mysterious man quickly and silently crept up to the boy and raised a dagger over his head. A cold voice, full of contempt, made the maid stop walking so calmly around the mansion in broad daylight. So, her Grace's words turned out to be true. Countess Adele arrived in time. The undercover maid immediately hid the dagger in her skirts. What was happening? She was just about to visit the prince's chambers. With one sharp and precise blow, Countess Adele knocked the weapon out of the mercenary's hands. The weapon slid across the tiles with a deafening screech. The woman's rage knew no bounds. How dare she? At that time, Eliana was peacefully enjoying the pre-evening hours. Cheese settled down on her lap with a purr. Duchess Howard called Jane, asking her to bring her favorite type of tea. After a couple of minutes, its extraordinary aroma spread throughout the room. Jane was surprised that something had happened, since she had treasured this last gift from Miss Isabella so much. Eliana shrugged. She especially wanted to drink it today, because today was the day they would sweep those annoying rats out of the house. So she will say on whose instructions she arranged this. The spy, pretending to be a maid, was barely conscious. Her entire suit was covered in blood. She slowly raised her head and looked at Countess Adele with contempt, but said nothing. The woman growled, several hours of torture, and no result. Oliver sighed. Even torture won't break her. She's the most problematic one. It would be better to put her under guard first and wait for the Archduke's orders. Eliana did not let him finish. There was no need for that. Oliver and Adele did not notice her appearance at all, since the lady entered the room too quietly. Lady Eliana shouldn't see such bloody scenes. Why is she here? The culprit needs to be taken away quickly. She sat down in a nearby chair. She is fine. Let them continue. What did they do? Are there any results? After the torture, the mercenary does not reveal who is behind this. But Eliana is not interested in this. She was more concerned with the question of who let the mercenary into the duchy. In a dark voice, she promised the girl that she would spare her life if she confessed to it. Countess Adele did not agree with Archduchess Howard's words, but Eliana ordered her to remain silent. She already understands that she won't be able to squeeze a word out of the maid, in which case it's better to achieve her goal by showing leniency. If she says only this, Archduchess Howard will not ask her about anything else. It was that simple. Just a couple of minutes of conversation with Archduchess Howard, and the girl's mouth opened. Now the torture chamber was torn apart, not by one scream, but by several. At least she knows who sent them. Someone cried from pain, and someone still had the strength for rage. When he learns that Archduchess Howard has encroached on them, he will not spare her. Not a muscle moved on the girl's face. That was all he wanted to say. So far, such words had helped him. And indeed they, and the one behind them, had apparently greatly underestimated the Howards. Countess Adele looked at her mistress in surprise, but did not utter a word. To see such a cruel picture, and not be surprised where she even knows such methods of torture. Eliana doesn't care who's behind them. She's only interested in one thing: who betrayed the Howards. The front door slammed shut with a creak, and Archduke Howard stood on the threshold, apparently furious. Countess Adele felt that she was unable to utter a word from fear. Forgetting herself, she did not carry out the Archduke's order. Flint came closer and asked in an angry voice what the Archduchess was doing here. The Countess looked down. These people, spies of an unknown organization, they tried to penetrate into the very heart of the Howards, and they captured them on the orders of the Archduchess. But Flint didn't find this a convincing explanation. They could handle this matter themselves, so why drag her in? Eliana considered it her duty to protect her friend. She insisted on it herself. This also concerns her, so she is obliged to be present. Even so, she shouldn't have interfered personally, since he was here. Let him leave everything to him and go back. But the girl didn't agree. She was also a part of Howard, and wanted to see that this matter would be brought to an end. Flint knew he had no choice but to agree. After asking her to wait, he headed towards the captives. Pointing the tip of his sword at one of them, the man demanded that he immediately tell the truth. The spy was afraid, but he turned away, showing with his whole appearance that he would not confess to anything. Well, his choice. There was one more dead person in the room. Archduke Howard wiped the blood spatter from his face in disgust and turned his gaze to the next spy. It was his turn. Trembling with fear, the man backed away, but soon his back collided with the wall. With a sharp swing of the sword, another scarlet flower of blood blossomed in the room. When the man moved on to the next one, the prisoner was ready to tell anything. Archduke Howard couldn't believe his ears when he squealed that Miles had their backing and everything. Miles, the same Miles who has lived in their mansion for more than 3 decades. A shocked breath escaped Flint's lips. It couldn't be. Eliana stepped forward, finally decided to open his mouth. There is something else besides this. If it is valuable information, then death can be avoided. The man gave in. He would tell everything, just so that he would be heard. The one who sent them is the inspector of the higher sun. Everyone present couldn't believe their ears. Eliana cursed silently. No matter how weak their organization was, she didn't think he would even let slip who was behind it all. She looked at her husband, trying to read his reaction, and if he tried to hush this up. But Flint was not so simple either. He had lived side by side with Eliana for a long time and knew her well. Doubts crept into his head that he didn't want to believe. Did she really already know everything? He seemed to have an idea of what she was worried about, but he didn't have to worry. He turned to the prisoner, asking him to tell them what they had been ordered to do, what day the meeting was scheduled for, and how it was supposed to take place. After all, Eliana and Flint retired to discuss all this in private. Soon the big sun will find out about this, that all the spies sent to Howard died. If he demands answers from her husband, it is better to say that it was her own decision. But Flint was stubborn. He would not allow her to carry it alone all the time, let her think that in some way he had paid his debt. He would probably send spies to Howard anyway, then Eliana again. But the young man did not let her finish. They would take care of this together. Leah thinks too much. They sat in silence for a while when Eliana raised a question that had been bothering her for a long time. How he dealt with Miles. The man's voice sounded emotionless and cold. He was dead. For 30 years in a row, he did not leave the Duke's estate and guarded it. He was able to return to the north only thanks to people like him. That's why Flint trusted him. Trusted him so much that he even turned a blind eye to his constant thefts, not knowing that his true master has long been not himself, but the sun. The old man was trembling with fear. Tears were streaming down his face. He was wrong. The old financial manager had not initially given the Howard's mansion any credit, but when Flint returned, he could not believe his ears. He could not even imagine that the Archduke's son would be able to return to his homeland. The Emperor's obsession with testing the one who remained in Howard was gradually wearing him down. Eventually, he swore allegiance to the Emperor and began to give him half of the northern taxes. The old man sighed heavily, but he had nothing more to say to his master. Archduke Howard turned silently and headed for the exit. He also had nothing to say. Oliver and Countess Adele loomed over the old man, piercing him with a condemning gaze, and that was how the old man's life ended. Eliana couldn't understand one thing, why Flint forgave him. He did not forgive. He gave in to those who were supposed to avenge him. It would have been better if he had taken revenge himself, but he didn't want to. His devotion to Howard was sincere, but it was not him who was the object of it, but his parents. He understands that he and his parents are different people and that devotion cannot be transferred to him. Eliana's heart ached for her husband. They are different, but he is still Howard. If you tell him that he is being oppressed, he will get angry. The couple fell into silence, each thinking about their own thoughts. Upon learning of the latest events, Charlotte immediately rushed to the Howard estate. She was so afraid for Pavel that she didn't want to let him go for a minute. Her Grace thinks that someone who constantly makes attempts on Pavel is capable of showing him even the slightest mercy. Indeed, these attacks are not happening for the first time. In a past life, Charlotte must have died at the hands of Pavel's attackers. The one hunting for Paul's life is not some minor henchman of the Emperor. Charlotte was beside herself with fear and anger. She screamed, "Then who is it?" Those who let the killer inside the mansion were spies sent by the sun. Didn't she still understand? The little boy's face turned pale. His own father. It couldn't be. Until the little son dons the imperial crown, the attacks will continue. Charlotte was wrong. He needs to give up his studies. It's better for him to be an ordinary child, not a prince. However, Eliana did not agree with her. This was the wrong decision. Paul was from Bianteca. His origins could not be denied. Charlotte continued to shout. Then what should they do? They can't change Pavel's last name. Why not? After all, she also left the surname Born and became Kasef. And even the Emperor would not dare to encroach on the magic tower. The only way out that Eliana saw in this situation was for Charlotte to take Pavel to Kasef. Charlotte instantly calmed down. She realized that this could be the right way to save Pavel, but his magical power never awakened. Relying on a ghostly chance is not an option. Of course, there are also ordinary people in the magical tower, but they all face monstrous oppression. Charlotte hugged the boy close. She couldn't allow Pavel to be treated like this. Eliana fell silent. This is a really difficult situation, but there is no other way out. Whether the fate of an eternal outcast is truly better than death, is not for her to decide. She turned her gaze to the boy. It was Pavel who had to decide. Frightened by the intense pressure, the prince hunched his shoulders and hung his head. Charlotte was about to answer for him when the boy suddenly straightened his shoulders and clearly said that he wanted to go to chép. Gathering all his willpower, Pavel explained that he was not afraid of humiliation, but he is more afraid that Charlotte might get hurt because of him. But as long as his guardian is there and helps him, he will overcome everything. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She couldn't find words, and instead hugged the boy to her chest. What a heart-rending scene. Eliana was glad that the conflict was resolved. And yet she cannot understand why she condemned him to suffering in advance. Charlotte avoided Eliana's gaze because there was no other way. The Archduchess did not understand, Charlotte chép, the first student of the Magic Tower, how she could be so short-sighted. What was stopping her from taking charge of the tower and establishing her own rules there? Charlotte could not believe that Archduchess Howard had suggested such a thing to her. Eliana doesn't say that it will be easy, even if she becomes the head. Changing the centuries-old foundations is almost impossible. But how can she back down without even trying? Determination blossomed in Charlotte's soul. She would do it. The boy's eyes shone with gratitude and love for his guardian. She swears on her honor as the future head of the tower that she will not back down. The gardens, filled with dozens of different types of flowers, were fragrant, and the murmur of water in the fountains was pleasantly calming. Finally, Eliana could be alone with her husband. They hadn't walked like this for a long time. It's because he's been busy all the time. Monster attacks have become more frequent. Isn't it time to take action? But this happens every year. They have strengthened their defenses. The losses will be insignificant. The North shouldn't have to bear this burden alone. But Eliana quickly forgot her thought as she looked away. The hand of a man reaching for a ripe peach seemed painfully familiar to her. The man turned around. The piercing gaze of his cold eyes made Eliana's insides clench with horror. She felt all her limbs turn cold, and she was completely unable to move. The girl's legs gave way, and she fell onto the stone path, gasping for breath. Archduchess Howard couldn't breathe, this man. How did he get here? Hearing some noise nearby, Prince Karis turned around in surprise. He rushed to help what had happened to Archduchess Howard. The men leaned over her, asking if she was okay, or if she had become ill. The girl tried to smile and convince the others that everything was fine, but her legs just gave way for a moment, and the prince, as always, sarcastically commented that she should be more careful. Soon the three of them settled into the gazebo. The roof protected them from the sun, and it was a little cooler there. Harris devoured the peaches greedily, as expected. The taste this year is impeccable. This is a Zacadorian fruit, and in Biantek it grows only here, so he is ready to visit the north every year for this. But, as expected, peaches were not the only reason for his visit. The Emperor sent Flint Howard a letter, placing an important mission on the young man's shoulders. His task is to receive the delegation of Zacador. The success of the negotiations between their powers depends on him. They will arrive to honor the memory of the late 7th princess, Isabella of Zacador, and the 2nd prince of Zacador will personally lead the delegation. Look how they fussed, kept silent about the tragedy on their own land, and suddenly decided to show up. Apparently, Emperor Alexander had no intention of breaking the peace treaty. Karis wondered mentally why the young lady had reacted to this news with such anger. They had arranged their own wedding so brilliantly that receiving the delegation would be a mere trifle. He would also send people from the palace to help them. Archduchess Howard's voice was cold, and it was curious why such a mission had been entrusted to the Howards and not to His Highness. However, it's even better this way. She should see for herself what their apologies are worth. With His Highness's permission, she will leave, as Lady Eliana must make arrangements for the reception of the delegation. Flint had intended to accompany his wife out of concern about a recent incident, but a friend asked him to stay. Finally, Archduchess Howard turned around and said goodbye, wishing them a pleasant conversation. Judging by the displeased expression on Flint Howard's face, he didn't like the idea of leaving his beloved alone. Prince Karis clutched at his own hair. This time he had gone too far. The Archduke pretended to be indifferent. He didn't understand what he was talking about. He destroyed the eyes and ears of Karis's father. The Emperor was furious, and it took a lot of effort to calm him down. The Archduke continued to keep his cool. He did not know that they were the eyes and ears of the sun. If he had been warned about this, he would have left them alive. The prince's voice trembled with rage, which meant he intended to play this role to the end. Flint knows that his father will not stop. He will send new spies, One can only hope that something like this will not happen again. Since Karis was now unsure that he could protect his friend next time, Flint responded to these words with a sneer. He did not need his protection. It is curious why Eliana, as before, does not feel awe of the sun. In one of the barracks, sorrowful sobs were heard. Karis grabbed his head. He was finished. Anticipating bad news, Countess Adele pierced him with a tense look. What was he talking about? But who knows when this will happen? It's unlikely that his brother's supporters will leave him alone. As soon as he returns, it's the end for him. Soon the rest of the soldiers gathered in the room. They encouraged the prince. Then he should strike first. And if His Highness doesn't decide, Archduke Howard will do everything himself, so let him gather his courage. The other soldiers continued to encourage the young man, as Flint and Adele retreated to a place of quiet. The girl admitted that, to be honest, she considered his death the best way out. But this desperate look involuntarily evoked pity in her. Flint shared her feelings. She must support him, break or stand firm. It was up to him to decide. However, Karis quickly pulled himself together, contrary to their expectations, but Flint knew that doubts still plagued the crown prince. He was unstable, slept poorly, and woke up screaming at night from nightmares. Flint saw how hard he was breathing, how his shirt, soaked with sweat, stuck to his body, but he said nothing. And when Jerez finally returned to Bianteka, the meeting with Pavleska undermined his confidence. He could not raise his hand against the boy in whom he recognized himself. How he wished that this boy would remain a child forever. This would have changed a lot and preserved his piety. Flint was just about to write to the palace, and he himself showed up, very opportunely. Charlotte Kisef departed with Prince Paul for Kisef. Prince Caris naively assumed that the girl intended to show him the local beauties. But His Majesty almost choked on his tea when Flint explained that Charlotte was taking him on as an apprentice. He couldn't refuse the future head of the magic tower. Karis laughed bitterly. What absurdity! Of course, it was for the best. But suddenly, he felt so insignificant, outplayed by his own little brother. By the way, Prince Paul gave him a message. Let them tell his elder brother Sherry that he is sincerely grateful to him for his mercy and care. But did he deserve gratitude? Karis felt that the aftertaste of the tea was very bitter to him. A couple of days later, he brought the documents. Time to prepare for the delegation. So it looks like their course is now set. When Prince Karis returns to the capital, he will personally select and send his people to them. By the way, why hasn't the Archduchess acquired a lady-in-waiting yet? Eliana stretched her lips into a smile. She was just thinking about this. The prince offered her his help in this matter. Flint recalled that his wife had a good relationship with Lady Heir. What about her? Eliana would be glad to have Veronica, but getting her would not be easy. She laughed lightly. It's not that Lady Veronica might refuse. Eliana is simply convinced that she was born for more. Veronica Kane was superior to her older brother in everything, but the path to the title was blocked by the law of primogeniture. She did not accept her fate, fought to the last for the right to become the heir, and after the mysterious death of the young count, she still took his place. Archduchess Howard has someone in mind, but her status requires some formalities. Flint Howard knew it, so it was Jane after all. Eliana remained silent, confirming his words. Well, then he would find a foster family for her. The girl was grateful to her husband for this. Karis couldn't hide his surprise. Flint was so accommodating. Eliana discovered that Jane was a direct descendant of an extinct baronial family. Since she has noble blood in her veins, her current status is not a hindrance. It is more than enough. Prince Karis laughed nervously, the two of them. And when had they ever gotten so close? Flint cleared his throat awkwardly. They were married after all. That was natural. And just recently, he himself couldn't figure out his own feelings. The lady's words stunned Jane, and she will become a noblewoman. The girl threw herself at Eliana's feet, hitting her forehead on the floor, ready to beg Archduchess Howard to reverse her decision. Eliana couldn't understand why she reacted like this. Grabbing the maid's hands, the girl helped her up. Jane is destined to become a noblewoman, and it is not proper for a noblewoman to prostrate herself. Archduchess Howard placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, shaking her slightly to bring her to her senses. But Jane couldn't believe how she, an insignificant commoner, could do this. She would never be an aristocrat. She is not a commoner. The blood of barons flows in her veins. The girl again tried to resist, but the lady abruptly cut her off. Does she really think Archduchess Howard is doing this for her? Jane will become her eyes and her hands. She will help her. Not because she wants it, but because Eliana wants it. It's her whim. And how could she not love this girl? the most sincere, kind, and devoted of all she knew. Would Jane dare to disobey her order? The maid drooped, pursing her lips, but remained silent. Of course, she obeys the will of her ladyship. Jane's induction into the aristocracy was swift, fortunately for the Marquise and Marchioness of Cyclamen, who offered to adopt Jane. From that day on, Jane began to receive an education befitting her position as the daughter of the Marquise, and, at the same time, as the servant of Archduchess Howard. The reservation of the magic gates for the delegation is complete. If we are talking about payment, then everything has already been settled. The issue of increasing tariffs has already been discussed with the managers, and they will come into force next week. The trade guilds objected, but still could not deny that the tariffs were too low. If they had denied it, they certainly wouldn't have had any conscience. And what about the tax freeze? The Howard family's days were spent in endless worries. It was necessary not only to prepare for the reception of the ambassadors, but also to compensate for the absence of workers during their stay. Day and night, the newlyweds filled out a pile of documents, signing here, putting a stamp there. Representatives from the Magic Tower recently visited the lands of Viscount Carteret, but they soon returned. The likelihood of finding magic stones is too small. The girl quickly ran her eyes over the documents. It sounded reasonable. However, this issue will need to be discussed separately, but they will leave it for later, which is on the agenda. Suppressing the monsters isn't just a costly affair. Their outbreak cycles have become unstable, but the northern forces are no longer sufficient. Destroying monsters and protecting the lands is the duty and responsibility of the North. Even before the founding of the House of the Grand Duchy of Howard, the North lived exactly like this. Eliana remained silent, not knowing whether she should object. As they concluded their conversation, Flint collected all the papers. It was almost finished, so he would hand them over to the secretary's office. But the North is also part of the Biantech Empire, so why is this considered exclusively the responsibility of the North? Eliana nevertheless decided to have a say in this matter. Flint was distracted from his work, looking at her with wide eyes. Didn't her husband ever think that such responsibility was unfair? Even if the North is part of the Biantech Empire, it is under the control of the Howards, so the problems of the North must be solved by the North itself. But just because Howard rules the North doesn't make him the ruler, and Eliana was determined to change her husband's mind. Finally, she had the chance to ask the important question. Or maybe he wants to become emperor. He wants to complete the great work that his grandfather did not manage to achieve. The thick bell rope snapped with a desperate crack, and Eliana almost jumped in fright. Fear crept up unexpectedly. She had never seen her husband so angry. The girl froze in place, without moving. She waited for what Flint would say. His voice was gloomy. He doesn't know what his grandfather was planning. Archduchess Howard felt her throat tighten against her will, and she couldn't help but breathe in or out. Flint's sharp cry really threw her off balance. Her hands began to tremble slightly. When the bottle of ink fell to the floor and shattered with a deafening crash, the girl gasped in fear. Flint, who had grabbed her by the shoulders, approached so quickly that the girl again shuddered in fear. "It's good that she's not injured. He'll call the butler here now." Flint walked quickly towards the bell, grabbed the remains of the rope, and pulled. If in the future someone else asks him the same question, let him just get angry. Sometimes strong feelings give words more nobility. A moment later, the butler appeared at the door. Flint explained that he had spilled ink and needed to clean up. A civil war has indeed begun in the kingdom of Kanason. The old king killed the queen and took a new wife, and the son of the dead queen is gathering an army to kill his father. This means that the kingdom of Kanason no longer cares about the alliance between Bianteki and Zakador. Their informants can be recalled. Having folded the small note her mistress had written, Jane walked towards the bird. She carefully tied it to the pigeon's leg and sent it flying. The entries on the intelligence board grew at an alarming rate every day. Rereading the new data and comparing it with the old, Eliana guessed something. Lauren still wanders as before. If Jane has the opportunity, let her try to find out where Princess Levrant is now. However, the girl was worried about her mistress's condition. The bruises under her eyes were getting darker every day. Perhaps she should get some rest. But Archduchess Howard was adamant. Sorting the information was urgent. And besides, only she and the Archduke could do it. She doesn't want to ask Flint for help. Since he already has enough to do, Eliana hardly found the strength to give this answer. She blinked rapidly, but consciousness was slipping away from her. The last thing she heard was Jane's frightened scream. Then the unconscious body of Archduchess Howard slowly slid down the wall. The frightened girl immediately called a doctor, who arrived quite quickly. The verdict was obvious. It was overwork. Eliana needed a good rest. The woman promised that she would prepare a medicine for the lady that would relieve fatigue well, but there was something else. Unfortunately, she has a rather weak uterus. This is not infertility, but it may be difficult to get pregnant. The doctor continued giving recommendations on how to maintain her health when the girl abruptly cut him off. Eliana looked at her with the gaze of a hunted animal. Her voice was firm and cold. Not a word about this to anyone.